Both Long Fei and his wife and Fadi's father and daughter are currently unable to suppress each other. The Scarlet Emperor's left shield emits a beam of light, and the beam gun in his right hand shoots at Neo Gundam, and even rushes towards U Gundam. When Liberty Gundam's plasma beam cannon was about to fire, the Crimson Queen fired to interrupt Liberty Gundam's attack. Neo Gundam fired the shield beam cannon in his left hand, and the shield beam blade in the Scarlet Emperor's left hand cut the beam cannon open. Neo Gundam backed away while firing with his right-hand beam gun. The front of the Scarlet Emperor's shield blocked the beam bomb. The anti-beam coating on the front of the shield is really thick. Neo Gundam immediately turned around and rushed to another place at this moment. After Fardis watched his daughter's battle, the Scarlet Emperor pursued Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam rushed to the wreckage of a machine, immediately kicked the wreckage of the machine towards the Scarlet Emperor, and opened fire on the wreckage of the machine. The moment the Scarlet Emperor moved away, Fadi's space sensed the launch of Neo Gundam's floating cannon. The Scarlet Emperor dodged the attacks of the floating cannon one after another, and also launched the floating cannon to counterattack. Long Fei recalled the floating cannon to the main body to charge, and Neo Gouda hid in a wreckage area again. Fardis couldn't help but let out a cold hum when he saw Long Fei repeating his tricks. The Scarlet Emperor still rushed into the wreckage area. The shield beam blade in his left hand cut through the wreckage, and the beam rifle in his right hand shot at Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam dodged one after another, and Neo Gundam continued to run to other locations. The Scarlet Emperor continued to pursue, and Neo Gundam fired in the direction of the Scarlet Emperor from time to time. The Crimson Emperor directly used the shield to block the beam, and then used the shield beam blade to cut through the obstacles in front of him. It would be difficult for Long Fei not to activate the floating cannon to hide somewhere in the wreckage, and then wait for an opportunity to attack. The main reason is that he also knows Fadis' spiritual field and space sensing ability, so he can definitely know where his floating cannon is hiding. However, Long Fei still has his backup. Neo Gundam moved on. The Crimson Emperor continues to track down Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam ran left and right, and the Scarlet Emperor could only pursue Neo Gundam like a follower. Neo Gundam got out of the wreckage area, and the Scarlet Emperor soon rushed out of the wreckage area. Neo Gouda then rushed towards the Scarlet Queen. Fadis was a little annoyed. Long Fei simply took him around, but he didn't understand why Long Fei did this. Suddenly, several floating missiles attacked the Scarlet Emperor. The beam gun in the right hand of the Scarlet Emperor shot down the floating missile. Koshi Gundam came to the scene at some point. Fadis ignored Koshi Gundam at all and rushed towards Neo Gundam with full propulsion. Koshi Gundam pursues the Crimson Emperor. At this time, Neo Gundam reversed direction, and together with Koshi Gundam, they flanked the Scarlet Emperor back and forth. After the Crimson Emperor dodged the beam cannon of Neo Gundam, the beam blade of the shield in his left hand resisted the beam saber of Koshi Gundam. Fardis suddenly sensed that the driving of Koshi Gundam in front of him was very familiar. Salamanda connected to the communication line of the Scarlet Emperor. Emperor Fadis, long time no see. Looking at the appearance of Salamanda in the communication video, Fadis looked very familiar and asked, "I remember you, but I don't remember the name a bit. What is your name? Manda, right?" "My name is Salamanda, the former leader of the Royal Knights of the Restoration Army of the Longsog Kingdom, Salamanda, and now the leader of the Sword and Shield Troop. Back then, I admired your talent very much, and I even recruited you, but unfortunately you refused, and foolishly followed that useless princess of subjugation, burying your talent. But later, I didn't expect you to become Long Fei's subordinate. I was really stupid and naive back then. Fortunately, I also came to my senses and followed a master who knew how to use me. Back then, I admired you and couldn't bear to kill you. I spared your life. I didn't expect to cause today's situation. Do you regret it? Then pay the price." Koshi Gundam's shoulder mega particle beam cannons fired, and the Crimson Emperor dodged. Neo Gundam then took the attack, together with Koshi Gundam, to deal with the Scarlet Emperor. "Salamanda, have you dealt with your opponent yet?" Long Fei asked the Salamanda communication. "No, leave it to Jorge. 2 against 1. Long Fei has a huge advantage here, effectively suppressing the Scarlet Emperor." Julius watched His Majesty fall into a bitter battle and was entangled by the Barbados Sirius at the moment, so he had no time to spare to rescue. so he could only immediately fire a signal flare, hoping that other Dion troops would come to him nearby. Seeing the signal, Gulisina knew that her father was in a hard fight and wanted to save her father, but she was blocked by Freedom Gundam. She was like an ant on a hot pot, secretly worried about her father's safety. Koshi Gundam's Ni triple missile launcher fires missiles at the Crimson Emperor. While dodging, the Scarlet Emperor fired at the incoming missiles. Long Fei seized the opportunity and fired continuously at the Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor launched the floating cannon and activated the protective cover function. At this time, several Crimson Guards rushed to the scene to rescue him, but they couldn't stand the attack of Neo Gundam or Cozy Gundam at all. The Crimson Guard was quickly killed by Neo Gundam and Coxy Gundam. Neo Gundam and Coxy Gundam bullied the Scarlet Emperor at the same time, and both Gundam beam sabers slashed at the Scarlet Emperor. The Crimson Emperor immediately switched the beam saber with his right hand. The shield beam blade with his left hand blocked Koshi Gundam's beam saber, and the right-hand beam saber blocked Neo Gundam's beam saber. Neo Gundam immediately raised his foot and kicked the Crimson Emperor's waist, and then Neo Gundam's shield beam cannon and Cozy Gundam's shoulder megaparticle beams fired at the same time. The three floating cannons of the Scarlet Emperor turned on the function of the protective cover to block the first wave of attacks, but the second wave of attacks could not withstand the penetration of the protective cover. However, this gave the Scarlet Emperor a chance to dodge, and the three floating cannons immediately switched to shooting functions, attacking the Bull Gundam and Koshi Gundam at the same time. Neo Gundam immediately launched the floating cannon. Salamanda, hold Fartis first. I will kill the remaining three floating cannons first, and then we will join hands to kill him. Receive. Just when Long Fei was about to kill the floating cannon left by the Scarlet Emperor, a beam cannon attacked Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam can only dodge. A silver-gray special sacred machine rushed towards Neo Gundam. Salamanda, substitute. You will deal with this silver-gray holy machine, and I will deal with Fartis. Learn. The silver-gray holy machine fired at Neo Gundam one after another, and the beam could only pass behind Neo Gundam. Koshi Gundam's left-hand special shield fires a mega particle cannon to block the attack of the silver-gray holy machine. The Crimson Emperor shoots at a fixed point and penetrates a floating cannon of Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam switched weapons and pulled out the beam saber. A sword slashed on the front of the shield in the left hand of the Scarlet Emperor, leaving a wound on the front of the shield, which also affected the operation of the shield's beam blade. The Scarlet Emperor counterattacked with the beam sword in his right hand, and Neo Gundam resisted with the beam sword in his right hand. The Crimson Emperor swung the shield in his left hand towards Uganda, and Uganda dodged for a moment, and the shield beam cannon in his left hand was aimed at the front of the Crimson Emperor's shield. The moment it hit the shield, the Scarlet Emperor's beam saber also cut through the shield of Uganda. Both shields are destroyed by the other side at the same time. The confrontation between the red beam saber and the yellow beam saber sparked lightning. The Neo Gundam and the Crimson Emperor continued to fight with beam sabers in their right hands. The Crimson Emperor drew out the beam saber with his left hand and used two beam sabers to fight the one beam saber in Neo Gundam's hand. The Scarlet Emperor swung the beam saber continuously with both hands, and Neo Gundam suffered a disadvantage in close combat. After Long Fei knew that he was at a disadvantage in close combat, he immediately drove Neo Gundam back, threw the beam saber on the right to his left hand, and then took out the beam saber placed in his left arm with his right hand. Neo Gundam also wields the beam saber with both hands, and the two are chasing each other while fighting each other. The confrontation of the four beam sabers sparked more intense sparks. Neo Gundam opened the propeller to the maximum and knocked the Scarlet Emperor into another pile of wreckage. The Crimson Emperor also turned its thrusters to the maximum and rushed out the moment it hit the pile of wreckage. Neo Gundam immediately chased after them, and the two beam sabers were fighting, and the thrusters of the two were also opened to the maximum, and the thrust and output of the two sides were equal. Neo Gundam turned around and swept. The Scarlet Emperor immediately backed away, and the Scarlet Emperor's floating cannon fired at Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam dodged immediately, and the floating cannon counterattacked and fired at the Scarlet Emperor at the same time. The two mechas then fought each other and crossed each other again. The confrontation between the two mechas had already shifted to another position. The two airframes hit the battle area between Mobile Ghost in the Shell and Tianwei Royal Knights. Both armies saw their own emperors and bosses coming to their side. The AG-1 assault armor type double-barreled DODS rifle driven by Triver blasted through the Jinwei, 2 Holy Machine, and the armor of the chest and shoulder armor of the AG-1 assault armor type was somewhat damaged. Triver managed to kill the powerful enemy, and before he had time to rejoice, he saw Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor fighting and chasing each other. The AG-1 assault armor DODS launcher is trying to target the Crimson Emperor. At the moment when the two intertwined and fought apart, Triver seized the opportunity and the DODS launcher fired. Fardis sensed the crisis coming from the right, and the Scarlet Emperor immediately moved away, and the DODS beam passed across the Scarlet Emperor's left. Neo Gundam switched weapons with his right hand, and the beam gun fired at the Scarlet Emperor one after another. Humph! Fadi snorted coldly. The Scarlet Emperor's right hand also switched weapons to fight back. The AG-1 assault armor type immediately supports Bull Gundam. Several Jinwei immediately came to the rescue, and the weapons in their hands rushed towards Neo Gundam and AG-1 storm armor. On the other side, Mathia received a notice from her subordinates and left her opponent to go to the boss's position. Barubatos was a little puzzled at the beginning, why his opponent who had played 55 with him would suddenly turn around and run away. Several Jinwei intercepted the AG-2 dual-gun model, and another Jinwei came to the Bai for short-distance communication. Your Majesty the Emperor has come to our battle zone, and I have already conveyed the location to you. After seeing the location display, Barubatos said, Okay, I see. Bai immediately went to the destination. Several mass-produced ZZ Gundams rescued the leader. The AG-2 double gun immediately transforms into a fighter plane and quickly goes to the position where the boss is. Neo Gundam's beam sword in his left hand cut off a Jinwei, and the beam gun in his right hand pierced through a Bai one after another. The Scarlet Emperor also held a Kransia with the beam saber in his left hand, and pierced the mass-produced ZZ Gundam with a single shot of the beam gun in his right hand. AG-1 stormed the armored shield DODS Vulcan cannon and fired at the Crimson Emperor one after another. The floating cannon was switched to protective cover mode to completely block the DODS Vulcan cannon. Some of the war reporters who took remote shots captured the battle between Long Fei and Fadis, and the two sides were completely at odds. Then, some war reporters even photographed other troops directly under the Royal Knights and Long Fei rushing to the battle area between Mobile Ghost in the Shell and Tianwei Royal Knights. Liberty Gundam, Barbados Sirius, Holy Dragon, and Scarlet Queen also came. Bai's shoulder cannon beam cannons fired at Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam's floating cannon protective cover function cannot withstand 2 cannon beam cannons, and the protective cover is broken in 2 seconds. Neo Gundam uses these 2 seconds to easily dodge the attack of the cannon beam cannon. Neo Gundam immediately counterattacked with a beam gun. 2 DODS cannons of the AG-2 dual-gun type in the form of a fighter plane fired at the Crimson Emperor. When the Crimson Emperor was dodging the attack of the DODS cannon, AG-1 stormed the armored DODS launcher under Triver's calculation. The DODS launcher hits the Crimson Emperor directly. Fadis' keen reaction looked straight at him, but he had no time to react. Seeing that the DODS beam was about to hit the Scarlet Emperor, a Jinwei smashed into the Scarlet Emperor. DODS beams penetrate the shock. Triver cried secretly, "It's a pity." The AG-2 double-gun model took off the 2 DODS cannons, then armed with the shoulders, launched a large beam saber, and rushed towards the Scarlet Emperor. The output of the AG-2 double-gun type shoulder-armed large beam saber completely suppresses the beam saber of the Scarlet Emperor. Fardis felt that what he was fighting against was a wild new human. The continuous and rapid rotation of the AG-2 double-gun type forced the Scarlet Emperor to retreat again and again, and the AG-1 assault armor type waited for an opportunity. The other violent and shocking powers immediately fired at the AG-2 dual-gun type and AG-1 assault armor type, preventing the AG-2 dual-gun type from continuing to advance step by step. The Crimson Emperor's floating cannon was launched again, and the continuous shooting made the AG-2 double-gun type and AG-1 assault armor type only retreat. Mathia and Triver knew that Fadis' mental strength was far superior to theirs. If he hadn't just fought against the boss, he would have suffered a great loss. If he and his Scarlet Emperor are in full condition, even if the two join forces under the same conditions, they can't beat Fardis. Neo Gundam fights Bai here, and Neo Gundam suppresses Bai. Baru Batos feels that Long Fei's mental strength is no less than that of His Majesty the Emperor. Baru Batos also knew that Long Fei and His Majesty's fighting spirit had been depleted a lot. If Long Fei's condition was better, he might have been killed by Long Fei now. Neo Gauda kicked Bai into the air, and the beam gun in his right hand caught the person and opened fire. Fortunately, the big shield in Bai's left hand had a thick layer of anti-beam coating. Otherwise, the big shield wouldn't be able to withstand more than a dozen beam bombs. Richmond fired the Bloodfang railgun at the Gundam. After Long Fei dodged Bloodfang's attack, he glanced at the screen. The two pirate Gundams caught up with Bloodfang at the same time and attacked him. Richmond was a little annoyed. The two women were really entangled, and he just came to rescue him. Sister Zhou Yu was not actually chasing Shueya, but just received an order from her superiors to support the boss. After the two sisters saw Bloodfang attacking the boss Neo Gundam, the two sisters would attack Bloodfang. The battlefield here has already joined the Gorefiend, F-90 and Flint units. Corsair Gundam X3 and Darkhound also joined the battle. At this moment, a multiplayer melee has been formed. Rebecca was driving the pirate Gundam X3 and was attacking the Crimson Emperor with the crazy knife. A special orange-red holy machine stopped him. The Crimson Emperor slashed through a Flint mass-produced Gundam with a single sword, dodging the attack of the Darkhound. The Scarlet Emperor's floating cannons fired continuously, but were all dodged by the Darkhounds. Adjuster, and a rare explosive ability among advanced adjusters. Fardis knew Brittany's details as soon as they fought. Although Brittany is not a new human, but with her years of fighting experience and her fighting intuition, she can't beat Fardis. Even Fadis, who is not in good condition, can't beat him. If it is dragging Fadis for a while, she can barely do this. Although Long Fei is suppressing Balu Batos, it will be impossible to kill Balu Batos in the current state. At this moment, Baru Batos is narrowly escaped from death. Every move he takes is controlled by Long Fei. If he is not blocked or sacrificed by his own team members or the Red Shadow Knight, he is already finished. Bloodfang is still entangled by the pirate Gundam X1 and X2 at the moment, and Richmond can't help even if he wants to. Suddenly, the MS of the Black Rabbit troop appeared on the battlefield. TR Gundam Heatherslila, Kahar 2, Hazel 2, Hezeler 2, and Kumlin, and each model of TR Gundam can be at least 3 units or more 30 units. The all-round attack of the 3 Kunlins caused a lot of damage to many MS of the Dion Army Knights. 12 multifunctional launchers up to TR, 1 Heisler 2, beam rifles, and long-bladed rifles greeted the target. Not long after the Black Rabbit troops joined, many other troops from the Dion Army also came. MS and Mobile Fortress also joined the battlefield. Then the generals, elites, special forces MS and Mobile Fortresses from the Tianyi mercenary group also joined the battle area here. Many war reporters who shot remotely made comments on the spot. In addition to thinking that this is a black technology war that can be recorded in history, it can also be called this war as a war of new human individualism. The personal guards and the Angels of Doom also joined the battle area one after another. The Freedom Gundam driven by Tao Xiang launched another all-round attack, shooting down dozens of Dion Army MS in an instant. Koshi Gundam came to the scene with some damage to the body, and the silver-gray special holy machine that fought against Salamanda had already been killed by Salamanda. One of Neo Gundam's 4 floating cannons was shot down, but many enemy planes were shot down. The entire left arm of the body driven by Balutos was cut off by Neo Gundam. If it wasn't for the addition of several specially made holy machines, Bai's left arm would not have been cut off, but the entire machine would have been cut into 2 sections with 1 sword. The left hand of the Darkhound driven by Brittany was blasted by the Scarlet Emperor's floating cannon. The Scarlet Emperor rushed to the Darkhound in an instant, and when the beam sword in his left hand was about to slash down, a beam of light struck, forcing the Scarlet Emperor to retreat. The beam just now was Koshi Gundam using a special beam gun to force the Crimson Emperor away. Koshi Gundam rushed towards the Scarlet Emperor and launched the remaining 8 floating missiles, The double shoulder armor mega particle beams were fired continuously, and the special beam gun on the right hand was switched to a beam saber. The Scarlet Emperor happened to run out of energy for the floating cannon at this moment, so he could only return to the body to recharge. When the Scarlet Emperor was about to fight, the Dark Hound followed suit, and the vibrating anchor tied the Scarlet Emperor to release a high-voltage current for voltage. The DODS gun of the DODS spear in the right hand fired continuously at the Scarlet Emperor. The body of the Crimson Emperor has a device to resist high-voltage current, and the high-voltage current of the basic vibration anchor cannot do any damage to it. The Crimson Emperor directly cut off the rope of the vibrating anchor with the beam saber and stepped back directly to avoid the attack of the DODS gun. The 8 floating missiles spread out and attacked the Scarlet Emperor from 8 different directions. The Crimson Queen appeared next to the Scarlet Emperor at this time. The beam rifle in her right hand and the long-range beam rifle in her left hand shot down all 8 floating missiles together with the beam rifle of the Scarlet Emperor. The Crimson Princess immediately switched to a beam saber with her right hand and rushed towards Cozy Gundam. The Dark Hound intercepted the Scarlet Queen. Koshi Gundam continued to rush towards the Scarlet Emperor. Cozy Gundam swung his sword continuously, and the Scarlet Emperor challenged Cozy Gundam, and also swung the beam saber in his left hand to fight Cozy Gundam. Salamander, it seems that you still have feelings for your old master. Do you want to avenge your former king and kill me? I will always keep in mind the promotion of my former king. Half of defeating you is to avenge my former king, and the other half is to defeat you for my current lord. Oh, it seems that you are determined to die. I want you to repay your current lord and your former king with death. The beam of light in the left hand of the Scarlet Emperor suddenly pulled away during the confrontation, blocking Coxy Gundam's right hand. Cozy Gundam's special shield in his left hand launched the Mega Beam Cannon. The Scarlet Emperor turned around to avoid the Mega Beam Cannon, and then kicked Cozy Gundam away. The vibration from the cockpit made Salamanda's whole body jump. If it weren't for the seat belt buckle, Salamanda's whole body might hit the instrument in front of him directly. Although the shock made Salamanda a little uncomfortable, Salamanda took action immediately. Koshi Gundam immediately avoided the beam gun in the Scarlet Emperor's right hand. The Crimson Emperor immediately launched the beam Vulcan cannon on his head and attacked Koshi Gundam. Koshi Gundam's previous battles caused some damage to the I-Stance device, which made the I-Stance unable to achieve effective results. Dozens of beam Vulcan cannons directly broke the defense of Koshi Gundam's side position. Koshi Gundam fired back with a 60mm Vulcan cannon, but it seemed to have no effect, and the mega particle beams on both shoulders could not hit the Crimson Emperor. What was even worse was that the Scarlet Emperor's beam gun pierced through the right shoulder armor of Koshi Gundam. Koshi Gundam's left-hand special shield resists the beam gun of the Scarlet Emperor. Koshi Gundam stabbed the Scarlet Emperor with a beam sword in his right hand, but was blocked by the Scarlet Emperor's left beam sword. The right beam gun was mounted on the left waist armor, and he punched Koshi Gundam in the head. Saramanda looked at the bursts of white screen on the screen and could only back away immediately. The Scarlet Emperor drew out the beam saber with his right hand to pursue, and the beam saber with his right hand cut open the special shield of Cozy Gundam. Cozy Gundam drew out the beam saber with his left hand, although the two mechas fought each other with double swords. However, Salamanda's technique was not as good as that of Fardis, and Koshi Gundam was completely suppressed and retreated steadily. The Crimson Emperor followed up with a shoulder butt, knocking Cozy Gundam into the wreckage of a mobile fortress. Salamanda, go and meet your late king, and send my regards to your late king by the way. When the Crimson Emperor was about to stab into the cockpit of Koshi Gundam with a sword, a beam of light directly forced the Crimson Emperor away. Neo Gundam held a beam gun in his right hand and was rushing towards Koshi Gundam's position, firing continuously to force the Scarlet Emperor away. Salamanda, are you okay? Long Fei asked with concern. Sorry, boss. The subordinates are incompetent and cannot hurt Fadis a little bit. Salamanda said apologetically. It's okay. Fardis is not so easy to deal with. Even I struggled with him. He left it to me. You go to help others. Yes, boss. Long Fei and Fardis fought again. Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor fought again. The beam guns of Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor pierced through one floating cannon of the opponent with one shot at the same time. The other floating cannon of the Crimson Emperor shoots from the upper right of Neo Gundam. Neo Gundam dodges the attack of the floating cannon with a forward somersault movement and rushes towards the floating cannon with full propeller. The 60mm Vulcan cannon on the head hit the floating cannon. At the moment it affected the floating cannon, Neo Gundam had rushed to the side of the floating cannon and cut open with a beam saber in his left hand. The Crimson Emperor also hit the floating cannons of Neo Gundam one after another with the beam Vulcan cannon on his head, and then the beam gun in his right hand pierced through the floating cannons. Then, both airframes used beam guns to shoot down the opponent's last oil slick cannon at the same time. Shenlong came to the side of the Scarlet Emperor, and Barbados Sirius just came to the side of Neo Gundam. Shenlong and Barbados Sirius were about to rush towards Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor. Neo Gauda and the Scarlet Emperor raised their hands to stop at the same time. Deal with his strongest subordinate. Long Fei and Fardis ordered Anton and Julius in unison. Shenlong and Barbados Sirius rushed towards each other at the same time, and the two then fought together. Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor fired at the same time, dodged at the same time, and rushed towards each other at the same time. The beam sabers of both cut off the opponent's beam gun at the same time, and both drew their beam sabers with their right hands at the same time. Sweeping, blocking, stabbing, chopping, the beam sabers of the two mechs fight each other. The two white light trails intersect and stagger each other, and every time the two white light trails intersect, there must be electric sparks. Moreover, there are red or blue airflows emerging from the two white light trails. The war reporters were filming the live broadcast of the fight between the two, and the people watching couldn't believe it. This was the battle between the two strongest new humans today. Kuroda Joe was also watching the live broadcast with his wife Aji Asami. Although Kuroda Joe remained calm and watched the live broadcast of the battle, he did not expect that his third brother was more mentally powerful than when he launched a coup to seek power and usurp the throne. What he didn't expect was that there was still someone in this world who could compete with his third brother's spiritual power, and this person was Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group. What surprised him even more was that Long Fei was only about 30 years old. People in their early years can compete with their third brother in mental strength. He estimated that the third brother was about the age of Long Fei. His mental power was not that strong. He finally understood why the third brother was determined to deal with the Tianyi mercenary group. Because Long Fei is his biggest threat, there is still room for Long Fei to grow up. On the contrary, the third brother is also getting older. Maybe decades later, if the third brother dies, no one in the entire Dian Kingdom can contend against Long Fei. Once Long Fei had so much ambition for the Dian Empire, the head of the Dian Empire would have to be replaced. Kuroda City has also seen that his third brother, the purpose of this battle is basically not to defeat Long Fei, but to drag Long Fei to die together. At this moment, the two white light trails carried blue or red air currents. Once they crossed at this moment, blue and red air waves collided and exploded. The air waves spread out, affecting the new humans around. The new human beings who were affected either had a sudden headache or felt a sense of comfort, and even their fighting spirit was affected from time to time, with high morale and low morale. Even adjusters and ordinary people felt tingling in their heads from time to time. Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor crossed and staggered countless times, and finally the beam sabers of the two joined together. Neo Gundam exudes blue airflow, and Scarlet Emperor exudes red airflow. The 60mm Vulcan cannon on the head of Neo Gundam hit the right hand of the Scarlet Emperor, destroying the beam saber in his right hand. Neo Gundam was about to swing the beam saber with his left hand to chop off the right hand of the Scarlet Emperor, and the Vulcan cannon on the head of the Scarlet Emperor also fired to destroy Neo Gundam's left-hand beam saber. Neo Gundam immediately clenched his fist with his left hand and hit the Scarlet Emperor on the head with one punch, damaging the 60mm Vulcan bombardment on the right side of the head. Fadis felt the violent vibration from the cockpit, which made Fadis feel that Long Fei had punched him on the head, but Fadis didn't care so much, and immediately took the next step, kicking the bull with one leg and knee up to the cockpit. The violent impact also made Long Fei feel as if someone hit his body with a leg, But Long Fei immediately took the next step. Neo Gauda continued to wave the beam saber with his right hand, while the Crimson Emperor waved the beam saber with his left hand while retreating. Other mechas want to join the battle between Neo Gundam and the Crimson Emperor and help their masters or bosses, but there are enemy mechas to stop them. Neo Gauda kicked away the Scarlet Emperor's beam sword in his left hand, just as he was about to stab the beam sword in his right hand. The Scarlet Emperor's only surviving beam Vulcan cannon knocked away Neo Gundam's right-hand beam saber. The 60mm Vulcan cannon on the head of Neo Gundam fired at the head of the Scarlet Emperor, hitting the muzzle of the only surviving Vulcan cannon on the head of the Scarlet Emperor, and the muzzle exploded directly. Fortunately, the Scarlet Emperor's head cockpit was separated by several protective layers, so that the explosion did not spread to the cockpit. Neo Gundam just continued to fire with the 60mm Vulcan cannon, but it turned off within a few seconds. Humph, the bullet has returned to zero at this time. Long Fei complained a little. At this moment, the two airframes do not have any weapons. Neo Gundam greeted the Scarlet Emperor directly with both hands and fists. This was the first time in his life that Fadis had such an encounter in a MS battle. After the Crimson Emperor took several punches from Neo Gundam, every time Neo Gundam hit the Crimson Emperor, a blue air flow emerged from behind the Crimson Emperor. Fadis sensed that Long Fei's mental power was impacting his whole body, and his whole consciousness was impacted. Fadis immediately counterattacked. The Crimson Emperor also greeted Neo Gundam with his fists, and every time he punched Neo Gundam, a red air flow would emerge from Neo Gundam's body. Long Fei sensed that Fadis' mental power invaded his consciousness all over his body, and his own mental power was fluctuated. The new human beings around all felt that the spiritual power of the two was being torn apart. Even ordinary people can see that the fists of Neo Gundam and Scarlet Child are wrapped in blue or red light. Both use their mental power to attack their opponents. Then Neo Gundam's left arm was clasped by the Scarlet Emperor's right arm, and the Scarlet Emperor's left arm was grabbed by Neo Gundam's right hand. Neo Gundam hit the head of the Scarlet Emperor with his head, and the Scarlet Emperor hit the cockpit of the Neo Gundam with his legs and knees. The cockpits of both of them could feel the vibration of the heavy blow given by the opponent. Then Neo Gauda's left arm was broken by the Scarlet Emperor, and the Scarlet Emperor's left arm was broken by Neo Gao almost at the same time. Then the two kicked each other away at the same time. Both Long Fei and Fadis were panting at the same time, and every blow before had a powerful mental force invading each other's mental will. The two played evenly. Neo Gundam's telepathic framework was responding to Long Fei's powerful mental power, and Neo Gundam even showed its original limit. The Crimson Emperor's mental wave device is also under the flow of Fadis's mental power, and the Crimson Emperor has performed beyond the original level. The mental fluctuations of the two became more and more intense, and Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor also continued to perform beyond the limit of their original level. The Neo Gundam and the Crimson Emperor fought with punches and kicks. The left arms of the two airframes are already in a scrapped state. During the battle, Long Fei had already sensed Fadis' mental fluctuations and understood Fadis' purpose. Fadis wants to die with him in this battle. However, Long Fei was not afraid of Fadis' goals at all. Fadis, you want to die with me, but I am not as good as you want. In this battle, you will only lose. Only by defeating you will the war end, and those who suffer from the war will have the hope of surviving. Fadis also sensed from the mental fluctuations in the battle that Long Fei came to fight him with awareness and determination to win. Long Fei, for my child, for my Dion Empire, you must die. Even if I take my old life to die with you, I will not hesitate. Both Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor bombarded each other's body with their right fists. Every punch made them feel the opponent's strong mental impact, but it also made them counterattack with stronger mental power. With a fist bump, the two machines retreated at the same time. Both Long Fei and Fadis' spiritual power were pushed to the highest level at the same time. Neo Gundam's right fist gathered a strong blue spiritual vortex. The right fist of the Crimson Emperor gathered a strong red spirit pocket. The two airframes emit red or blue violent spiritual air currents. Not only new humans, but even adjusters, ordinary people, and even those who watched the live broadcast could see that Long Fei and Fadis were preparing to give each other the final blow. Both of them poured all their spiritual power into the right fist of their own bodies. The Neo Gundam and the Crimson Emperor thrusters opened to the maximum at the same time and rushed towards each other. The two machines hit each other at the same time. U Gundam's right fist hit the Scarlet Emperor's head, and the Scarlet Emperor's right fist hit the U Gundam cockpit. Both Long Fei and Fadi's were impacted by the violent mental wave at the same time. Both of them felt their mental strength and soul being sucked by the powerful spiritual waves at the same time. The entire spiritual soul of Fadi's was sucked into an unknown space by a blue spiritual gas. Long Fei is the whole spiritual soul falling into the red spiritual airflow space. And the moment the two mechas hit each other, a mental energy wave of the opponent appeared from behind the mechas. A powerful spiritual wave impacts every new human being. That powerful mental energy wave gave every new human a headache, and even made them feel that their spirit was about to be sucked away by some kind of force. The masters of these two mental waves let their closest friends know that something happened to them. Father, husband. Tao Xiang and Gu Lisazina rushed to Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor at the same time, and called everyone to help quickly. The eyes of Neo Gundam and Scarlet Emperor dimmed, and the two machines separated and fell into the universe at the same time. The mobile suits and mobile fortresses of the two parties were bombarding each other at the same time, and many machines rushed towards Neo Gundam and the Scarlet Emperor. Shenlong rushed to Neo Gundam to give Neo Gundam a final blow, but Barbados Sirius immediately blocked him to stop Shenlong's goal. The Crimson Queen attacked Neo Gundam with a long-range beam rifle. Liberty Gundam immediately blocked in front of Gundam, and blocked the beam with an anti-beam laminated armor shield. Liberty Gundam then countered with a plasma beam cannon, before firing at the Crimson Emperor with a beam gun. Bloodfang immediately blocked it with a shield. The Shadow Mad Dog Squad, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, the Night Hunting Royal Knights, the Sapphire Royal Knights, etc., all came to the scene one after another. Pirate Gundam rushed towards the Crimson Emperor with Muramasa Madblade in hand, and a jet-black special holy machine held a huge beam sword in both hands to resist Muramasa Madblade. Narope Gundam also rushed to the scene. The mega-particle beam of the shoulder armor fired, and the two blue floating cannons switched to the protective cover function. The protective cover formed by 8 floating cannons blocks the mega-particle beam of Narope Gundam. The two mass-produced Gundams also used 4 floating cannons, each to prepare to attack the Scarlet Emperor from different angles. The 6 hunting sword drivers used their spirit to control their physical black swords, and flew with the sword to destroy 8 floating cannons. In addition to fighting each other, the two bodies also protect the safety of their supreme leaders. Freedom Gundam connected to Neo Gundam's communication line. Fei, what's wrong with you? You respond to me quickly. Tao Xiang shouted nervously as she looked at Long Fei, who was sitting in the cockpit without any movement. No matter how Tao Xiang yelled, Long Fei didn't respond. On the other side, like Gulistina, no matter how much she called her father, she didn't respond. Madam, don't shout. Take the boss back to the mothership first, and let us cover here. Salamanda said to Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang knew that this was the only way to do it now. At about the same time, under the persuasion of the other knight leaders, the Scarlet Queen dragged the Scarlet Emperor away. Those who watched the live broadcast understood that the result of the battle between the two strongest new humans was that both sides would lose. At this moment, the leaders of the major countries in the world are making calculations about what to do next. Should we deal with the Dion Empire, or deal with the Tianyi mercenary group first? The leaders of major countries are actively discussing it. On the other hand, Anton and Julius are fighting hard. Julius even ordered everyone to kill Long Fei at any cost. In addition to the Royal Knights, the Dion army belongs to the new humans and adjusters who are more active. Ordinary people are second, and people from the former colonial circles are even less willing to participate. However, the bodies of these former colonists lost control, and the automatic system directly controlled the bodies to rush towards the target. The Tianyi mercenary group tried their best to resist the attack of Dion's army, and there were many organisms to protect the boss and the boss's wife from leaving. The Tianyi mercenary group also sent many troops to chase after the Scarlet Emperor. Liberty Gundam dragged Neo Gundam's right arm with his left hand. In addition to heading towards the mothership with all his strength, the beam gun in his right hand attacked the enemy's aircraft and floating cannons from time to time. A lot of Dion army mechas rushed towards the target in a reckless manner. The defense line composed of the shadow crazy dogs, the dire hounds, etc. No matter how much they attack and how many units are shot down, the enemy's units are still rushing forward in a swarm. It is the large megaparticle cannon on the back of the deep attack. Where the huge beam of a cannon passes, countless fireworks and lights are emitted, and even a hole is torn. Dion's army is still rushing forward and rushing towards the target. From time to time, organisms break through the defenses. 6 emeralds broke through the line of defense under the cover of more than 60 scorpions, blues, and blood sacrificed. Although there were other mass-produced Gundams rushing to intercept them, there were still 3 emeralds that broke through the encirclement, activated all the floating cannons, and scattered all the floating cannons to rush towards the target from different directions and angles. Although Tao Xiang took immediate action, she shot down several floating cannons, and even shot down an emerald. But there are still several floating cannons attacking Neo Gundam. Freedom Gundam pushed Neo Gundam forward at the first time, avoiding the floating cannon attack just now. Liberty Gundam immediately shoots at a fixed point, shooting down the target and rushing towards Neo Gundam. Koshi Gundam's left-handed shield fired a mega cannon and shot down another emerald. However, the last emerald pilot controlled the floating cannons left by the dead companion with mental transfer, and several floating cannons prepared to give Neo Gundam the final blow from different angles. Before Liberty Gundam rushed to Neo Gundam, although it shot down 3 floating cannons, the last floating cannon dodged the beam. Freedom Gundam didn't have time to fire. Freedom Gundam could only stand in front of Neo Gundam. Tao Xiang closed her eyes. Fei, see you in the next life. After a few seconds, Tao Xiang opened her eyes and found that the floating cannon in front of the screen suddenly attacked Chui Lu. Moreover, what surprised Tao Xiang even more was that Chui Lu's other floating cannons actually attacked Chui Lu. The Emerald pilot didn't understand why the floating cannon he controlled mentally suddenly lost control, and he didn't know who took the control of the floating cannon. This scene also stunned many people. Then not only the emerald green floating cannons were controlled, but many floating cannons that lost their bodies and were not controlled by the driver's spirit suddenly came into motion. Even mass-produced Neo Gundam, Mk4, Blue, and other floating cannons, whether it is Gundam or Holy Machine, all floating cannons lost control within 100 kilometers in all directions of Freedom Gundam. These uncontrolled floating cannons completely attacked the Dion army's body. At this time, everyone on the scene saw it, including Tao Xiang, who found that Liberty Gundam exuded a white air current. This powerful spiritual power is no less than that of Long Fei and Fardis. Tao Xiang, who was the person involved, didn't know what was going on. This white spiritual energy was obviously emanating from her body, but it was not her power. At this moment, Tao Xiang sensed that the source of the white air flow emanating from her body was actually the little life in her stomach. I'm pregnant. Tao Xiang couldn't believe that she was pregnant. Tao Xiang reached out and touched her belly. Feeling the powerful spiritual power of the little life in her stomach, Tao Xiang couldn't believe that the spiritual power of the little life in her stomach was no less than that of her father. Moreover, Tao Xiang sensed that the little life in her stomach was exuding his power at the moment, and this power was getting stronger and stronger. At the scene, many people saw the white spiritual air current, and their hearts were very disturbed, because all new human beings sensed that the power of this white air current was no less than that of the blue and red spiritual air currents. Everyone at the scene, including those who watched the live broadcast, could not believe that there was another new human being in the Tianyi mercenary corps who possessed the mental power no less than that of Long Fei and Fadis. As a member of the Tianyi mercenary group, especially the head of Long Fei's direct unit, he had a question mark on his face. They knew that although Madame's mental power was strong, her overall ability was only A+ level. But they didn't reach the boss's S level. But Emu, who appeared in front of them, made them have to believe that the Madame's mental power had reached the same level as the boss. Julius and the others were also dumbfounded. They had completely miscalculated. They did not expect that the Tianyi mercenary corps had another new human being whose spiritual power was no less than that of His Majesty the Emperor. At this time, the white spiritual airflow emitted by Freedom Gundam. The original Freedom Gundam has no spiritual skeleton, and when Long Fei modified Freedom Gundam, there was no spiritual skeleton, only the Sekimus system, produced wave after wave. Once the white airflow vibrates, it emits a ripple. Where the ripples passed, those new human women who had given birth to children sensed this spiritual power. Who is the real source? Then other new human females, and finally new human males knew who the master of this white spiritual air current was. And with every burst of ripples, all the new humans felt a powerful wave in their hearts, and even felt that their hearts felt like they were being beaten with a hammer. Ma'am, she's pregnant. This thought flashed through the minds of all the new human members of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Everyone couldn't believe that the child in the wife's womb could exude a spiritual power no less than that of the boss. All the new humans in Dion's army felt an inexplicable sense of fear. How is it possible? This is just a fetus in the mother's womb, and it already exudes a spiritual power that is no less than His Majesty. If this makes him born, that's okay. Every new human in the Dion army has a turbulent fear in their hearts. Julius activated his spiritual energy at this moment. Although his purple spiritual energy was not as good as the white, blue, and red spiritual energy, it at least calmed the fearful hearts of the new humans in the Dion army. Julius uses his psionic currents to issue orders to all of Dion's new humans. The whole army, change the target, that woman must be killed, and the fetus in her stomach cannot be born. Once the fetus in her stomach is born, it will become a nightmare for our Dion kingdom. Kill this woman at any cost. To mother and son, Shenlong directly dropped Barbados Sirius and rushed to Liberty Gundam, followed by Barbados Sirius. The other Dion army mechas also rushed towards Freedom Gundam in the style of death squads. The Tianyi mercenary group resisted with all their strength. The beams and trajectories of the two sides intersected with each other, and even countless fireworks burst out. Those manticores, wingbirds, and armored monsters that suffered from the automatic control system suddenly attacked the salamanders, holy planes, and mobile fortresses when they were within 100 kilometers of freedom. Just like those floating cannons that were taken away from control, they attacked the Dion army's body. Let the corporals, winged birds, and armor monsters stay away from the target and don't enter the control range of the target. All the machines don't launch the floating cannon. To avoid being robbed of control, Julius immediately issued an order. Although Gilisazina saw the previous scene from a distance, she did not participate at the moment because she had to bring her father back to the mothership. Relying on the MS of the Tianyi mercenary group who were stopped and chased by the MS, such as Scorpion Tigers controlled by the automatic system, Gilisazina was not intercepted by the enemy. On the other side, Freedom Gundam was next to Neo Gundam. Tao Xiang felt the power of the little life in her belly at this moment, and she could even see the flow around her, including the signs of the future trajectory of these flows. I didn't do anything, but I communicated telepathically to tell the little life in my stomach which floating cannon was ours and which was the enemy's. All floating cannons of the Dion army are controlled by the white spiritual airflow until all energy is exhausted. Shenlong was stopped by the large mega-particle cannon on the back of Deep Attack, and Barbados Sirius directly fought with Shenlong. The other heads of the Royal Knights and other ace pilots of the Holy Machine not only have to dodge the enemy's attack, but also dodge the floating cannons controlled by the white spiritual airflow. Within the scope of the white spiritual air current, all the new humans of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps have an empty and peaceful heart that not only allows them to fight without fear, but even raises their morale. On the other hand, the new humans on Dion's side felt an inexplicable and oppressive feeling in their hearts, and even their mental and spatial senses became less sensitive than usual, but rather dull. Everyone knew that this was the situation caused by the white spiritual airflow. Julius could even feel the power of this white spiritual airflow, and his mental power was completely suppressed by this white spiritual airflow. Being within the range of the white spiritual airflow made him feel like he was tied up, and his purple spiritual airflow could not be released at all. It's terrible. I never expected this spiritual power to be superior to His Majesty. Julius felt terrified in his heart at the moment. Although Julius was terrified, he was even more determined to get rid of Tao Xiang. and to strangle the fetus in the cradle, even at the cost of sacrificing him. He Tianqing also watched the live broadcast. He also did not expect that the fetus in Long Fei's wife's womb would have such a powerful and terrifying spiritual power, and this spiritual power was even higher than that of his third brother. Shenlong managed to get rid of Barbados Sirius and rushed towards Liberty Gundam. Tao Xiang looked at the Holy Dragon rushing towards her in front of the screen, and the beam gun in Liberty Gundam's right hand aimed at the oncoming Holy Dragon. The moment Tao Xiang pressed the button, she saw Shenlong's next dodge, and Freedom Gundam immediately fired a second shot. The moment of the second shot also allowed Tao Xiang to see Shenlong's next move, and it was the next few moves. At the moment of firing the third shot, the plasma cluster beam cannon and the railgun fired in 3 directions at the same time. What? Julius couldn't believe it. Liberty Gundam directly blocked all his dodging tracks. Fortunately, with years of combat experience and intuition, Julius was relying on his mental sense of crisis and immediately used the shield to block the cyan light beam at the lower right corner of the body. Because this is the least damaging attack, the shield can block it. Then, Freedom Gundam fired continuously. No matter how the Holy Dragon dodges, it will definitely be attacked by Freedom Gundam. Tao Xiang knew that she could have such a victory because of the power of the child in her stomach, which allowed her to see the opponent's next move earlier and preemptively strike. Shenlong wanted to continue rushing towards Freedom Gundam, but every move was seen through by the opponent, and the opponent could even stop him earlier. What was even worse was that Barbados Sirius caught up with him again and became entangled with him. Tao Xiang watched the battle between Shenlong and Barbados Sirius, and could even see the trajectory of the next move. At the moment when Tao Xiang was about to attack, she saw the dodge trajectory of the target Holy Dragon. Tao Xiang immediately contacted Anton to inform him of his next move. When Anton received the notice, although he couldn't believe it, he immediately followed his wife's advice. Sure enough, the attack of Liberty Gundam and the direction of Shenlong's dodge were just as Tao Xiang said. Barbados Sirius caught up in an instant and directly slashed down with a sword. Damn it, that woman must have told that guy where I dodged. Julius felt very annoyed. Following Liberty Gundam's continuous attacks, Barbados Sirius, under Tao Xiang's instructions, could immediately catch up with the Holy Dragon's dodging direction, completely suppressing the Holy Dragon. To make matters worse for Shenlong, there are several special Gundams added, such as Impulse Gundam and Savior Gundam. In a 4-on-1 situation, Shenlong was almost crushed and had no power to fight back. To make matters worse, there are currently no other colleagues to help Shenlong, because they are all stopped at a distance of 50 kilometers. After Galistina sent her father back to the mothership and received notification from her subordinates of the situation on the front line, she immediately ordered the frontline fighters to prepare to evacuate, and they were about to launch supernuclear explosive missiles. All the warships of the Dion Army's decisive battle force fired signal flares. After seeing the signal flares, the other pilots of the Dion Army also started to fire signal flares one after another. At this time, the shield of Shenlong's right hand was knocked away by the sword and hammer of Barbados Sirius. Julius yells bad. Although Shenlong immediately drew out the saber on the left waist armor to resist the sword of Barbados Sirius, the beam gun of Pulse Gundam opened fire at Shenlong. When Tao Xiang was about to give the last blow to Shenlong, who was about to dodge, Blood Fong, who had lost his left arm, rushed over with more than a dozen Gorfiends with missing limbs. Freedom Gundam can only shift the target to attack Blood Fong. While dodging the attack, Blood Fong fired at the Barbados Sirius Gundam, trying to force it away. Blood Fong rushed to the Holy Dragon with all his strength, and at the moment when the Savior Gundam launched a plasma cannon to give the Holy Dragon a fatal blow, Blood Tooth knocked away the Holy Dragon, and his legs were swallowed by the plasma cannon. Rishman, what are you doing? My Lord Julius, Her Royal Highness is ready to launch a supernuclear missile. You should withdraw quickly. Leave this place to me and my subordinates. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's get rid of everyone together. I can't withdraw. A bunch of my subordinates and I rushed in with the determination to die. There are only a dozen or so of the more than 100 subordinates. Please withdraw as soon as possible. After we break up here, the Dion Empire can lose me. It doesn't even matter if you lose the entire Scarlet Shadow Royal Knights, but you must not lose your number 1 knight. Mr. Julius, His Majesty needs you. So go, or it will be too late. I see. Julius obeyed helplessly and hurriedly evacuated unwillingly. Barbados Sirius wanted to chase after the Holy Dragon, but Blood Fong vowed to stop it. More than a dozen Blood Demon Holy Machines also blocked the pursuit of Impulse Gundam and Savior Gundam. Tao Xiang whispered in her heart that it was a pity. If Julius could kill him, at least he could eliminate a powerful enemy for the Tianyi mercenary group. However, the Bloodfang Holy Machine is the landline of the leader of the Red Shadow Royal Knights. Killing this holy machine is also considered to get rid of a strong enemy. The teeth with missing hands and feet were quickly killed by Barbados Sirius. Anton yelled regretfully after seeing the Holy Dragon running away. The remaining Gorefiend Holy Machine was quickly wiped out by other Gundams. At this time, Tao Xiang felt the little life in her stomach telling her that a sense of crisis was coming. Tao Xiang frowned tightly, not knowing why the little life told her about the crisis. The mothership sent a message. It turned out that the battleship Fardis launched a supernuclear explosive missile, and the direction of the trajectory was heading in the direction of Neo Gundam and Liberty Gundam, and all the Dion army withdrew from the battlefield one after another. The Tianyi mercenary group also launched a stop-jamming missile, which was coming towards this side, demanding that all the airframes evacuate quickly. When Tao Xiang was about to take Neo Gauda to leave, the little life in her stomach told her not to withdraw and asked her to touch Neo Gauda. Although Tao Xiang didn't understand what the child in her stomach wanted to do, she obeyed the child's wishes. The MS of the Tianyi mercenary group and the mobile fortress also quickly withdrew. Anton immediately communicated to Tao Xiang. "Ma'am, what are you doing? Hurry up and get out. You let the others leave first. I have something to do." Anton was very puzzled. Watching the screen, Liberty Gundam met Neo Gundam, but didn't move at all. Suddenly, Neo Gundam's eye lights flickered a few times and then turned on. Jojo thought the boss had woken up. In fact, Tao Xiang knows that Neo Gundam's movement is not her husband's. The little life in her stomach controls Neo Gundam. At this time, Neo Gundam exudes a strong white spiritual air current, and the entire spiritual frame of Neo Gundam is glowing with white light. The white spiritual airflow became thicker and thicker, and Neo Gundam's right hand began to clench into a fist, and then made a swaying motion in the direction of the supernuclear explosive missile. A strong white spiritual wave swept away. This wave of white spirit made everyone in the Tianyi mercenary group feel stronger than ever. Everyone knew that this wave of white spirit was not the power of the boss, but the power of the child in the wife's belly. Wherever the mental wave passed, it seemed to slow down time. When the mental blast swept over the supernuclear explosive missile, the speed of the missile slowed down to only 1/10 of the original speed. Then, Tao Xiang ordered everyone to evacuate immediately. Freedom Gundam grabbed Neo Gundam's right arm and left the scene quickly. The white airflow emitted by Freedom Gundam also disappeared at this moment. At this moment, Tao Xiang found that the child in her stomach seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The neutron jamming missile roared past not far from Freedom Gundam and Neo Gundam. The neutron interference missile explodes immediately after being within the range of effect of the supernuclear explosive missile. When the ripples of the explosion hit the supernuclear explosive missile, it will be detonated directly. Below is only the power of ordinary tactical nuclear missiles when they explode in space. Gillisazina sat on the main seat instead of her father and watched the supernuclear missiles be sealed away by the neutron interference missiles after being affected by the mental blast. Gullistina punched the master control table, very annoyed. At the same time, Gullistina also knew that they had lost this battle, and they lost so much that they had no chance of coming back. At this moment, a general asked Gullistina whether to continue fighting or retreat next. Gullisazina originally wanted to give an order to retreat, but she thought that this matter was too serious, so she couldn't directly give the order to retreat, and asked all the generals whether they wanted to retreat or continue to fight. "Many generals are you? Look at me. I look at you." None of the generals dared to speak. Gullistina felt very angry. She slapped her palm on the table and shouted loudly, "Speak up. Why don't you speak? Aren't you usually very good at speaking? Why don't you speak at critical moments?" Every general on the scene bowed their heads. Gullistina took a deep breath to calm herself down. Her father was unconscious at the moment, and the medical equipment showed that her father's life was not in danger. However, Gully Sazina knew that her father would not wake up in a short time at this time. Then the door opened, and Julius walked in. All the generals looked at Julius. Julius knew that the backbone was unconscious at the moment, and the burden had fallen on his shoulders. Gulisina looked at Julius. Julius gave instructions. Your Highness, my suggestion is to withdraw the entire army to the Martian Circle to preserve its strength. Okay, I accept the suggestion of the number 1 knight and withdraw the entire army to the Martian Circle. On the other side, Neo Gundam returned to the Reborn and changed to the Ms. Mothership. Goldman and his team broadcast live from the hangar console. Just after Neo Gundam's cockpit was artificially opened, and when Long Fei, who was unconscious, was dragged out and placed on the ambulance bed, the camera was seized by other staff and ordered not to shoot. No matter how Gao Wide and the team protested, it was ineffective, and all of them were even controlled by Tianyi mercenaries, and they were directly forced to take to the lounge and ordered not to come out temporarily. The viewers watching Gao Wide's live broadcast were a little disappointed and didn't know what was going to happen next. But at this moment, everyone knew that Long Fei was unconscious and was undergoing first aid. At this moment, the leaders of various countries already know Long Fei's current state, and at the same time, they also deduced that Fardis of the Dion Empire is also in a coma like Long Fei. Both the Dion army and the Tianyi mercenary corps suffered losses in the battle. So far, the loss of the former is greater than that of the latter. The leaders of many major countries are discussing which side to attack. Long Fei was sent to the emergency room for emergency treatment. The medical staff conducted a full-body examination for Long Fei, using the most advanced medical equipment. What puzzled the medical staff was that Long Fei had no life crisis at all, and his breath of life was normal. But people are unconscious, even in a state of suspended animation. Outside the emergency room, Tao Xiang, the heads of the troops directly under the 8th National Congress, and the generals were waiting for news. Suddenly, Tao Xiang felt dizzy and even a little unstable. Li Xiuqing on the left immediately supported Tao Xiang. La Meyer, who was on Tao Xiang's right, also supported Tao Xiang and said, "Ma'am, you have been standing here for more than an hour, and your body is already very tired. You should take a good rest, and you are pregnant. No matter how you say it, if you don't care about yourself, you have to care about the child in your womb." Tao Xiang looked down at her stomach, and then looked up at the door of the emergency room in front of her. "I see. As soon as there is news, let me know as soon as possible." "Understood, ma'am," Rammer said to the 2 female mercenaries who were in charge of medical treatment not far away. "You guys help the lady back to the ladies' room and take care of the lady. Don't let the lady move the fetus." "Yes." 2 female medical mercenaries immediately supported Tao Xiang and took Tao Xiang back to the room. At this moment, Long Fei's spirit, will, and soul are all in the red airflow space. Long Fei knows that he has fallen into this spiritual space, but Long Fei doesn't know how to get out of this spiritual space. And my whole body is floating in this spiritual space, because this spiritual space has neither land nor ocean. It is just a gravity-free spiritual space. This is the spiritual power of Fadis. My mental power is currently unable to break through this spiritual space. It seems that I have to close my eyes and meditate for a while. After speaking, Long Fei sat up cross-legged and closed his eyes. Tao Xiang woke up after sleeping for some time and looked at the whole room with sleepy eyes. There was no one around. When Tao Xiang got up, she suddenly felt a cramping pain in her stomach, and an ominous premonition flashed in her heart. Immediately pulled the quilt away and saw blood dripping from his crotch. Tao Xiang immediately touched her stomach. My child. My child." Tao Xiang found that the life in her stomach had disappeared. "Child. My child. Child." Tao Xiang woke up from the bed with a start, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. "Ma'am, are you all right?" A medical staff nearby immediately asked Tao Xiang concerned. Tao Xiang immediately touched her stomach. The little life in her stomach was still there. Tao Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out her hand to pat her chest. The medical staff next to him continued to ask, "Ma'am, what's wrong with you?" Tao Xiang shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine. I just had a nightmare." Tao Xiang then asked the medical staff, "How long have I been asleep?" "Ma'am, You've been asleep for 12 hours. Tao Xiang didn't expect that she slept for so long. Where's my husband? Is he awake? The boss is not life-threatening at the moment, but he is still in a coma. He left the emergency treatment room 8 hours ago and is currently in the ward. Tao Xiang was silent. She lowered her head and touched her stomach, trying to use her mental power to sense the little life in her stomach. It's just that when my mental power is checking the little life in my stomach, my mental power is directly discharged. The little life in his stomach seemed to be protesting to his mother not to disturb his rest. You little villain. Tao Xiang scolded with a smile, still stroking her belly lovingly. The medical staff next to her watched the lady talking to herself and touching her belly, knowing that she was talking to the little life in her stomach. Then there was a knock on the door. Come in. A female mercenary wearing a full-body Spartan Type 2 uniform came to Tao Xiang and turned to look at the medical staff. The medical staff immediately left the room. The female mercenary reported some things in Tao Xiang's ear. Okay, I see. You wait for me outside. I'll freshen up and tidy up first. Tao Xiang freshened up, changed into a Tianyi mercenary uniform, touched her belly, and said to herself, Little baby in my belly. Dad is unconscious now. Mom has to help Dad with a lot of things. Thinking of the previous nightmare, Tao Xiang was afraid for a while, and felt that if she had time, she must rest well so as not to hurt the fetus in her stomach, which was her and Long Fei's second child. Li Jiaming, the commander-in-chief of the command room, is having a meeting with Shrek, AICC, and many generals. Commanders of many sub-bases have network communications, and the heads of the 8 directly subordinate troops of Long Fei are also having a meeting with the generals. Everyone at the scene was standing in the meeting, and the heads of the 8 major troops were standing by the wall. Many generals at the scene were discussing the next countermeasures. Li Xiuqing asked Salamanda, who was leaning against the wall, Salamanda, what do you think we should do next? Should we pursue the victory or retreat? I have the same opinion as General Shrek, General AICC, and the commander-in-chief, that is, to withdraw. We won this battle, but we did not win a big victory, but a small victory, and the current status of the boss has passed all over the world. The major countries in the world are now eyeing our Tianyi mercenary group. If there is any war between us, once we are damaged, maybe they will stab us in the back. But at present, half of the generals believe that we should pursue the victory. Marissa snorted coldly and said, Humph, they were dazzled by the victory, and they don't know what it means to accept it as soon as it's good. Matthias said, although Dion's army was defeated, they made a decisive decision and withdrew to the Mars Circle to preserve their strength. If we go, we will definitely be met with their fierce counterattack. Rammer said, the boss is currently in a coma. It is estimated that Fades is in the same situation. The international countries are paying attention to us and the Dion Empire. If one of our 2 parties is worse, I think the leaders of the major countries say maybe just attack the worst party. Town said, it is most appropriate to preserve strength now. Pan Jinhua sighed and said, well, some people just got carried away by the victory, thinking that Dion's army is the army of other countries that we have dealt with before. If it is other countries, I will raise my hands and feet to support them. Anton said, the boss is unconscious now, and there are some ghosts and snakes inside who want to take advantage of their own interests and rights, without taking into account the entire interests of the Tianyi mercenary group. Salamanda said, now let's see what Madam will do. The boss has already said that if anything happens to him, all the power will be handed over to Madam. Many generals are arguing whether to take advantage of the victory to pursue or withdraw, and they have already been divided into 2 factions, arguing and arguing almost as if they are about to fight. Suddenly, the door of the command room opened, and all the generals fell silent, turning their heads to look at the door of the command room. The female rabbit came to the scene and took a folding chair in her hand, just nodded to all the generals on the scene, and stood by the corner by herself. Everyone at the scene knew that the Black Rabbit Army was one of the troops directly under the boss's dark side. All the generals on the scene then continued to argue. About an hour later, Tao Xiang was still late. Hi, ma'am. Everyone present saluted Tao Xiang. The female rabbit immediately came to Tao Xiang's side, opened the folding chair, and let Tao Xiang sit down. Lieutenant General Quincy, commander of the 11th Branch Base, immediately advised Tao Xiang that they should pursue the victory, because Dion's army had already been defeated, and their Tianyi mercenary group still had weapons to restrain them. If you can catch them all in one go, maybe you can even take down the Martian Circle. Tao Xiang listened quietly, and after Lieutenant General Quincy finished speaking, Tao Xiang asked, "The faction that wants to take advantage of the victory and pursue it has already expressed its opinion, and the generals who think it should be withdrawn, please share your opinion." Lieutenant General AICC explained the reason for the withdrawal. If they pursue the victory now, the retreating enemy troops will definitely counterattack violently. If it is a tragic victory, those international countries will definitely take advantage of this time to stab the Tianyi mercenary group in the back. The risk is too great. Withdrawing is the most appropriate and the best way to preserve strength. What they need to be most wary of now are those international countries. The Tianyi mercenary group can't have any losses at this moment. Tao Xiang listened to the statements and opinions of the two factions. Both factions had their own reasons. Tao Xiang personally agrees with AICC's point of view. The Tianyi mercenary group must remain stable at this moment, and the Tianyi mercenary group must not cause any damage and must not hurt her husband's effort. Tao Xiang looked at Salamanda and waved to Salamanda. Salamanda walked to Madam's side. "What is Madam's order?" "Salamanda, tell me your opinion. Should we take advantage of the victory and pursue it, or withdraw?" "The subordinate thinks that we should withdraw, and we still have a way to borrow a knife to kill someone." All the generals on the scene looked at Salamanda. Salamanda began to speak of her plot. "Everyone, let's open the colony in District 4 of the Colonial Circle first." Salamander pointed to the current state of the United Anglo-Sadian Republic. "Our Annihilation Army and the Dion Army Annihilation Army are fighting from time to time. The Annihilation Army is led by the third Prince Alexander. Now that the battle on our side is over, it is estimated that the Annihilation Army has also received the news. Alexander Dre must be very nervous and wants to go back. No, his uncle Marnius is probably even more nervous than him. Fades is probably as unconscious as our boss. According to the information we have, Fades is in a coma. This attitude towards the remaining two sons has changed a lot in the past few years. Fardis has paid more and more attention to the second Prince Yelisod, because there are many talents around him. Coupled with great talents, he is also extremely talented in governing the country. Fardis has paved the way for his second child in recent years, and even started to clear some aristocratic forces, so as to reduce obstacles for his second child's succession to the throne. When Salamanda said this, many generals had already guessed what Salamanda meant. However, the aristocratic power has always been intertwined in the Dion Empire. Although the second prince is surrounded by many talents, although there are also some talents who come from noble backgrounds, many of these noble talents are from the middle and lower nobles. And his matriarchal faction is only a middle-level noble. More importantly, more talents come from the grassroots. If the second prince becomes the next generation of emperor, he will definitely promote his talents, which will affect the nobles' rights and interests. These are the results that the big nobles do not want to see, which is why Yelisod won a lot of credit in the United War in the Mars Circle and was suppressed by those high-ranking nobles. When it came time to suppress, many of the talents in his hands still entered the military and other important positions. It is estimated that Fardis had already seen the strength of the second child at that time, but he could not show that he attached importance to the second child, lest the second child be further suppressed, so he had already promoted the second child around that time. He is ready to pave the way for the second child. Although Fardis has eliminated many nobles for the second child in the past few years, especially the nobles of his dead eldest son's mother, they have basically been uprooted by Fardis. Salamanda looked around at everyone at this point, and then said, "Although the nobles of the eldest prince's mother have been eliminated, as I said, there are more than one family of nobles in the Dion Empire, and there are many factions. The intertwining is very complex." Lieutenant General Shrek raised his hand to stop and said, "Colonel Salamanda, you mean that if Fades is really unconscious now, the Dion kingdom will be controlled by his second son Yelisod? That will cause dissatisfaction among those big nobles, which will lead to conflicts between the Yelisod faction and the big noble faction. Fades should have backhands. These backhands must be reserved for his second son. At least Yelisod can suppress these nobles, but as long as we annihilate the Anglo-Samas, let it go, and Alexander, who is supported by the big noble faction, will definitely have conflicts with his second brother, which will cause civil strife in the Dion Empire, thus weakening the power of the Dion Empire. Salamanda nodded and said, General Shrek is absolutely right. The Annihilator army is still composed of many elite troops from the Dion Empire, and, moreover, many of these elite troops are still controlled by members of the great noble families. Of course, it still belongs to the country's troops in name, but in fact it has been more or less controlled by these nobles. According to the information currently available, the retreating Dion army decisive battle troops will definitely obey the orders left by Fardis and follow the command of Elisod. And the Annihilation army will support Alexander. Tao Xiang asked. Alexander will get the support of those big nobles, not because of his matriarchal relationship, but because he is easier to control. Once he becomes the next emperor, these big nobles can take his place. Does the imperial power do whatever it wants? Yes, ma'am. This is one of the reasons why Fardis is preparing to pass the throne to Elisod. Moreover, if Elisod really becomes the next emperor, he will definitely carry out a series of drastic reforms in the country. The first ones to be attacked by him must be those big nobles, especially those big nobles who have become moths and vampires of the Dion Empire. They are his first targets to be cut down. According to the original Dion army who joined us, these few the nobles who got rid of some corrupt interests in 2010 came from Yelisod. Li Jiaming said at this time, Colonel Salamanda, what you mean is to release the Annihilation Army in the United States of Angris Sodomocracy, and the sooner the better, and the longer the delay, then let ye in the Martian Circle. Lisod also has more time to deal with those big nobles. That's right, Commander-in-Chief. The sooner the Annihilation Army returns to the Martian Circle, Yelisod will not be able to get rid of more corrupt nobles, and those corrupt nobles can also use the Annihilation Army to counter the decisive forces and the Fadis left behind. Yelisod's troops, those big nobles who don't like Yelisod, will even provoke him from time to time, and will cause a civil war between the two factions at any time. AICC said, Colonel Salamander has a very high opinion of Yelisod. During the unification war in the Martian sphere, I suffered from Yelisod several times. Salamanda generously admitted that he had fallen into the hands of Yelisod. Salamanda said, once Yelisod is allowed to take control of the power, as long as he is given 10 years, the Dion Empire will recover, so the sooner the Annihilator let them go, the better. AICC half-jokingly said, Colonel Salamanda, you are no longer borrowing a knife to kill people. You are already giving someone a machine gun, and you are giving 2 machine guns to 2 people, so that they can kill each other. The scheme is poisonous enough. If they are brothers and sisters, my strategy is useless, because the 2 brothers are at odds and don't like each other, so my strategy can be used. Even if Elisod sees through this strategy, his stupid brother will surely, I won't find out. Even if the shrewd Uncle Marnius next to him knows my plan. Even if he wants to let go of his prejudice with Elisod for the first time. Most of the corrupt nobles can't let go of them. The interests of the present are at gunpoint with Yelisod. At this time, a general asked, does the Annihilation Army really want to put them back into the Dion army immediately? Sharamanda shook his head and said, don't let the Annihilation Army go at first, because if you do this, Yelisod will not attack those big nobles immediately. He may discuss with the big nobles, let go of each other's prejudices. The guns are developing both externally and internally in an attempt to restore the country's vitality. Everyone understood what Salamanda meant, to trap the Annihilation Army for a period of time and launch some attacks on the Annihilation Army to wear it down, so that Yelisod had a chance to attack those nobles. Salamanda's so-called killing with a borrowed knife should mean pushing the disaster to the Dion Empire, thereby weakening the Dion Empire's national strength. The generals who originally proposed to chase after the victory, after listening to Solomon's strategy, can consume the strength of the target without a single soldier. When the time comes again and the target has been weakened by the battle, the damage of our army will definitely be reduced a lot. Even Lieutenant General Quincy, who represented the pursuit of victory, did not have any objections to this. Therefore, Tao Xiang gave the instruction to withdraw. Every general also started their work, and the troops at the third location began to withdraw one after another. Only a few troops were left to clean up the battlefield and conduct search and rescue. Gao Wide and his team were also released at this time, and the live broadcast was resumed. Various war reporters conducted live broadcasts and reported that the Tianyi mercenary group did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the victory. This made many war reporters who reported the report puzzled. Given the current situation of the killing troops to pursue the decisive battle troops and then give them a heavy blow, basically no problem at all. There are also some war reporters who believe that the Tianyi mercenary group is preserving their strength. The leaders of the major countries are also staring at the Tianyi mercenary group at this moment. The current real situation, long phase coma. Don't let these leaders make countless assumptions. Imagine whether long phase coma would cause civil strife or fragmentation in the entire Tianyi group, especially the Tianyi mercenary group. The leaders of the major powers can only observe temporarily. Tao Xiang originally wanted to visit her husband in the ward, but she learned that there was a lot of work waiting for her to deal with, so she had no choice but to go to her husband's office to deal with a lot of work. Tao Xiang looked at a bunch of incoming documents from the presidents of various subsidiaries. Tao Xiang felt that one head was bigger than two, and she finally felt the weight of her man's burden and responsibility. Tao Xiang also received a message from her elder sister Selenum Nigrum, asking about Long Fei's current situation. In order not to worry the eldest sister, the avatar can only say that Long Fei is fine at the moment. He is just in a coma and will wake up in a few days. At this time, the female rabbit walked into the office and handed the file information to Tao Xiang. Tao Xiang looked at the document and frowned. Did these guys see that the man in my family is unconscious and think there is a chance to fish in troubled waters? Ma'am, what are we going to do with these people? Those who affect the company will be dealt with. Yes, ma'am. Then, there were documents and information from Long Fei's other troops directly under the dark side. Tao Xiang could only rub her temples to cheer herself up and continue processing the documents. On May 26, 125, the first year of the universe, many Tianyi mercenary fleets that evacuated from the third location returned to their respective bases after undergoing repairs at the 12th subbase. Moreover, many subbases of the Tianyi mercenary corps are conducting exercises. This temporarily dissuades the leaders of the major powers who are eyeing the Tianyi mercenary group. There is still fighting between the Annihilation Army and the Annihilation Army in the United States of Anglo-Saxon Democratic Republic. At present, the Annihilation Army is under suppression at this moment. Although the news of the decisive battle troops retreating after the defeat was covered up by the upper echelons of the Annihilation Army, some members below still received the news. The news was spread from one to another, and it affected the morale of the entire Annihilation Army. Alexander was discussing with his uncle whether to break out of the United Anglo-Saxon People's Republic. Manius said, "Our primary goal now is to kill the United States of Anglo-Saxon and return to the Martian Circle. I am very worried that your second brother will attack your grandfather and our other nobles at this time." Alexander nodded and agreed with his uncle. He was also worried in his heart that the Annihilator Army was also delaying their exit from the Anglo-Saxon Commonwealth. Grandpa and the nobles who supported him would definitely be cleaned up by the second brother. When the time comes, the Annihilation Army led by him will return to the Martian Circle, which will not help the matter, and the second brother has already mastered everything by then. In the past few years, the father has paid more attention to the second brother than him, which has long made him feel a great sense of crisis. He doesn't understand why the father turns so good to the second brother, who is usually not popular. Manius saw very early on that His Majesty the Emperor attached great importance to Yelisad, but he did not show that he attached importance to this second son. Fardus would never pass on the throne to Alexander just because he loved him so much. In terms of choosing an heir, Fardus is more sensible than anyone else. If it were him, he would also choose Yelisad, who is a man of great talent and great ability to govern the country, as his successor. At this time, the latest update information came, and Marnius looked at the comprehensive battlefield map information. Marnius began to mobilize on the battlefield. At present, the Annihilation Army must be killed out of the United States of Angrusa Democrats. At this moment, the Angrusa Army also began to actively fight against the Annihilation Army. In addition to being related to the Annihilation Army, the decisive battle troops retreated after being defeated. Coupled with the fact that the Angrusa Army received military assistance from the United Army, the morale of the Angrusa Army has improved a lot. On the other side, Shan Wenwu received instructions from his superiors and began a series of deployments. Shan Wenwu didn't understand that his superior wanted to let the Annihilation Army go, but he had to stop it for several days, and then asked him to deliberately make some loopholes to let the Annihilation Army go out of the United States of America. Shan Wenwu didn't understand what the superior's plan was, to let people go, but not to let them go directly, but to make people leave after suffering some injuries. Forget it, there's their game and structure on it, so I just have to do the task right now. Shan Wenwu is a general who can fight and mobilize and command the battle situation. He also has a good reputation in military grand strategy. But Shan Wenwu is a fool who doesn't know anything when he is engaged in games like political calculations. Gao Wide and his team were dismissed by the Tianyi Mercenary Corps at the 12th subbase, and Gao Wide and his team were arranged to leave the subbase. Everyone, during the period when they were evacuated from the 3rd location and returned to the 12th branch base, the Tianyi Mercenary Group obviously won the battle, but there was no trace of joy, but with a heavy heart. This may be their director Long Fei. He's still in a coma for now. At present, according to my speculation and some investigations, the current operation of Tianyi Group is temporarily handed over to the chairman's wife, Tao Xiang. Unfortunately, we are unable to interview the chairman's wife, Tao Xiang. As you can see, we have now returned to our company's airship and are preparing to leave the 12th base and return to the company headquarters. There are countless warships surrounding the mothership of Reborn Kai MS, and the fleets of the 8 directly subordinate troops are also among them, and they are returning to the mother base. Goldman's cameraman zooms in on the mother base troops in the distance. The leaders of major countries in the world sent condolences to Tianyi Group and asked about Long Fei's situation. Tianyi Group's response was just to express its gratitude to the leaders of the major countries for their concern. Regarding Long Fei's current state, Tianyi Group remained silent, saying that this was the chairman's privacy, and it was inconvenient for them to inform them. The leaders of various countries are also discussing at this moment, if Long Fei dies, then whether there are more and more advanced technologies developed and researched by Long Fei, which are currently left on the design drawings. So, will these things be passed directly to his wife Tao Xiang? Tao Xiang is Long Fei's legal wife, so Tao Xiang is the most likely or the only one who will be the next chairman of Tianyi Group. Then, if Long Fei really left those more advanced design drawings to his wife, how many years will Tianyi Group continue to be strong and advanced? There are also leaders of many major countries who are also considering arranging spies to sneak into Tianyi Group and steal Long Fei's advanced design blueprints. Moreover, the leaders of the major countries are not only calculating Tianyi Group, but also calculating Dian Empire, if Fardis and Long Fei are unconscious or dead. In the Circle of Mars, the second Prince Elishad will monopolize the power, and the third Prince Alexander, who is still torn to death in the territory of the United States of Angris Sodomocracy, will be very anxious. If the Annihilator is returned to the Martian Circle, Alexander will rush to lead the Annihilation Army to compete with his second brother for power, and even for the next throne, the two brothers will definitely kill each other. If the two brothers really fought, it would definitely cause civil strife in the Dian Empire, which would greatly reduce the entire national power. Then, the leaders of the major powers felt that there was an opportunity to order the coalition army to attack the severely weakened Dian Empire and seize advanced technology. The leaders of the major powers feel that it is more likely to cause civil strife in the Dian Empire than to steal the advanced technology of the Tianyi Group. The leaders of the major powers began to order the military, and the coalition forces should not act so aggressively. When the generals of different countries in the United Army received instructions from the national leadership, these generals, including those staff officers, had already understood the meaning of their superiors. The Angrusa army is very happy to follow the instructions of their superiors. As long as they can't take back the lost ground with one soldier, why not do it? Marnius has also noticed the actions of these Tianyi mercenary group and the United Army in the past few days, and knows what kind of tricks they are playing. Marnius knew that these guys just wanted to see the civil turmoil in the Dion Empire for the benefit of the fishermen. He knew that this was a pothole, but he had to jump into it, because he was worried that Yelisod had started to attack. Although the Annihilation Army could still receive news from the Mars Circle as usual, they could no longer receive those important internal news. It is possible that Yelisod has made a move, and Manius is worried whether the family has been taken by Yelisod. On June 5, 125, the first year of the universe, Long Fei and his party returned to the mother base. Tao Xiang didn't leave the office very often for a while, and even ate and slept in the office. Because the mountain of work made Tao Xiang unable to leave at all, Tao Xiang sighed very much. What kind of Superman her husband is, who still has time to research and develop those advanced technologies when dealing with so many tasks. Of course, Tao Xiang was dealing with these tasks, and she didn't have time to visit her unconscious husband lying in the hospital bed, and the little life in her stomach didn't have any troubles, sleeping peacefully in her mother's stomach. Tao Xiang woke up on the sofa and looked at the alarm clock. She didn't sleep for 6 hours. The lack of sleep also caused her to have a pair of dark circles under her eyes. At this time, there was a sound on the desk. It turned out that the subordinate had announced that he had arrived at the mother base. Tao Xiang could only cheer herself up, stretched out her hand to touch her slightly protruding belly, and hurriedly cleaned herself up and put on a new dress. The two sisters Long Gua and Long Fu waited for their father and mother through Qiushui, and Long Xian stood behind the two nieces. Tao Xiang appeared in front of the two sisters and said, "Mom." The two sisters ran to their longing mother with tears in their eyes. When Tao Xiang saw the two daughters whom she had not seen for a long time, she couldn't help crying and hugged the two daughters tightly. Long Xian saw his sister-in-law's haggard face and understood that his sister-in-law was under great pressure during this time. Mom, where's Dad?" The two sisters wanted to see Dad very urgently. "Dad is sick and resting. Don't disturb Dad for now." Tao Xiang could only lie helplessly to her two daughters. The two sisters looked disappointed. "Mom will take you to see Dad later, but don't disturb Dad's rest, you know?" "Yeah, got it." At this time, the two sisters seemed to have discovered the little life in their mother's stomach and asked their mother in unison, "Mom, is that a younger brother or a younger sister?" Tao Xiang didn't expect the two sisters to find out that she was pregnant, and Long Xian didn't expect his sister-in-law to be pregnant. Long Xian immediately informed the elder sister, third younger sister, and aunt of the news. "Mom doesn't know, but you two are going to be sisters. Are you happy?" "Well, happy." X2. Long Xian said to the two sisters, "Guogua, Fufu, have you forgotten what you promised the second aunt?" "Oh." The two sisters have thought that there was still homework to do, and their mood fell to the bottom. Long Xian said with a smile, "Okay, finish your homework. Then Auntie and Mom will take you to see Dad." Then, two nannies took the two sisters away. Looking at his sister-in-law's slightly protruding belly, Long Xian quickly supported his sister-in-law and asked, "How many months has it been?" "It should be 4 months. You really are, knowing that you are pregnant. Why are you still on the battlefield? And Long Fei is the same. Why don't you care about the safety of your mother and child?" Long Xian said a little angrily. Maybe even Long Fei wanted to give his brother a big mouth at the scene. "Second sister, don't blame Fei. Actually, I didn't know I was pregnant. If it wasn't for the time when my life was endangered during the battle, the little baby in my stomach wouldn't suddenly show its strength to protect me and Fei." "Show strength?" Long Xian was a little confused and asked, "Please explain this clearly. What is going on?" Tao Xiang briefly explained the ins and outs. "You mean, you are driving the Gundam showing the white airflow, but the power of this white airflow is not yours, but the power of the child in your stomach." Long Xian looked in disbelief. "You may not believe what second sister said, but I must say that the baby in my stomach is stronger than Dad." Long Xian's entire expression was stunned, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Then, Long Xian asked another question she wanted to know. "Does anyone else know about your pregnancy?" During that battle, all new humans knew about it. Long Xian didn't know what to say. She was an ordinary human being and didn't know the abilities of new human beings at all. Then Long Fei is still in a coma? Still unconscious. Then I will hand over all the work that he usually needs to handle to you. You should try to hand over some work to other people while you are pregnant. I will try my best to help you. Thank you, second sister. At this moment, Long Fei has been transferred to the exclusive ward of the mother base. On the other side, Solanum Nigrum, Long Wan, Long Huiwan, and Yang Ruashi are all in contact with Tao Xiang, and they are all concerned about Tao Xiang's current situation. Solanum Nigrum said, Tao Xiang, you are pregnant now. Don't mess with your fetal gas too much. Longwan will help you in the past and lighten some of your burden. Well, okay, thank you, big sister. Long Fei is still unconscious. The medical report shows that Fei is not in danger of life, but has been in a coma. Perhaps this is because he and Fardis were in a mental shock and fell into a coma during the mental power battle. Others listened to what Tao Xiang said. If there were no new humans in this world, this human evolutionary species, the so-called spiritual impact, would be like a fantasy movie, making people listen to it and watch it. Everyone can only know it and not know why. Longwen asked, was Guogua and Fufu also as powerful when they were born? No, but they all reached an A overall. It's just that the combined strength of the two sisters is not half that of the little baby in my belly. That battle actually aroused the fear of the new humans in the Dian army. Longwen then asked, the level in your stomach must not have reached S. Tao Xiang shook her head. Fei is an S grade. I guess the baby in my stomach is at least an S+ grade. Everyone was very surprised that the new human who was still in the mother's womb was actually stronger than his father. Several women then discussed some things afterwards. Longwen was arranged by her elder sister to go to the mother base of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to help Tao Xiang. After Long Gua and Long Fu finished their homework, led by my mother and my second aunt, I went to my father's exclusive ward. Long Fei closed his eyes and fell asleep. The two sisters, Long Gua and Long Fu, grabbed their father's hand and called for him, hoping to wake him up. Mom, Dad seems to be caught by something, the two sisters said in unison. Long Xian frowned and said nothing. Tao Xiang knew that her husband seemed to be trapped by Fadis's mental power, but Tao Xiang and others didn't know how to relieve Long Fei. Tao Xiang held out her husband's right hand with both hands and said, Fei, I, my second sister, and Guaguofu have all come to see you, and the baby in my belly has also come to see you. Then, Tao Xiang grabbed her husband's right hand and put it on her stomach so that he could feel the baby in her stomach. Suddenly, Tao Xiang felt her husband's right finger jump a few times. Long Xian saw his younger brother's eyebrows twitching a few times and said, Long Fei's brows twitched. Tao Xiang also saw her husband's brows twitch a few times, and even felt that the spiritual power of the little baby in her stomach seemed to be pulling her husband. Long Fei's spiritual soul has always been in the spiritual space of the red air thread. No matter how Long Fei's blue spiritual power disperses the red air thread will immediately surround him. Even if Long Fei moved quickly, the red air thread surrounded Long Fei like a ghost haunting him. Fadis's spiritual energy thread is really powerful. No matter how my mental strength dispels these red air threads or wants to break through this spiritual space, this red air thread will surround me. Looking left and right, Long Fei was surrounded by red spiritual threads. In the beginning, Long Fei had a bold attempt to absorb these red spiritual threads. But when trying to absorb it, my own spiritual airflow and these red spiritual air strands had a great repulsion, and I couldn't absorb it at all. Long Fei tried a few times, but couldn't do anything. The two kinds of spiritual power just kept repelling him. This made Long Fei feel frustrated for a while, and even tried to see if his spiritual energy could purify the red spiritual energy thread. The result is that it doesn't work. Long Fei then continued to sit cross-legged, thinking of a new way out. Just as Long Fei was still thinking, suddenly a white ball of light, the size of an adult's fist, appeared in this spiritual space of red air. Long Fei also saw this white light ball. Although he didn't understand how this white light ball ran into this spiritual space, but Long Fei looked at the white light ball with a sense of intimacy. The white light ball circled around Long Fei a few more times and stopped in front of Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the white light ball for a few seconds, then stretched out his right hand to touch the white light ball. Long Fei suddenly felt his mental power resonate with the white light ball, and the white air flow emitted by the white light ball merged into his spiritual air flow. Long Fei suddenly sensed that his mental strength had increased a lot, and the blue spiritual energy became stronger and stronger. Could it be that you? Long Fei was very surprised, even a little suspicious. After the volume of the white light ball gradually reduced to the size of a baby's fist, the white light ball suddenly exploded, and the violent white spiritual torrent spread to the entire surrounding area, directly dispelling the red spiritual energy strands. The whole mental space cracked like glass, and Long Fei immediately released his more powerful spiritual air. Under the impact of Long Fei's spiritual airflow, the spiritual space like a glass crack turned into dust. At this moment, Long Fei felt an indescribable smoothness in his body, mind, spirit, and soul. Then, there was a force pulling him away. Long Fei didn't panic at all, because Long Fei sensed that this force was actually his power. Tao Xiang watched her husband's eyebrows twitch a few times, and Tao Xiang walked up to her husband very nervously, touching her husband's cheeks with both hands. Fly, husband. Long Guo and Long Fu also noticed the strangeness of their father, and hurriedly climbed onto their father's bed. Long Xian walked forward and looked at his younger brother. Long Fei slowly opened his eyes, and saw his wife looking at him worriedly and nervously with tears in her eyes, and his two daughters were also looking at him. Fei. Tao Xiang called her husband's name, hugged her husband with both hands, and cried. Tao Xiang didn't expect that the little baby in her belly not only relieved her father's sleepiness, but also woke him up. Father. The two Longhua sisters also hugged their father. Long Xian didn't expect his younger brother to wake up like this, but Tao Xiang put his hand on his stomach and woke him up. Long Fei reached out and patted his wife on the back. Don't cry. I'm fine. I just woke up. Then he reached out to wipe the tears on his wife's face. Seeing his haggard face, Long Fei felt a little distressed and guilty. Long Fei turned his head and looked at the two daughters who were hugging him. Guogua, Fufu, Dad has woken up. The twins rubbed against their father's chest and acted like a baby to their father. Then, Long Fei stretched out his hand to touch his wife's stomach and asked, How many months has it been? It should be 4 months. If it weren't for the child in your womb, I might not be able to escape Fardis's mental space. I didn't expect him to be more powerful than me when he was still in the womb. And if it wasn't for him, maybe I would have died in that battle. Tao Xiang told her husband what happened at that time. After Tao Xiang finished speaking, the Longhua sisters said in unison, Father seems to have become more powerful. Tao Xiang also noticed at this time that her husband's mental strength became stronger after waking up, and he even felt stronger than the little baby in his belly. The child in your stomach, when helping me, integrated his power into my spiritual airflow, which enhanced my spiritual power and brought me to a higher level. Tao Xiang was a little surprised when she heard that, and even more jealous. The little baby in her stomach helped her father to improve, but not her mother. Long Fei patted the back of his wife's hand and said, Don't look sour. I am a blessing in disguise. If he doesn't help me improve, I might not be able to wake up. By the way, how long have I been in a coma? It's been about 11 days. Then, Long Fei looked at the second sister. Second sister, did anything happen in the company when I was in a coma? That's not true. The elder sister decided to send the third sister over to help when she found out that her younger brother and sister were pregnant, but you were already awake. Then I will inform the elder sister that there is no need to send her over. No, the third sister still has to come, and the second sister, I need your help with something. Tell me, second sister will help you if she can. Long Fei gave some instructions to his wife and second sister. Li Jiaming, the heads of the 8 directly subordinate units, and the female rabbit all came to Long Fei's exclusive ward. No one thought that Long Fei had woken up. Both Shrek and AICC were communicating with Long Fei in their respective branch bases, and they also did not expect that Long Fei had woken up. Commander-in-Chief, inform me of the current situation. Li Jiaming told Long Fei the current situation of the international in detail. If civil strife really breaks out in the Dian Empire, the colonial circles will be the most active countries in the world. As long as the civil strife in the Dian Empire reaches a fever pitch, the United Army will definitely attack the Dian Empire when it is weakest. But when it really comes, we have already got more time to recuperate and develop, and we will benefit from it. Long Fei said. Long Fei went on to say, Salamanda, the strategy of letting the Annihilator go is very good. It can allow the major countries in the world to shift most of their attention to the Dion Empire, and it can also give us a longer time to cultivate and thrive. Your strategy is poisonous enough. I like it. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. Salamander thought to himself, if his strategy could really bring the Dion Empire to its demise, it would be the happiest thing in his life. At this time, Musaeus said, Boss, even if the Dion Empire really fell to the bottom and was the weakest, the United Army can't take it down. Anyway, their planet still has a terrible satellite cannon. And this happened several years ago. Maybe they also built an extra satellite cannon. The satellite cannon is enough for them to drink a pot. I am still wondering what method they used to restrain the satellite cannon. Speaking of this satellite cannon, I suddenly remembered that those big countries have already started sending spies to steal our satellite cannon technology. I guess they will think that I am unconscious or dead. I will definitely leave those advanced technologies to my wife. Anton asked, Boss, do you want to declare that you have awakened? Long Fei raised his hand and said, No, don't let other people know that I have awakened, and continue to let others think that I am still in a coma. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming said, Actually, during the Great War at that time, our satellite guns had long been remembered by the leaders of these major countries. After they were destroyed, our steel ball workboats underwent a series of treatments. They sent troops to observe from a distance. If they were not afraid of our strength, these guys would have robbed us long ago. Now they think I'm in a coma, and they will be very active. It depends on how they want to play. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming continued, According to the information held by our intelligence department and counter-espionage department, these major powers have sent some spies to instigate and fool our senior generals, as well as other subsidiaries of Tianyi Group, and the presidents of the branches are all the targets of their instigation. Among them, apart from the Tianyi mercenary group, the leaders of the major countries of the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company are the most active. Subsidiaries. Long Fei looked at the second sister, Long Xian, and said, Second sister, Tao Xiang will transfer you to the mother base in publicity as the vice chairman of Tianyi Group and help Tao Xiang handle some things. There is no problem with this, but who will be in charge of the subsidiary I originally managed? Leave it to the third sister to handle, but you first teach the third sister how to run the subsidiary company. Good. Li Jiaming received the report from his subordinates, read the report, and then whispered next to Long Fei, reporting the information he had received so far. The courage of these guys is getting fatter and fatter, and it seems that they need to be dealt with properly. Tao Xiang sat beside Long Fei's hospital bed, and the two daughters fell asleep leaning against their mother's arms. Tao Xiang understood what her husband had just said. At this time, Tao Xiang's mobile suit vibrated. Tao Xiang looked at the caller ID and said something in her husband's ear. Long Fei raised his hand to ask everyone to pause. Tao Xiang connected to the phone. Hey, Jingyun, it's so late. What can you do for me? Long Fei, is he all right? I'm fine now. I'm in a coma. Well, by the way, you are pregnant with your second child. Congratulations. How many months has it been? It's been 4 months, by the way. How did you know I was pregnant? Did you forget that my younger brother is a new human being? He was the one who sensed and told me. Yes, there is one thing I want to tell you. In fact, I am also pregnant, and it is almost 4 months. Really? Jingyun, congratulations. Then the two women chatted about some topics, and then hung up the phone. Tao Xiang told her husband that Su Jingyun was pregnant. Long Fei nodded after hearing this, and then everyone continued to discuss what they were going to do next. The mother rabbit reported the information she had to Long Fei. Boss, at present we have some sub-bases, especially the sub-bases in the Earth Circle, some senior generals, and some senior school officials secretly sold some information we have mastered to some forces and returned some of our weapons. Some materials were secretly sold to the other party, and when some school officials learned that you were unconscious, they even sold these things. Then, the female rabbit told Long Fighting several things, and the other people at the scene listened. Their expressions changed from surprise to shock at the beginning, and then they were stunned at the end. Unexpectedly, there are some generals who put their children in some positions. Fathers make money, sons sell secrets and raw materials, and even put their relatives in some positions. The corners of Li Jiaming's eyes couldn't help twitching when he heard these things. He is not qualified to scold those generals. At least he puts his relatives in positions that they are capable of, and never dares to put them in positions that they can't. Competent positions. Li Jiaming lowered his head a little ashamed, wondering if he had made the first move, which caused the other generals to follow suit. I've only been in a coma for about 10 days, and they've become so courageous. If I die, wouldn't they be overwhelmed? They usually report false accounts for embezzlement and make money. As long as I don't look ugly, I can turn a blind eye. Open, eyes closed. Now they want to affect the operation of the entire company and even harm the foundation of the company for personal gain. These guys really want to see me as a dead person. I am looking forward to it now. There has been no news that I wake up. I'm looking forward to showing me what tricks these will play. A tyrannical and murderous intent flashed across Long Fei's eyes. Salamanda had received the news a long time ago and felt that Jorge was much better than these guys. Although Jorge is greedy for money and lustful, at least he knows that some people can be greedy and some should not. On the contrary, these people are greedy and have no bottom line. This man, Jorge, Salamanda didn't think he had any loyalty, but at least if he was asked to choose who to work with, he would rather choose this guy than these corrupt generals and instructors. At least this guy Jorge is willing to take your money and will try to get things done, and these people are taking money with one hand and possibly stabbing you in the back with the other. As Long Fei's wife for so many years, Tao Xiang has worked with him on so many things. If the employees in her hands are loyal and want to make some money, they can let them go. Tao Xiang listened to the report of the female rabbit. Not only the entire Tianyi mercenary group, but maybe the entire Tianyi group will set off a storm. Of course, Tao Xiang would not have any compassion for these people. These people were completely committing suicide. After everyone discussed some things, they began to implement other things. On June 7th, 125, the first year of the universe, Tianyi Group's official website announced that Mrs. Tao Xiang, the wife of the chairman of Tianyi Group, is temporarily taking over all positions in Tianyi Group. This news has caused the leaders of many countries to start all kinds of reasoning and discussions. The possibility of Long Fei falling into a coma is extremely high, otherwise his wife would not take his place temporarily. On the other side, the Dian Empire and the leading think tanks of the major countries also reasoned that Fardis and Long Fei also fell into a coma with great possibility. At present, the major powers are observing whether the Tianyi Group or the Dian Empire will fall into civil strife first. The think tanks of the major countries deduce that the kingdom of Dian is the most likely to fall into civil strife first. As long as the annihilating army in the United States of Anglo-Safari people breaks out of the United Kingdom of Anglo-Safari people sooner, they will try their best to return to the circle of Mars. As long as the two princes are in a situation of fighting for power and profit, the Dian Empire may fall into civil war with a very high probability. This is the best situation for the entire world, especially for the colonial circle. The countries in the colonial circle, especially the big countries, are now in a situation where the war is about to end, and they have to carry out a series of self-cultivation and preparations to prepare for the possible future counterattack. In the Uya Cross country, in a bustling city, there is a resplendent restaurant. In a huge box, there were 2 rows of bodyguards in black suits standing outside the door. Countless delicacies and wines are placed on the giant box table. A man with a full face and a beer belly is hugging left and right, enjoying the feeding and service of the dancing beauties. In front of the table opposite him was a man with bronze skin, gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive suit. He had the aura of a businessman, a politician, and even a high-ranking man. It's just that at this moment, this man is trying to please the man in front of him with a fat face and a wretched face. Colonel, are you satisfied with the hospitality I prepared for you? Well, I'm very satisfied. I said, Man Luohan, is the money ready? The fat colonel opened his mouth to eat the steak that the beauty cut for him, and then kissed another beauty on the cheek. Although disgusting thoughts flashed through the heart of the beauty being kissed, she didn't dare to show it, and could only smile against her will and say, I hate it. The colonel is ready. The money has been deposited into the account you designated. You can take a look. The fat colonel took out his mobile suit and looked at the account he designated. The money had indeed come in. Your Excellency Colonel Calando, I also hope that you can continue to prepare the materials we need, and this time the amount will be 30% more than last time. but we will pay twice as much as this time. The fat colonel squinted at Man Luohan and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, Man Luohan, before I transferred the materials you asked for with fear, I spent a lot of money. How many connections were made, and how much money was used to seal them? They kept their mouths shut, so they were not discovered by the relevant organizations of the boss. You want more now, although it is only 30% more, and the remuneration seems to be doubled, but these raw materials are very valuable, and they are also expensive. It's very dangerous. I want to use that money to seal the mouths of those people, but I need to use more money. The reward you give is twice as much. It's not enough at all. I have to pay back. Hearing this, Man Luohan secretly scolded the fat colonel in front of him as an insatiable fat pig, but for the sake of the mission, he could only laugh along with him and said, We were the ones who were abrupt, and I didn't expect the embarrassment of your excellency, the colonel. Let's double the trouble. Can you see it? The fat colonel continued to squint at Luohan Man, continued to laugh along with him, stretched out 3 fingers, and said, 3 times. Okay, that's about it. Man Luohan cursed secretly in his heart. I really don't know how your mother gave birth to you, such a greedy pig. At this time, the door of the box opened, and 2 beauties in restaurant uniforms came in, each holding a plate with a cover on it. There were 2 beautiful waitresses, one with blonde hair and one with silver hair. The table was already filled with a lot of delicious food and wine, and there were only 2 empty seats left, one in front of Man Luohan and the other in front of Corando. The blonde beauty placed the plate in front of Corando, and the silver-haired beauty placed the plate in front of Man Luohan. The 2 beauties said at the same time, This is the signature dish of this restaurant. Please eat it slowly. After speaking, they opened the lid at the same time. This opening caused a drastic change in the expressions of the 2 of them at the same time, because there was a photo on the dinner plate, and the photo in front of Man Luohan was a photo of his relatives being kidnapped. The photographs in front of Corando are those of his family members' dead bodies. When Man Luohan immediately took out the gun from his suit jacket, a sharp dagger popped out from the sleeve of the silver-haired beauty and instantly slashed at Man Luohan's neck. Man Luohan's eyes widened, blood spilled from the cut in his neck, and then his head slowly fell down. When Kalandu wanted to pull out the pistol at his waist, the blonde beauty kicked him down with a roundabout kick. The scene sent the rest of the showgirls screaming in horror. The dancing beauties who partially reacted rushed out of the door, and finally let out a more high-pitched scream, and then fell to the ground in fright, and urinated directly from their crotch. Because the bodyguards in black suits in front of the gate have already turned into corpses, and some corpses' heads were even turned 180 degrees. Just as Kalindo was about to struggle to get up, his palm was suddenly stepped on by the heel of his high-heeled shoes. Glendo looked up and saw that one of the group of dancing beauties was looking down at him indifferently. The pistol at the waist was taken out by the blonde beauty. Who are you? Guards, my guards, the blonde beauty said coldly. Don't shout. We have already dealt with your guards. Who are you guys? If you dare to kill me, you will offend the Tiani mercenary group. The Tiani mercenary group will not let you go, let alone the organization behind you. Glen Duo took his identity, and his back the Tiani mercenary group came to scare the beauties in front of him. The blonde beauty knelt down and said, We are the Tiani mercenary group, Yenying troops. Why haven't I heard of the troops you mentioned? It's very simple. We are the troops behind the boss's dark side. Like the 8 directly subordinate troops, we completely obey the boss's instructions. Everything you do is actually under the boss's eyes. The mobile suit opens the photo file and sends each photo to Corando for viewing. The more Corando looked at it, the more frightened he became. He didn't expect that not only his transactions with other people were shown in the photos, but also those who took money to keep silent had been brought under control. Humph, the boss is unconscious now. Who gave you the right to kill me? Of course it's the proprietress. The boss said that if he has an accident, all the power will be handed over to the proprietress. Colin Duo was very scared at the moment, and said, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I beg you to plead with the proprietress for me, and forgive me for the sake of my hard work and no credit in the Tiani Mercenary Corps for so many years. One life. It's true that you don't shed tears when you see the coffin, and you regret it when you die. The boss has already prepared to deal with you. but there are more important things to be done by the boss himself. If you stop at that time, maybe the boss can still forgive you and treat you lightly, but unfortunately you took advantage of the boss unconscious to intensify the situation. The boss will still not let you off when he wakes up, and he will not let you go, including your family members. Now it's just the boss's wife handle you instead of the boss. After the blonde beauty finished speaking, she waved her hand, and Kalendo still wanted to cry out in a desperate struggle. I can hand over all those money and properties. Just please spare my life. Don't bother you. We have the ability to take away your money and property. After the blonde beauty finished speaking, the brunette beauty had already taken out an injection needle and injected it directly into Karando's carotid artery. Karando lost his breath of life in less than a few seconds. When the three beauties walked out of the private room, they turned their heads and glanced at these dancing beauties. The dancing beauties were so frightened that they hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Every desperate begging for mercy. The blonde beauty just put her index finger on her lips and said, "Shut your mouth and you will be safe. Otherwise we will find you and kill you if you flee to the ends of the earth." The dancing beauties quickly shut their mouths and nodded immediately. Then a few secret agents dressed in black suits came to the scene. The blonde beauty patted the leading agent. "I'm counting on you here." The agent nodded, and the three beauties left the scene, and other agents began to take the dancing beauties away from the scene. "I really didn't expect the Tiani group to be ruthless to these old employees just temporarily replaced by my wife," said an agent. The lead agent A said, "If you know what kind of deal these dead people have made, you will all think that they deserve death." Agent B said, "Anyway, the Tiani mercenary group is going to clean up internally." Agent C said, "The problem is that our Pope and Holy Maiden acquiesce to their actions in the country." On June 10th, 125, the first year of the universe, the Annihilation Army in the United States of Angris Sodomocracy had broken out of the siege and was rushing back to the Martian Circle with all its strength. Experts from various countries are speculating whether Alexander will fight his brother for power and the next emperor after returning to the Mars Circle. It's a pity that the Mars Circle is currently in a closed state, and it is impossible to know what is currently happening in the Mars Circle. Or they can only wait for someone to escape from the Martian Circle and tell them what happened in the Martian Circle. The commander of the Annihilation Army, General Shan Wonwoo, began a series of operations to arrange for the troops to return to their respective bases. On June 12, 125, the first year of the universe, various media networks in the world are reporting an event at this moment. Some appalling incidents happened in the Tiani group, including the Tiani mercenary group, whether it was the high-level personnel of other companies or the school officers or generals of the Tiani mercenary group. They either suddenly died of accidents or disappeared. Even when some media were looking for clues, they found that those high-level personnel of the Tiani group who did not die suddenly or disappeared, and some group companies or high-level personnel from certain countries that had some connections or associations with them disappeared together, fall or die by accident. This made many media reporters feel that there was great news value, and many media reporters went to various parties to conduct investigations, hoping to find out the truth. Tiani Group did not make any statement to the outside world. It is speculated that Long Fei's wife, Tao Xiang, is preparing to monopolize the power, planning to cut off his husband's power and support his own power. When Long Fei wakes up, his wife has already taken the entire Tiani Group into his hands, and Long Fei will have the ability to reach the sky, nor can he take back the Tiani Group he founded. Many media reporters interviewed Solanum, the leader of Xianxian Group, and asked whether the relationship between Long Fei and Tao Xiang had broken down, which led to the series of things happening in Tiani Group. Solanum angrily denounced these media's random speculations. Her younger brother and sister-in-law are very affectionate, and now the younger sister-in-law is pregnant again and has to take care of her husband, and even more so to protect the group that the husband entrusted to her. If the relationship between my brother and sister-in-law breaks down, my brother will not arrange that if he has an accident, the whole group will be handed over to his wife. What Solanum Nigram said caused many people to speculate, and some people even thought that there might be some traitors in the group, taking advantage of Long Fei's coma, and began to sell some of the company's secrets to certain companies or countries. This caused those people to either die accidentally or disappear. On June 15, 125, the first year of the universe, a piece of news shocked the entire world. A male young man in his early 30s appeared on the AAA News Director channel of the largest media in the Wanluo Federation. The man claimed to be John Massey. My father's name is Garlando. He was originally a brigadier general of the Tianyi mercenary group. Because my father sold some confidential documents and important materials of the Tianyi mercenary group to the Wanluo Federation. Later, my father was arrested. The dark forces of the Tianyi mercenary corps dealt with it, and my father notified our whole family before being dealt with, telling our whole family to run away quickly, but my mother and my other relatives, including the children, were too late. I was disposed of, and no one was left alive. If I hadn't been traveling abroad at that time, maybe I would have disappeared as well, John Massey said with red eyes and tears. John Massey even revealed some internal affairs of the Tianyi mercenary corps that his father had told him in the news. In fact, the Tianyi mercenary corps also has some dark side organizations. It is said that these dark side organizations are the organizations under Long Fei's hands, and they specialize in dealing with those corrupt and disloyal people. The news was like a shock bomb, shaking the entire world. Many people didn't expect that the Tianyi mercenary group had such a terrifying dark side organization inside, and the traitors were dealt with by cutting grass and roots, even children. All of a sudden, the entire international attention was directed to Tianyi Group. The official website of the Tianyi mercenary group did not deny anything, but admitted these things very generously. He even made known what Garlando did to the world, and even posted photos of those who were disposed of, not only his family members, but also those who had contacts and transactions with him, all of which were posted. Come out. Among the people who were disposed of, some netizens revealed that some were high-level personnel of group companies, some were senior officials of a certain country, and even senior officials of the Wanluo Federation were among the people who were disposed of. In this Wanluo, none of the families of high-ranking officials of the Federation were spared by the Tianyi mercenary group, and even babies who were just born a few months old were disposed of. The whole world is fried. The leaders of many countries dare not condemn the Tianyi mercenary group at all, because these countries have participated in the secret transactions. On the folk internet, many netizens scolded the Tianyi mercenary group, thinking that the Tianyi mercenary group has done too much. Could it be that the reason why the disaster is not as good as the relatives, the Tianyi mercenary group, don't understand? There is a wrong and a debtor. Even if those people betrayed your Tianyi group, you shouldn't kill their relatives too. In the past, when Long Fei was in power, no matter what he did, he would not hurt the innocent. Now that his wife is in power, adults and children will not let her off. She really is the most poisonous woman's heart. The Tianyi mercenary group issued a statement on the official website shortly afterwards. Those who think that we should not kill other people's relatives, don't we know the truth that disasters are worse than relatives? We know it too, but think about these traitors who betrayed us. Their actions will also cause an uncertain crisis and hurt the safety of other mercenary members of our Tianyi mercenary regiment. These mercenaries who are involved, how innocent are they? Could it be that the selfishness of these traitors caused our other members paying for their actions with their lives at stake? If these mercenaries are innocently involved, what will their relatives do? How should we face their relatives? If you want to accuse us of doing too much, then you should think about it. Will the behavior of betrayal lead to such a result? The culprits are them, not our Tianyi mercenary group. The Tianyi mercenary group's statement immediately aroused polarized views on the internet and among the people. Some people couldn't accept the statement of the Tianyi mercenary group and thought that they had gone too far. Some people thought that what the Tianyi mercenary group said was also reasonable. If the traitors didn't do these things, what would happen today? Then, another event that shocked the entire world happened. That is, the Tianyi mercenary group demanded the Wanluo Federation to hand over John Massey, including the money his father put in the bank account of the Wanluo Federation and the money he bought in the Wanluo Federation. All of his property will be handed over to the Tianyi mercenary group. The Wanluo Federation refused at first. However, the Tianyi mercenary group directly announced that the Wanluo Federation should hand over its people and their demands within 24 hours. If it doesn't matter if they don't agree, then they will directly attack the Wanluo Federation and destroy all those colonial satellites. It is to directly send alpha troops to act. The Wanluo Federation, which has seen the crazy actions of the Alpha troops, has directly caused fear from the people down to the government. And even many people from the people asked the government to call people out immediately to agree to the request of the Tianyi supporters. In the beginning, the government of the Wanluo Federation was very entangled in whether to agree or not. If it agreed, it would be a loss of power and humiliation to the country. If it did not agree, it would cause unimaginable damage. Although the Wanluo Federation has regained some vitality, they are currently afraid to fight in a short period of time, and there may be an important battle in the future. They cannot fight the Tianyi mercenary group for one person, causing greater losses and affecting the future. This is really not worthwhile. In the end, the Wanluo federal government had no choice but to agree to the request of the Tianyi mercenary group and hand over the people. The behavior of the Wanluo Federation has also aroused many discussions among the people. In the past, the Wanluo Federation used its fists to bully other countries very domineeringly, and used its powerful strength to make other countries submit to their demands. It's just that the situation is reversed now. Wanluo Federation is threatened by others and can only compromise because they encountered a Tianyi mercenary group with bigger fists than theirs. This made more people understand that no matter how human civilization develops, the so-called truth is just a cloud in front of the fist. Whoever has the biggest fist can do whatever they want. The so-called truth is to speak with fists. Isn't Tao Xiang afraid of legal sanctions for letting the Tianyi mercenary group do this? Someone made a statement like this on the internet, but was ridiculed by many people. You are stupid. The law only punishes ordinary people and those who have no rights. Have you seen that the law sanctions the strong? If the law is really so omnipotent, the leaders of the countries that started the war earlier have all been sentenced to death. Can they continue to sit in that position? As long as you are strong, you can do whatever you want. No laws or rules will work against you. The series of things done by the Tianyi mercenary group has aroused many people's discussions. Many people don't understand why Long Fei didn't deal with these people when he was in power. A person is operated on. Then, the Tianyi group sent word to the countries that those countries that secretly bought their raw materials demanded their return. Many countries immediately returned those materials. As for the money they spent, Tianyi group did not return a dime. These countries protested to the Tianyi group, and the Tianyi group directly said that if they want to get their money back, it is fine. If they win the Tianyi mercenary group, they will not only return the money to you, but also double the money. All countries can't beat the Dian Empire, let alone a Tianyi mercenary group that is stronger than the Dian Empire. Fighting it is no different from courting death. Countries can only hold their noses and admit defeat, but the people of those countries have no complaints, because the Wanluo Federation, which is stronger than them, has to admit defeat in front of the Tianyi mercenary group. Su Weiran contacts Tao Xiang at this time. Su Weiran wanted to have some discussions with Tao Xiang. That is, the materials sold to them by the traders who ran away from Tianyi mercenaries at that time could be returned, but the request was to return some of the money to them. Seeing that Su Weiran is the emperor of her husband's home country, Tao Xiang returned most of the money to her husband's home country. Su Weiran also understood that if it wasn't for Long Fei still holding his national ID card, Tao Xiang would only sell him a face because of this. Otherwise, he would be ashamed like other countries. These traders sold some materials to other countries, and some of these raw materials were mainly materials required for Gundamium alloys, or materials required for Minov super-energy thermonuclear reactors, and so on. Some of these materials are raw materials, and some are processed materials. Especially the processing materials, and all countries are studying what kind of processing materials the Tianyi mercenary group uses to create some processing materials, like Gundamium alloy, PX armor, Spartan battle suit, etc. Many of these materials are processed materials, such as alloys, composite armor, or special tights. How are these processed materials made? Although those traders secretly sold the processing materials, they couldn't get the relevant manufacturing technology and related blueprints for sale. These processed materials have great reference value for many national scientific research teams. Ever since the Annihilation Army left the Anglo-Saxon Democratic People's Republic and returned to the Martian Circle, it can be said that the war waged by the Dian Army in the past few years has come to an end. Many countries have also begun to rebuild their homes. After the colonial satellites of some countries were destroyed, they decided to build new colonies, mainly to relieve the already crowded colonial satellites. Another point is that many subjugated refugees went to build new colonial satellites in some countries that hosted them, in order to obtain the country's ID card. After several years of war, apart from the fact that the economy of the Earth Circle was not affected much, the entire colonial circle only had the colonial economy and trade in District 6, which was the most prosperous colonial area in all the colonial circles. The colony in the 6th district can have such a prosperous economy and trade, which is mainly due to the fact that the home base and main force of the Tianyi mercenary group are in this colonial area. Although the orbit of Mars now corresponds to the colony in District 6, the Kingdom of Dion does not dare to launch any military operations at this moment. Therefore, the colony in District 6 is the safest. The colony in District 6 has received investment from many capitalists, which has caused the economies of various countries in this region to improve a lot. The leaders of various countries in the region also took the opportunity to raise their conditions, because what the capitalists are most worried about is that the industry will be harmed, and this is the safest place. Therefore, the capitalists are seeking to invest in the colonies in the 6th region, not the leaders of the countries in the region, seeking capitalists to invest. Moreover, the closer the location to the base of the Tianyi mercenary corps, the more every capitalist wants to open a company and set up a factory nearby. Therefore, the leaders of the countries in the colonial area have raised a lot of door frames and conditions. In order not to shrink or be damaged by the industry, the capitalists had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree. The colonies in District 6 have prosperous and safe economic, trade, and commercial exchanges, but there is one thing that has greatly troubled the governments of the countries in the region. That is, many refugees flooded into the colonies in District 6. All the countries in the colony of District 6, whether it is the government or the people, in fact, most of them do not welcome these refugees in their hearts. In addition to worrying about security issues, the same concern is that these refugees will be used as cheap labor and affect the income and employment rate of local citizens. Therefore, the local countries are unwilling to take in refugees, and even if they take in refugees, they will settle them in the marginal corners of the colonial satellite. Even if the local countries are willing to allow citizens to work, it will prevent local businesses and foreign investors from hiring refugees as employees. The employees hired must be more than 80% locals. In terms of salaries, refugees are only 60% of local employees. Long Fei was lying sideways on the hospital bed at the moment, looking at the information file uploaded. Currently, Long Fei has been staying in his exclusive ward. Only some guards and a few medical staff know that Long Fei has woken up long ago, and these people are also members of a certain dark side force of Long Fei. Most of the Tianyi mercenary group thought that Long Fei was still unconscious. After Long Fei finished processing the file information, he then checked the information of some new weapons. The destroyed satellite gun. Long Fei is thinking about whether to build a satellite gun. The satellite gun can also be called a space fortress. Long Fei was thinking about which battle star to use, Libra or Bulger, Genesis of Seed, which made Long Fei deep in thought. With his right hand resting on his chin, Long Fei thought to himself, even if these space fortresses are built, even if you just choose one of them to build, you don't know how long it will take to build them? And when it comes time to attack the Mars Circle, has the space fortress been built yet? Success. It seems like it took a year or so for the last destroyed battlestar. Long Fei was a little undecided and thought, if we make it now, I don't know if we can make it in time. Now I am a little worried about when that guy Fadis will wake up. That guy won't admit defeat. Maybe there will be a fight with him. Forget it. The space fortress still has to be built. When will the next war come? Let's leave it to fate. What I have to do now is to plan for a rainy day. Long Fei then looked at the Gondwana class, Ms. Mothership's current construction progress of more than 30%. Long Fei rubbed his chin and looked at the screen projected on the tablet and said, this battleship is not as powerful as the Ms. Mothership Reborn, but its carrying capacity is definitely higher than the latter, and it can carry about 250 ms and has 16 ms ejection channels and can fight in the atmosphere. If it weren't for the emergence of the Dion Empire, the Gondwana class Ms. Mothership would not have come out. Earlier, the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership competed with the Reborn Ms. Mothership on the same stage. At that time, many generals chose the latter, the former, not the former, except that the firepower of the former is not as good as the latter, and more importantly, the maintenance fee of the former is much more expensive than the latter. The most important point is that the Tianyi mercenary group is just a private armed organization, not a country. Gondwa the Na-class Ms. Mothership is too overkill to the merchant fleet. It wasn't until the full-scale conflict with the Dion army that they were not as good as the other side in terms of carrying capacity. If it wasn't for the min of particles that restricted their automatic systems, this led them to capture the colony in order to have enough drivers. The people in the circle threaten them and throw them into the battlefield, where their terrifying carrying capacity and automatic system are enough to kill our Tianyi mercenary group. Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership, many generals who opposed it back then also supported it. However, the number of construction should not be too large. Some generals think that 4-8 ships are enough. In addition to the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership, other warships should also be built. The ZFT Army airdrop transport ship should indeed be built. We in the Dion Empire are already dead. Now that the battle is over, it is only a rest period. Now we must make all preparations first. If you really hit the Martian circle, the ZFT airdrop transport ship will be of great use. There is also a ground suppression force, which also needs to be airdropped from outer space to the ground of the atmospheric planet. Hell paratroopers, in the game I played in my previous life, there was indeed this troop airdropped from outer space to the ground, and this technology should also be used, but this empty cabin in outer space needs some modification and improvement. In addition to these, other warships should be brought out. Aegis Vegan Battleship, which is about 600 meters in length, but its carrying capacity is not as good as that of the Reborn during the war. It is equipped with 3 double-barreled beam cannons. With 6 beam cannons and no anti-MS weapons such as anti-aircraft guns and missile launchers, such a warship feels a bit tasteless in this period. The enemy can't detect its location at all. Of course, this is only in the original plot. Whether the invisible system of the blindfold umbrella will be discovered by the anti-stealth device of the Dion army is really hard to say. The Mirage system and the optical cloaking devices used by the Knights both adopt different technical theories, and both will be detected by the Dion army's anti-stealth devices to different degrees or certain environmental distances, and the cloaking system of the visor is really hard to say. The Vegan battleship basically does not need to be developed, but the improved version, Ephesos, is also larger than the Vegan battleship, and its firepower and MS and Ma carrying capacity are much higher than the former, at least compared to the Reborn. There is a large carrying capacity in wartime, and there is another Phobos, with a total length of more than 1 kilometer. It is a mothership with strong attack and defense capabilities. It is equipped with 36 double-tube beam cannons and 54 beam cannons. The hull also has a docking port, which can be docked to the mobile Fortress Downs, and it can also be docked to 3 Vegan warships to provide support. It is no problem to carry more than a few hundred Ms. It may even have more carrying capacity than the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership, and it is also possible to carry a large number of Ma. But FA Poser uses another series of technology, so that in addition to the training of logistics personnel, even the old logistics personnel also have to learn a new technology to maintain this battleship. I don't know how long it will take to train this time alone. If maintenance costs are included, it may be more expensive than the Gondwana-class Ms. Mothership. There is also the mobile Fortress Downs. Long Fei continued to rest his right hand on his chin, closed his eyes and thought about it. The mobile Fortress Downs can correspond to 4 FA Bossers and has a MS manufacturing factory inside, and the Dion army has a huge factory for manufacturing MS and battleships. The factory warships in the factory can at least produce the combat power lost on the front line locally, and the mobile Fortress Downs seems to have to be manufactured, but some changes need to be made to deal with the warships, and the internal Ms. manufacturing factory also needs to change the design. Then Long Fei looked up at the ceiling, touched his chin with his right index finger, and then thought, by the way, Rabian Rose in the UC world also has strong logistics and maintenance capabilities. This type of ship is equipped with a huge living area, and the nuclear pulse engine can sail independently, which is equivalent to a logistics supply base with mobility. From the outpost to the third battle, MS and Ma can get extremely powerful logistics maintenance, and Rabbi and Rose did not use it for development. The main reason is that in many wars, many warships were not damaged, but in the several battle areas of the third location, many warships were damaged, and some severely damaged warships had to be dragged back to the 12th point by other warships' base for repairs. It seems that Raby and Rose also needs to make some. This is to ensure the next logistics. However, Raby and Rose needs to make some modifications, because the broken shield destroyer and armored frigate also need to be repaired, and the residential area also needs some expansion, such as planting livestock and producing water sources, etc. Once the attack on the Martian Circle is really launched, Rabbi and Rose is also one of the logistics food sources for all troops. Dogo's Kia-class warships can also be used. The predecessor of the Rebil has 12 Ms catapults, carrying 48 Ms. It can also carry more than 60 during wartime. It also has powerful firepower, especially the bottom of the ship. The long-distance mega particle cannon. The current technology mastered by Tianyu Group knows that there is no problem with this warship, and the logistics personnel also have no difficulty in maintaining this warship, and the time for the Rebil to build one. Dogo's more than 2 Kia-class battleships can be manufactured, and more importantly, the price is much cheaper than the Reber, about 1/3. There is also the Guadin class of the Zeon Kingdom, which has a total length of 600 meters and can carry about 100 ms. This model can also be developed. It is not as good as the Rebil in terms of firepower. Except for the ms carrying capacity, the total I feel that it is not as good as the Rebier in other aspects. Should it be developed? I still have to look at the suggestions of those generals. Looking at the screens of various warships projected on the tablet, Long Fei picked out the warship he had just spotted. Then look at other military weapons. TR Series Silver Thunder and other series are under development. TRS-L Ariel, Silver Thunder, TRS Rapos Cartel, etc., and the body technology have been verified in actual combat. I don't know if these bodies have been developed once the Dion army is fully engaged again. Finish. Long Fei twisted his neck, then looked through some files, and clicked into a folder. Scobio is also an MD airframe, but it can also be switched to a manned airframe, which can be transformed into a high-speed cruise state. But this transformation state is one-way irreversible, because the skirts, propellant tanks, and weapons used for crews are changing. After returning to MS, it will be excluded, and the main armament of this machine is the Gunblade Armament Unit integrating beam cannon and beam bayonet. You can also choose high-energy electric heating whip and other weapons. And there is also MD system control mode. It can command other MDS to fight, and it can be used as the leader machine of the MD unit. Then, Long Fei opened other files. In addition to continuing to serve Taurus, parts and system software must be upgraded, and Burgo 2 has to be upgraded to Burgo 3. In terms of weapons, we can design some more diversified weapons for it. Big Viper. This body is designed on the platform of Gundam. It is also a heavy fire body. It can be equipped with Gatling machine guns, beam cannons, and 360mm heavy rocket launchers. The disadvantage is that there are no melee weapons. It must be improved on this point. Equipped with beam saber and melee wrist saber, this body can also be changed to MD operation. Anyway, I don't plan to drive it for other MIS drivers, but this ground combat body must also be modified to be able to operate in the space environment and the atmosphere multiple combat capabilities. Then Long Fei looked up at the ceiling again, pointed his chin with his right index finger, and continued to think. Actually, in terms of the MD system, apart from the airframe, fighters can also be used. What fighter should I take? Swordfish from the UC world, full-bore type, Cosmic Overlord, Mobius Zero type, Wired Pod Assault Backpack, Egersis in the Seed world. These airframes can be controlled as MD systems and can provide fire resource subsidies and even weapon delivery, etc., etc. Of course, it can also be switched to manned control, or it can be handed over to other troops. It seems that there is no need to develop the Swordfish and Manhunt style in the UC world. Space Overlord and Air Overlord can also carry out individual combat in addition to projecting weapons, and can even carry out ground bombing to cover the advancement of ground troops. Mobius Zero, Wired Pod Assault Backpack, and Edgerthus. If they are controlled by humans, at least new humans must have a keen sense of space. If new humans are allowed to drive these machines, it feels a bit like overkill, but these airframes can also be integrated into the Dragoon technology, using the Dragoon to control wired weapons, so that ordinary humans will not find it difficult to operate. And it is also possible to use the MD system to control combat, at least in space warfare, and space warfare also cause great distress to the enemy. MD's operations during this period of time have been highly evaluated. It can fully support the operations of other troops, and even improve the survival rate of other pilots. Of course, the airframes of the above fighters, such as the Air Overlord of the Cross Vanguard, are controlled by Harrow. When these fighters are handed over to other troops, they can be controlled by Harrow. Then, Long Fei raised his waist and said to himself, "Look at the fighter plane, let's look at the ground tank." After speaking, Long Fei clicked into the folder of the ground tank, thinking while looking at it. The 74 type air cushion truck, M353A4 Bloodhound in the UC world. The linear artillery, linear gun tank, Gatling truck, linked armored vehicle, or the mobile engineer of the iron-blooded orphans in the Seed world, all of which can be manned or modified into the MD system, can also be controlled by Harrow. These two ground combat vehicles in the UC world feel a little strange to be controlled by the MD system, because these two ground combat vehicles are completely support tanks for Ms. after superconducting communication. These two tanks can basically be said it's tasteless. This kind of weapon is installed for the suppression force of the sub-base in the Earth Circle. Now a series of improved designs must be carried out. Sonar, anti-stealth, scanning, etc. can all be improved. These tanks in the Seed world can also be used by the suppression forces as fire support, and the MD system can also control these tanks. Compared to the control of the MD system, Harrow's control of the iron-blooded orphans mobile engineer is more ideal, and it is better to hand it over to the suppression force. The mobile engineer can be controlled by Harrow, or it can be controlled by humans. Then, Long Fei lay on the bed and thought for a while, then got up and clicked on another folder on the tablet. Mechanite. This body is simply MS locomotive. This body has been ignored for a long time. It is rare to have time to rest. Suddenly, I think of Mecha. Not only can you take 2 MS, but it can also transport other weapons. Can be controlled by people or MS. And there are living facilities inside, which can take on additional personnel and can transport a special team of several people for some special support. Moreover, the Mega Knight can also fight in space and in the atmosphere. In the atmosphere, it can float and move at low altitude. Even on the sea surface, it can also walk while floating on the sea. In ground combat, it can move quickly when controlled by Ms. From the point of view that the Mecha Knights are controlled by the MD system, there should be no need for this. It can be controlled by Hello. The Mega Knights can produce some for ordinary troops and elite troops. The special forces can be matched with a little more Mecha Knights. Ground suppression troops, there is no need. Suddenly, Long Fei patted himself on the forehead, cursing himself for being a bit muddled. Spartan Battlesuit Type 2 spiritual system can also carry out mental control and contact with these drones. Then, Long Fei looked at other folders, looked at other individual weapon files, some drones for individual soldiers, etc. There are also individual weapons for new humans in these individual weapons. For example, small floating cannons, one-time small floating bombs, etc. These are all individual weapons used by new humans, and they are directly controlled by their spiritual power. Looking at the small floating guns and other individual weapons for new humans, Long Fei felt that some improvements could be made. Spartan Suit 2 is also developing some new external devices, as well as some special locomotives and so on. The special locomotive is a heavy and fast locomotive. In addition to having a powerful horsepower speed, it also has a special automatic control system. Some weapons can also be placed inside the locomotive. Since the development of the Manovsky suspension system and the Manovsky aircraft, MS do not need flight pedals, and the combat efficiency in the atmosphere is even better than that of ordinary fighters. The deformable MS is in the form of a fighter, even faster than those extremely fast fighter planes that specialize in sneak attacks. Moreover, The Minovsky suspension system and the Minovsky aircraft can allow warships, MS, and mobile fortresses used in space to fight in the atmosphere. After sorting out these files, Long Fei then looked at the files of the mobile fortress. The Shadow Mad Dog team has Livigero and Zamzaza, and they have achieved good results on the battlefield. Livigiello has a follow-up machine. Livigielu 2 can be developed for the new human members of the Dire Hounds team to drive, and then we are also developing a Gelsiger for the adjustment crew to drive. The book chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend who has known me for 10 years, Yegwa Reading. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here, www.yegwadu.com. The Shadow Crazy Dog team and the Dire Hound team are the earliest direct units I established. It seems that if there are new machine developments, they will be assigned to them first. Looking at other documents, Long Fei said with some emotion, UC, W, Seed, and Age Gundam have too many kinds of mechas in the world, not to mention other mechas and mobile fortresses, and many other Gundams are just left in the design drawings. Some Gundams can't be produced at present, and some Gundams are outdated even if they are produced, and they can no longer meet the combat requirements of the pilots of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, and it is only a waste of money and time to manufacture them. At this time, the door of the ward opened, and Tao Xiang walked into the ward, followed by a member of the dark side pushing a dining cart. Long Fei looked at the time. It was indeed time for dinner. The two daughters are currently transforming meteorites in Babylon under the care of Aunt Li. Stop sitting on the bed all the time. Come down to eat. After the members of the dark side put every plate of food on the table, they saluted Long Fei and his wife, and then pushed the dining car away from the exclusive ward. Long Fei stretched out his hand to touch his wife's slightly protruding belly, and then saw that there was a large pot of mountain spring water on the table, and he was looking at the food on the table, which was usually the food that the husband and wife usually like to eat. Long Fei asked Tao Xiang, "Honey, you have to drink mountain spring water for every meal recently. Is it because the child in your belly is clamoring for it?" "That's right. Since you woke up and drank a bottle of mountain spring water once, the little baby in my stomach used telepathy to tell me to drink mountain spring water every time I wanted to drink water. If I didn't drink it, or it was because I drank other water, and the baby in my belly would get angry with me, and it would make my stomach hurt every time." Long Fei looked at the mountain spring water on the table. The mountain spring water is pure natural spring water in the Earth Circle. The spring water is taken from the beautiful mountain spring water, and it is also an expensive boiled water in the Earth Circle. At least 25 yuan for a liter of Earth Circle coin. In the colonial circle, at least 80 yuan of Earth Circle currency is required, which is a very luxurious mineral water. Moreover, Tao Xiang also had a B ultrasound, and it is true that she is already 4 months pregnant. It is not clear whether it is a boy or a girl, but it can be confirmed that it is a fetus. It seems that both he and his sisters like to eat, but the two sisters like to eat jelly and puffs, and he likes to drink mountain spring water. You plan to name your child with mountain spring water. Tao Xiang looked at Long Fei with some displeasure. Listen to me first. Isn't it good to use the spring of mineral water as the name? Besides, the word spring is suitable for both boys and girls. Tao Xiang thought about it for a while and thought it would be okay to name the child with the word Quan. Long Fei looked at the food on the table. It was more than the couple usually ate. Tao Xiang was indeed able to eat better when she was pregnant, but compared with her first child, the amount of food this child ate was almost half less than the previous child. Long Fei thought to himself, today, the husband and wife ate Western food. Long Fei ate a medium-rare ribeye steak, and Tao Xiang ate a chicken chop and a lamb chop with garlic bread. Most of the desserts and fruits after the meal were consumed by Tao Xiang. Long Fei drank black tea, while Tao Xiang continued to drink mountain spring water. Long Fei sent some documents on his tablet to his wife's dedicated mobile suit. 2 pieces of mobile fortress materials were handed over to the violent crazy hounds for them to manufacture, and for the rest, at the meeting tomorrow, they will be shown to the generals so that they can evaluate whether they want to develop them. Okay, I get it. Then, Long Fei hugged his wife, let her lean against his chest, and stroked his wife's belly with his right hand. Not long after Long Fei woke up, watching the live broadcast of the battle at that time, Long Fei could also see that the white spiritual aura emitted by Freedom Gundam was indeed stronger than his spiritual aura. Long Fei touched his wife's belly while thinking in his heart. Looks like my child Long Quan. I have to make a unicorn for him in the future. After the unicorn, there will be the Banshee, and after that there will be Phoenix, the strongest of the three. The one for Phoenix, and the other two for Guagua and Fufu are also good. Tao Xiang turned her head and looked at her husband who was stroking her belly while thinking, stretched out his hand, and squeezed the back of Long Fei's hand. Long Fei felt the pain, looked down at his wife and asked, "What are you doing? What are you thinking?" Thinking so engrossed. I'm wondering if we should make Gundams for Long Quan and his two older sisters in the future. Tao Xiang squinted her eyes and looked at her husband. Are you trying to throw your child into the battlefield? How is this possible? He has to wait until he becomes an adult if he can't go to the battlefield. He can decide for himself. It is impossible for us parents to control our children for the rest of our lives. Just think about it. Our children are so powerful. I just want to fight for them. They developed the Gundam of the spiritual frame, which can display their true strength. I don't care if they become adults. Before they become adults, I don't allow you to think about sending them to the battlefield. Okay, it's up to you. Long Fei kissed his wife on the forehead. Long Fei thought in his heart, RX-0 is simply a Gundam tailor-made for my child. I really didn't expect that something from the anime in my previous life would become an important body for my child. I don't know if this thing is destined or everything is fate. It was by chance. Long Fei glanced at the alarm clock. Let's sleep. Tao Xiang fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed. Long Fei knew that his wife was pregnant with a second child, and Tao Xiang got tired easily. In addition to being shared by the second sister, most of the work is still handled by Long Fei himself, and Tao Xiang just follows Long Fei's instructions. However, except for Long Fei's cronies and second sister, everyone in the whole group thought that Tao Xiang was in charge. In fact, Tao Xiang is in her husband's office, just waiting for her husband to convey instructions, and she is like a tool man, a puppet giving orders. Everyone in the mother base thought that Tao Xiang often processed documents in the office, and occasionally went back to Babylon Meteorite to accompany the children. Most of the nights, the proprietress would take care of the unconscious boss in the boss's exclusive ward. Many people think that the proprietress is really hard. She also has to manage her husband's group, take care of the younger ones, and take care of her unconscious husband. Some female employees even felt that if they were burdened with such a heavy responsibility, their spirits would have collapsed long ago, and they had to admire the strength of the proprietress. Looking at his wife's sleeping state, Long Fei felt a little distressed, but at this moment he had to hide behind the scenes. At present, the external enemies have been temporarily resolved, and now the internal unrest and dangerous factors must be dealt with. Long Fei was going to lure out the people inside at this moment. All he did before was to deliberately scare the snake. The purpose was to lure the snake out of the hole. During the meeting at the mother base, Tao Xiang sat in the seat where her husband sat, except for the heads of the 8 directly affiliated troops who followed her to the meeting. The female rabbit sits next to Tao Xiang and attends a meeting with his wife. Li Jiaming, Fix, the chief and deputy commanders and chiefs of staff of each sub-base. The generals and important school officials either came to the meeting on site or had a remote network communication meeting. The commanders of several sub-bases were replaced at the scene. As for the reasons for the replacement of the commander, everyone knew that it was either corruption or secretly selling important materials and important confidential documents. Those former commanders simply disappeared. Except for Li Jiaming and others, everyone thought it was Madame who raised the butcher knife and beheaded these commanders with one blow. Many people didn't expect that the kind-hearted wife could be so merciless. Many people guessed whether the lady's kindness had been pretending from before to now, or she was cruel for her husband. Although no one can guess Tao Xiang's heart, everyone has the same idea. That is, the wife is much more ruthless than the boss, and the boss still has some human touch, and he will not be too extreme in doing things. At least he will let those people have a way out walk. On the contrary, Madame did not give those people a way to survive at all, and even their family members did not keep alive, and directly cut the weeds and roots, which caused those who had done bad things internally to be in panic all day long. This didn't just happen to the Tianyi mercenary group, But the same thing happened to all the companies in the Tianyi group. Today, Madam opened a meeting. I don't know if Madam is simply having a meeting with them or arresting someone from them to sacrifice the flag. Some generals or staff officers looked at the female rabbit next to his wife from time to time. It is said that those who were disloyal to the company and betrayed the company's interests were found out by the army in charge of the female rabbit. And it is said that those people, including their relatives, were dealt with by the Black Rabbit Army. They really don't understand how powerful the dark forces in the hands of this boss are. Not only do they have powerful weapons to kill enemies on the battlefield, but they can also deal with internal and external factors of anxiety. If the female rabbit knew what these generals and staff officers were thinking, she might only smile wryly in her heart. The Black Rabbit Army is not so powerful, boss. The Dark Side Army is not only ours. There are other people who deal with those people. Dark forces. Tao Xiang looked around at everyone and said, I'm taking photos of you for a meeting today. I mainly want to discuss something with you. How do you look at these blueprints? All the generals and staff officers received the blueprints and materials conveyed by the wife, and each general either frowned or frowned. Whether it is a battleship, a new type of airframe, or various types of weapons, the generals and staff members all feel that it is necessary to evaluate and discuss. When the general and staff members looked at these blueprints, the same idea flashed in everyone's mind. The blueprints brought out by the wife could be the technology left by the boss. So, how much technology does the boss have left behind? If the boss has been in a coma, how many years will the technology left by the boss be enough for the entire Tianyi group to continue to develop and improve? Some people even thought about how much benefit they could get if they stole the technology left by the boss. Although these people have such an idea, they are all ungrateful, and they know better that the boss's technology must have some troops that they don't know are watching and guarding. They also heard that many other companies or spies sent by certain countries wanted to steal these confidential technologies, but they all disappeared. Many generals and staff members agreed with the development and construction of Gondwana-class MIS motherships. Most of them believed that 4 ships were too few, 8 ships were too many, and 6 ships was the safest. The commanders of most, or even all bases agree that this type of warship is needed, because once the suppression is carried out, airdrop combat power is needed. Fa Zos and Fa Bosser have aroused heated discussions among many people. Besides the huge size of the battleship, it is more important to have a new type of stealth technology, which is another stealth technology. It is a different technology from optical camouflage. Perhaps this visor technology has the potential to evade Dion's army's anti-stealth devices. The mobile fortress downs this caused a greater discussion among all the generals and staff officers, and even thought that the mobile fortress downs must be built. Because in several battles with the Dion army, in terms of logistics, the factory battleships of the Dion army can be produced in the first time for the MS and mobile fortresses lost in battle, and they are now equipped with current production. On the other hand, the Tianyi Mercenary Corps, apart from repairing the damaged airframes with external maintenance devices, took out usable parts from some damaged airframes and transferred them to assemble other airframes. To make up for the lost airframes, the meteorite factory in the rear subbase must produce airframes, and then send these newly produced airframes to the front line. This time and again, the airframe supply of Tianyi Mercenary Group is not as efficient as Dion's army. So after this battle, all the generals knew where the Tianyi Mercenary Group's shortcomings were, and many generals also proposed to refer to Dion's army's factory warships. Many generals had proposed to Long Fei during that battle, and even asked the R&D team of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to develop and design factory warships similar to Dion's army. Moving the fortress downs, it was literally dozing off for the generals, just dropped the pillows for them. They didn't expect that the boss had already designed the mobile fortress downs. Everyone suggested to the lady that the mobile fortress downs must be built, and as many ships as possible must be built. Rabian Rose's flower-blossoming warship can repair damaged warships, and even manufacture all kinds of needed weapons. In addition to repairing the warship's mechanical arm, the mechanical arm can be controlled with Harrow inside the ship. Machines together to manufacture battleships. Long Fei modified and improved it. There are still many warships still undergoing repairs at the meteorite repair factory in the 12th branch base. It is that they lack the logistical equipment that can repair warships. In this regard, the factory warships of the Dion army can also repair damaged warships. The Arabian Ross ship, the general and the staff all overwhelmingly support the need to build, and each subbase must build at least 10 ships. Although some subbases are opened in the colonial satellites of some countries, it is estimated that the Arabian Ross ship can not only repair its own warships, but also help other warships to repair. Non-company warships can be repaired for a fee, so why not do it? Dogo's Kia-class warships and Gawadan-class warships. These two warships are being evaluated and discussed by generals and staff officers. Most people think that the former can be manufactured, the latter needs to be evaluated, and the latter can be produced, is the carrying capacity of MS. The former's description in Taoxiang is the predecessor of the Reborn, the ultra-long-range mega-particle cannon. With an effective range of 600 kilometers, Long Fei improved it. Although the power is not as powerful as the Artemis Super Megaparticle Cannon, but it is worse than the Super Megaparticle Cannon. The interval between firings is short, and it doesn't take a long time to recharge like the Super Megaparticle Cannon. Moreover, the Dogo's Kia-class battleship is cheaper to build, and after evaluation, the cost of logistical maintenance and construction time are cheaper and shorter than the Reborn. The generals and staff of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps sometimes don't understand that although the Dion Army's warships are huge and carry a lot of MS, where do the resources and expenses for the logistics maintenance of these warships come from? And how do they support their logistics? If these huge battleships were given to the Tianyi Mercenary Group, the generals and staff would not know how to carry out logistical repairs or maintain these expenses and where to find the money. The Reborn is indeed very suitable for use on the battlefield, but it is very overqualified for an armed organization like the Tianyi Mercenary Corps to merchant ships. Therefore, the Dogo's Kia-class battleship is very suitable as another standard-equipped warship of theirs, and can be used as the MIS mothership in the same frame as Loch Hylum and Archangel. Scobio, Viper, Space King, Mobius Zero, Wired Pod Assault Backpack, Egsaws and other fighters and ground mobile engineers, Type 74 air cushion trucks and linear gun tanks, etc., and other ground combat vehicles. Scobio and Viper are members of the MD family, and the generals and staff have no objection. The other fighter planes and ground combat vehicles are members of MD, fighting together with Bilge and Taurus, and there is no objection at all. Harrow controls these various types of fighter planes and ground combat vehicles to provide various types of combat support for those MIS. In addition to discussing this point, it must also be verified in the Red and Blue Army simulation battles. Some staff officers even gave some suggestions on the fighter planes, thinking that the suppression force can also be equipped with these fighter planes as a standard. It is believed that the suppression forces are equipped with fighter planes, and they can borrow fighter planes to cover ground suppression and even get fire support from the sky. There was no objection to the distribution of ground weapons such as mobile engineers to the generals and staff officers of the suppression forces. Everyone, today's meeting does not require you to make a decision within a day. You each write your evaluation report, and then decide whether to develop and manufacture. Yes, ma'am. There are some things I have to tell you all next. Listen carefully. Many people at the scene had a flash of fear in their hearts, but they remained calm on the surface. I hope that some of you here will work hard, do your part well, and want to reap some benefits. My husband, Long Fei, is very clear about your behavior. It's just that you are all talented, and for the sake of credit, he is always lenient when it comes to making money for you. So I will take his place temporarily, and for his sake, I will act like nothing happened. Tao Xiang said that this was intentional. Pause, and then look around the scene. Some generals and staff officers dare not meet Tao Xiang's eyes. Tao Xiang went on to say, but some people are greedy, even seeing that they can sell the company's secrets and important materials to others. It is unbearable. Then don't blame me for the heavy hand. If my husband is not in a coma, I'm afraid they will suffer more to live than to die. So I hope that some people better hurry up and turn around. Maybe the boss can forgive some of your actions after waking up. After finishing speaking, Tao Xiang patted the table. Some generals or staff officers at the scene were taken aback. Okay, let's end the meeting. Work hard and end the meeting. After Tao Xiang finished speaking, she stood up and left the meeting room. Congratulations, madam. The female rabbit and the heads of the 8 major troops followed behind Tao Xiang. After Tao Xiang walked out of the conference room, she took a breath, and she felt invisible pressure on her when she was asked to face some people like this. The female rabbit supported Tao Xiang and said, "Madam, go back to the office and rest for a while, so as not to affect the child in your womb. Indeed, it's time to take a break." The heads of the 8 directly affiliated troops have to return to their posts and prepare for their next series of tasks. On June 22, 125, the first year of the universe, the war initiated by the Kingdom of Dion has temporarily come to an end, and no one knows when this war will continue. Because the Kingdom of Dion has not signed an armistice agreement with any country or the Earth Circle and the Colonial Circle. Countries in the Colonial Circle are on guard against the Dion Empire while rebuilding. For this war that has been temporarily stopped, the countries in the Colonial Circle finally got a chance to breathe. The suspenseful hearts of the people of various countries are temporarily at ease. They don't know how long this war will continue. They can only live one day at a time, and they can earn one more day. What the people want to live now is a peaceful life, a stable job, and a life with stable prices. Years of war have caused inflation in everything, and the economy is also very unstable. Even if many people have jobs and salaries, it is a drop in the bucket. Moreover, the unemployment rate in the countries of the Colonial Circle remained high. Now, every country in the Colonial Circle is trying to figure out how to stabilize the economy and how to rebuild to stabilize the people's hearts. Every country in the colonized area solicits business from the corporate consortium companies in the Earth sphere. But these consortiums in the Earth Circle are waiting and watching. Even the capital who escaped from the war in the Colonial Circle did not dare to return to the Colonial Circle to invest. Except for the colonies in District 6 and the nearby countries where the Tianyi Mercenary Corps has set up bases, these capitalists are very enthusiastic about investing. In any country where the Tianyi Mercenary Group has set up a sub-base, the economic price will be stabilized in a very short period of time. In addition to being afraid of losing money, capitalists are most afraid of property damage. They don't want to invest in a place where accidents or wars happen suddenly. At that time, all the money invested will be lost. At that time, it would be useless to ask grandpa to sue grandma. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is also a golden sign of safety and security, and capitalists are happy to invest around the sub-base. Therefore, these countries quickly stabilized in the security economy. Many countries in the Colonial Circle see these countries that are quickly returning to stability, and the leaders of all countries understand that as long as the Tianyi Group comes in to invest, a place will be opened for the Tianyi Mercenary Group to set up a sub-base. Then you can get a lot of investment from many capitalists in the Earth Circle. With investment, you will have a lot of job opportunities. Therefore, the leaders of various countries sent important finance ministers, trade ministers, etc. to personally go to the parent base of the Tianyi Mercenary Regiment, hoping to meet with Tao Xiang in person to discuss cooperation. As the vice chairman, Long Xian was authorized by Tao Xiang to personally discuss investment with the leaders of these countries who came to request investment. As for the negotiating team, besides his own team, Long Xian also had a team led by Deputy Commander-in-Chief Fix, who followed Long Xian as the negotiating team. When Long Xian took advantage of this time to discuss investment with the leaders of various countries, he set out many conditions, and some of the leaders of the countries could agree, but the prerequisite was that the Tianyi Mercenary Group had to set up a branch base. Fix said, "We are happy to open a sub-base, but the premise is that you have to discuss a result with our vice chairman first. As long as you can agree to the conditions of the vice chairman, we are happy to open a sub-base." In order to bring the country into a stable state as soon as possible, some national leaders agreed to Long Xian's conditions. One of the conditions is the full tax exemption for Tianyi Group's investment in the country for 10 years. There are 3 countries that have fully agreed to Long Xian's conditions, and some countries are around these 3 countries. After seeing that these 3 countries have opened sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Group, they asked Long Xian to lower the conditions. Long Xian directly said, "The conditions will not change. If you don't accept our conditions, it doesn't matter. The big deal is that our Tianyi Group will not invest in your country. As for other capitalists, whether they are willing to come to your country to invest will depend on your country's ability gone." The leaders of these countries saw that Long Xian was stubborn and unwilling to lower the conditions, and only gave them the option of yes or no. If the Tianyi group does not come to invest in their country, no business will dare to invest in their country. If the Tianyi group invests, even if there is no Tianyi mercenary corps subbase in their country, as long as there is one nearby, it will be fine, because the Tianyi mercenary corps will definitely protect Tianyi group's industry. What many countries are looking for at the moment is stability. It is their top priority at the moment to allow the people to have a stable job and a stable income. The leaders of these countries can only agree to Long Xian's request. The country that received Tianyi Group's investment is hyped at the moment, and many capitalists immediately rush to the country to invest. But because of the many conditions agreed with Long Xian, one of the conditions is that Tianyi Group has the priority. In addition to solving economic and reconstruction problems, countries in the colonial circle also have to deal with the most serious crime problem at the moment. Several years of war have not only spawned criminal groups, but also deteriorating law and order. Moreover, there are more and more pirate groups day by day, often robbing merchant ships and civilian ships and so on. This is also one of the main reasons why many capitalists in the entire colonial circle dare not invest. Although there are many mercenary groups, the number of mercenary groups is far less than that of pirate groups or other criminal organizations. Some small mercenary regiments sometimes encountered the joint robbery of some pirate regiments while escorting merchant ships and were wiped out. Moreover, the pirate groups and criminal organizations not only have the Magic Wind, Apollo, and Pele too, but also Jiegang. Why can pirate groups and criminal organizations get these MS, even Jiegang? This is mainly because the corrupt military in some countries either sells these MS to these criminal organizations or sells them to the black market. There are even some sub-bases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps where some broken Jiegang are assembled into some usable parts and sold to some black or criminal organizations. Because it's just tinkering, and the parts are all disassembled and repaired, Jiegang can sell it to criminal organizations or the black market for 300 million Earth Circle coins. If it is a relatively intact second-hand Jiegang, it can be sold for at least 500 million Earth Circle coins. This also caused pirate groups and criminal organizations to often suppress some smaller mercenary groups. Smaller mercenary groups, in addition to merging or forming a team. Larger mercenary groups are also very troublesome, and some pirate groups with relatively large forces can fight against them. Regardless of the size of the mercenary group, everyone is snapping up Jiegang. The richer mercenary group bids for Jiegang every month from the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company and snaps up the purchase with other countries, mercenary groups, and some private armed groups. Newly made Jiegang. The bidding price of these freshly produced Jiegang directly exceeds 1 billion Earth Circle coins. Some private armed organizations are the head companies of those criminal organizations. For these criminal organizations, it is the best choice for them to buy Jiegang, whether it is brand new, second-hand, or repaired. Jiegang from Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's online bidding didn't care at all who bought their Ms. anyway. I earned the money, and what to do with it is your business and has nothing to do with me. Criminal organizations such as pirate groups, many of them are deserters on the battlefield. They form pirate groups by themselves, or they join some pirate groups. This also caused the pirate regiment to get these deserters with professional combat skills to join, and some deserters even taught those pirate regiment members some professional training. This has greatly improved the combat capabilities of many pirate groups, causing them not to be afraid of most mercenary groups. Even if it is a large mercenary group, they will not dare to rob their employers' merchant ships at all. This allowed the pirate group to make countless black money. But among the many mercenary groups, there was only one that they didn't dare to provoke, and that was the Tianyi Mercenary Group. All entrepreneurs and merchants can be entrusted to the Tianyi Mercenary Group and will never entrust another mercenary group. Because the Tianyi Mercenary Group is a symbol of security. Even all the criminal organizations immediately took a detour when they saw the Tianyi Mercenary Group. There used to be a pirate group who forgot to make a detour because they were slow to react. As a result, in addition to being wiped out by the Tianyi Mercenary Group, even their base camp, the Tianyi Mercenary Group directly sent troops to kill them all. Therefore, if every criminal organization goes out to rob the road, it will light up its cover. If it reacts slowly, it will immediately raise a white flag, and then send an airship to hand over boxes of gold and cash to save their lives. Many criminal organizations also pay life-saving fees every month. Moreover, when the Tianyi mercenary group was fighting with Dion's army at that time, it caused troops to merchant ships. Many merchants either waited or raised the entrustment fee or hoped to entrust in force of the Tianyi mercenary group. The war was over, and the troops of the Tianyi mercenary regiment also returned to their respective subbases. Although the number of troops has almost returned to the pre-war level, the high entrustment fee is still high, because there are still too many merchants who have been coming to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group in person. Even the entrustment mailboxes on the Tianyi mercenary group's network were overwhelmed and paralyzed every day. This made many mercenary groups jealous and envious. They were begging customers to come to their door, while the Tianyi mercenary group was begging customers for them. And the Tianyi mercenary group could also choose the customers they liked. In order for some merchants to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group, several merchants on the same journey formed their own merchant fleet into a merchant fleet, and then these merchants jointly entrusted the Tianyi mercenary group together. Such a joint venture entrustment gave them a higher chance of getting the Tianyi mercenary group to accept their entrustment. Some small mercenary regiments that were almost unable to operate were disbanded, and all of them were desperate to join the Tianyi mercenary regiment. Because Li Jiaming has announced that the first year of the universe will start in August 125, and the recruiting standards of the Tianyi mercenary group will return to the original level. Li Jiaming made such a decision, mainly because there are many subbases of the Tianyi mercenary corps, and those new birds who happen to have undergone training during the horror period happen to be in time for the end of the war. These new birds not only filled the fallen mercenary members, they were even more than sufficient. And those Tianyi mercenaries who have lost some parts of their bodies without the method of death, as long as they accept the multifunctional prosthetic technology, they can continue to stay in the Tianyi mercenary group. On the other hand, many members of those small mercenary groups were unable to complete the entrusted tasks, mainly because many MS of the pirate groups were stronger than them. Many members even died at the hands of these pirate groups. Rather than dying in such a small mercenary group, it is better to go to the Tianyi mercenary group to try their luck. If they can survive their terrifying training period for several months, then they will officially become a member of the Tianyi mercenary group. Months of horrific training may not hold up when hiring standards are adjusted back to what they used to be. So take advantage of this time and feel that you can survive the horrible training period that lowers the standard now, and join as soon as possible. The bosses of many small mercenary groups watch their employees leave one after another, and these bosses either changed jobs or tried to join the Tianyi mercenary group. On the other hand, the subbase of the Tianyi mercenary corps in the Earth Circle is also very busy, basically escorting goods from the Earth Circle to the Colony Circle, and then escorting goods from the Colony Circle to the Earth Circle. Of all the mercenary groups in the entire international circle, the Tianyi mercenary group is the busiest. Many troops, after entrusting this order to a certain country, may pick up another order in the local country and send the goods to another country. A company's fleet, less than 5 ships, may directly connect with orders to cargo for several months. Many Tianyi mercenaries often complained and worked overtime all the time, although the bonuses and overtime pay they got every month made them smile. However, the money you get is simply no time to spend, because often after escorting an order, the next order may be escorted in less than 2 days, and the rest time of the mercenaries simply cannot give them enough time to consume and entertain. Even many mercenaries often watch the money they get go into their bank accounts every month. Even if it is just a private, the Earth Circle currency may be 6 figures. Even some Tianyi mercenaries complained that their vacation time was often delayed, which made them often protest to their superiors. Even the special forces of the Tianyi mercenary corps, generally receiving missions such as extermination or search missions, etc., have begun to take on these missions. Generally speaking, this kind of thing is usually done by ordinary troops, and occasionally elite troops will take orders. Now the special forces have to accept such orders. Even now, even the 8th directly subordinate unit of Longfei of the Tianyi mercenary corps has begun to take on these jobs, because it is really too much to take orders. And the most helpless among them is the Crusade Pioneer team. Obviously, they are doing pirate work, but they have to change their careers to work. Li Xiuqing was on July 8th, 125, the first year of the universe. A fleet, regimental fleet, that should bear the flag of the Shadow Mad Dogs has a mothership Reborn MS, as well as shield breaker destroyers, armored frigates, RA Kylum, and supply ships and transports. When most people see such a combination, they will think that the Shadow Mad Dogs are going to fight. But this regiment-level fleet is actually escorting the merchant fleet. There are more than 300 merchant ships in total. The smallest one is over 500 meters long, and the longest one is over 1 kilometer. The merchant fleet was jointly commissioned by several companies to the Tianyi mercenary group to the Garth Empire. The entrusted deposit directly exceeds 10 billion Earth Circle coins, and this is only the of the colony in the third area to the colony in the first area. The person who led this united fleet was Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing escorted a fleet of nearly 100 ships to the colony in District 3, and soon escorted the merchant fleet to a certain country's port for repairs. A request came from the 22nd branch base, asking for help from the Shadow Mad Dog team. Because most of the injured troops in the 22nd branch base have accepted other commissions, and the rest are being repaired at the base. No troop can a merchant ship with more than 300 ships. Team. The commander of the sub-base had no choice but to contact Li Xiuqing for help. After checking the information of the merchant fleet and the amount of the entrusted deposit, Li Xiuqing agreed. Wow. Foreman, I didn't expect that the of our merchant fleet, Xiang Ran, is one of the troops directly under the head of the Tianyi mercenary, and there is also a mobile fortress. An employee pointed to Luvijilu in the distance and said, "Okay, don't talk about it, don't look at it. We have to work, these are their patrols." However, having said that, Foreman, our company is willing to send goods to the Garth Empire only after entrusting the Tianyi mercenary group. The famous large-scale mercenary groups in the area just lower their wages. Our company does not. I am willing to hand over the entrustment to them. Obviously, the scale sent by those large mercenary regiments is much larger than this army. Our company and other companies are not willing to hand over to them. Nonsense. Do you think those mercenary regiments can send cargo ships from us and other companies to the Garth Empire? The wars in the colonies of District 2 in those years, Libro colonial satellite terrorist impact, incident, caused that there are many criminal groups and pirate groups on the side, and the local countries there are headaches. After several years of war, these countries have lost too many armies and troops, and they are simply unable to deal with these criminal groups. Except for the Tianyi mercenary group, you said that these crimes which mercenary group is the group afraid of? Indeed, only the Tianyi mercenary group scares them. Furthermore, 2 weeks ago, a group of criminal gangs offended the Tianyi mercenary group in the colony of District 3 and were directly killed by the Tianyi mercenary group, and even other criminal gangs related to them were also killed by the Tianyi mercenary group. The regiment has been wiped out, so any criminal gangs now, especially the pirate group, should run away as soon as they see the flag of the Tianyi mercenary group. By the way, Foreman, not long ago, we passed a meteorite field. Isn't that where the Dion army was detained? It's indeed the detention center area. What are you talking about? The war has come to an end. Didn't the Dion Empire send anyone to negotiate with the Tianyi mercenary group to redeem those captives? How do I know this? If you have the ability, you can ask the Tianyi mercenary group. Why do you ask me? At this time, another employee passed by and said, "I think the Dion Empire is about to have civil strife. How can they have time to care about the captured soldiers?" On the other side, Li Xiuqing was watching the reports from his subordinates. At present, some outstanding ordinary human members have been selected from the mother base and sub-bases to join the Shadow Mad Dog team for cultivation, and even some children are also being cultivated. These children are called war orphans by the current media because they lost their country, home, and relatives. These children were either adopted by charity institutions such as welfare homes or orphanages, or were trafficked by some human traffickers, or they were trained as cannon fodder and tool people by criminal organizations and pirate groups. When the Tiansui mercenary group destroyed several criminal organizations and pirate groups that offended them, they just discovered these orphans. These war orphans are investigated if they really lost their country parents or even relatives. Commander Li Jiaming adopted these war orphans as training future Tianyi mercenaries. Tao Xiang is not very in favor of this matter. She thinks that all children may not be suitable to be mercenaries in the future and thinks that some tests should be carried out on these children. To test what skills these children are good at before cultivating them, Longfei supports his wife's opinion on this. In this regard, these war orphans conducted various tests such as IQ and physical fitness, and then differentiated them. The separated children will be taken care of, and these orphans will go to school for a period of time like those children from ordinary families. But the teaching is different, and the subjects that the children are good at will be focused on training. More than half of the adopted children have been assigned to the Tianyi mercenary group to train future mercenaries. There are 8 hours of class a day, of which 3 hours are the same as ordinary schools, and the remaining 5 hours are for military training. Most of these children will formally join the Tianyi mercenary corps after the age of 18, except for some outstanding children. They will join earlier and undergo more rigorous elite training. The other part of the war orphans who were not included in the Tianyi mercenary group was to train talents and employees for the subsidiaries of the Tianyi group. The children trained by Li Xiuqing's Shadow Mad Dog team are also selected from these war orphans for training. Li Xiuqing went to the cafeteria to eat. There were dozens of children eating in the cafeteria, and several female members took care of them. These dozens of children are pickpockets. A few days ago, when they were repairing at a certain country's port, when Song Guowei and a few members went out to eat, they encountered these children who wanted to pickpocket their members' wallets or valuables. They were directly caught by them. It was originally planned to call the police and let the local police deal with it, but the local people told them that even if the police come, the police will detain them for a few days at most and release them. Then these pickpocket children will continue to be controlled by those adults to continue to be pickpockets and thieves. After listening to the words of the locals, these children were released. As a result, not long after, those members found those children when they passed by a place, and they were actually beaten by the adults who controlled them. A few members couldn't stand it, so they taught these adults a lesson. The children who were rescued did not thank these members for their rescue, but were very frightened. Several members were puzzled and learned from the children's inquiries that even if they saved them once, they would continue to be beaten more viciously by the adults after they returned. Song Guowei is like children asking where the hiding place is. Song Guowei directly ordered a troop to rescue other children and control those adults. Song Guowei saw dozens of children at the scene, with scars from beatings and whips on their bodies. Some children were even killed and their organs were taken away. Several years of war made Song Guowei and other members a little numb, but seeing the corpses of those children whose body organs were taken away and died in a miserable state made them feel extremely shocked and heartbroken. Then, I learned from those children that these dead children were often beaten because they often failed to meet the requirements of the adults. But the frequent beatings made them unable to bear the pain and died of serious injuries. Adults also take their organs and sell them on the black market. The adults who did these cruel things did not have any remorse, but shouted to the Shadow Mad Dog team who caught them. Anyway, there are a lot of people outside who do this. Why can't we do it? We have to eat. Anyway, these children have no father or mother, so if they can be used, they can be used, and if they can't be used, then they can be sold. No matter what, no one is pitiful. Many members couldn't help but shoot them dead after saying these words. Song Guowei raised his hand to stop and asked these people to torture these adults for a while and get out information about their black market organizations. After getting the information, Song Guowei asked a few people to pretend to be disguised and then said to these adults, "Since you just said, there are so many people doing this kind of thing anyway. Anyway, you are all a bunch of scum, and there is nothing wrong with you if you die. People are pitiful, so it is possible and profitable to sell your organs. Anyway, we want to find money to spend and sell your organs." All of a sudden, these grown-ups were so frightened that they cried and begged for forgiveness, but they didn't dare. Song Guowei said coldly, "It's late." With a wave of his hand, these adults were dragged out. Then, Song Guowei uploaded the matter to Li Xiuqing. Li Xiuqing did not have any objection or approval to the report submitted by Song Guowei. It was not the first time that Song Guowei had encountered such a thing, and the Tianyi mercenary group had encountered many of them earlier. Many children of war orphans, such as Bao Song Guowei, were controlled by shameless adults and trained to be pickpockets and thieves, or they were cut off by some shameless adults as handicapped children and begged. After those crippled children were rescued, They were helped by the multifunctional prosthetic technology of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps and became a child with prosthetic limbs that looked nothing like ordinary children. After knowing these things, Tao Xiang issued an order that anyone who encounters these criminal organizations must rescue the children, and then these criminal organizations must be eliminated. Li Xiuqing sat and ate, looking at the rescued children in front of him. These children now at least have a stable and safe life for them. As for the future, it depends on their own destiny. On July 22nd, 125, the first year of the universe, the Annihilation Army had returned to the Martian Circle, and Yelishaud led all the civil and military officials to welcome his brother back. Duke Morisset followed behind Yelishaud with a serious expression. Alexander's exclusive airship landed on the tarmac, and Alexander and Uncle Marnius disembarked. Congratulations to the return of the third prince, His Highness Alexander, and General Marnius. The two brothers Elisad and Alexander embraced falsely. Then, the two brothers discussed things as they walked. "Father, how is he?" Alexander asked the most urgent question. "Father, you are still in a coma. The doctors have diagnosed that your father is not life-threatening, but you are just unconscious. There is no clue at the moment." Alexander looked back at his grandfather intentionally or unintentionally, and he could already see his expression. Then, his eyes turned to the many new faces around him, and there were many important positions held by talents held by his second brother. Alexander felt a little upset. He didn't expect the second brother to mess around when his father was unconscious. Alexander looked at Gulisina, the younger sister next to his second brother. He looked down on this sister from the bottom of his heart. Her mother is a court lady and has no influence at all. If her father hadn't given birth to this daughter when she was over 100 years old, and she was the only daughter, she would be regarded as the jewel in the palm of her father's palm. His mother died at birth, so he was taken care of by his second brother's mother. But because of her relationship, Salia, Elisad's mother, who was not very favored in the first place, got some pet. In his life in the court since he was a child, he dared to provoke his eldest brother and ignored his second brother, but he never dared to bully this younger sister. In the past, he deliberately made his sister cry, and he was punished directly by his father. In addition to being given a cane, he was locked in his palace and not allowed to come out for a month. Since then, he has not dared to bully this younger sister. Alexander thought to himself, "Gulisina, without the emperor by your side, I will have to see if Elishad will take care of you." If Alexander wanted to talk about it, the person he hated the most was actually this younger sister. As for the second brother, he just looked down on the second brother from the bottom of his heart. Back in the palace, Alexander went to his father's bedroom to visit his unconscious father. Alexander looked at his father, who had his eyes closed tightly. In Alexander's mind, he was usually domineering, and the king looked down on the world. At this moment, there is no aura of the emperor in the past, but like an old man who is seriously ill and unconscious. Alexander looked at the wrinkles in the corners of his father's eyes, and Alexander knew that his father was really old. Alexander reached out and held his father's hand and said a few words, stepped back a few steps, and knelt on one knee to salute, then exited his father's bedroom. In the corridor, Alexander met his grandfather, the Duke of Morisset. The grandparents and grandchildren left the palace and went to the residence of the Duke of Morisset. In the residence of the Duke of Morisset, Alexander talked with his grandfather, wanting to know the current domestic situation. "Grandpa, has Elisad already monopolized the power? Is the number one knight Julius completely on the side of the second brother? It is your father's will for Julius to stand beside your second brother. He has already done everything. If something happens to him, all the power will be handed over to your second brother, and your father is in charge during the personal conquest. Your second brother had already acted secretly to investigate the corruption evidence of our nobles. Could it be that everyone around second brother is clean? Even if he can find out, it stands to reason that we can also grasp the evidence of corruption under him. Your second brother has known about this problem for a long time, and he also knows that there must be some people with dirty buttocks among his subordinates. After your father's accident, your second brother immediately took action. Those buttocks in his hands are not clean. Clean people immediately follow the rules, and then, with one hand, threw a pile of criminal evidence from our great noble faction in front of us, and with the other hand, They immediately took action to arrest some members of those corrupt, great noble factions stand up. Part of it. Why don't you just dispose of everything you've caught? It's very simple. Cut off that part. Your second brother will put his people in the position, and the remaining part requires us to obediently let go of these rights, and then hand over the noble's property and private soldiers in exchange for life opportunities. And his actions were completely aimed at the middle and lower nobles on the side of our great noble faction at the beginning. On the surface, what he did was to keep Grandpa and other high-ranking nobles in their original positions, but in fact, he has already taken away most of your rights. The purpose of all he did is to empty you. Yes, and when your father went out, he had already made these preparations, and some members of the great aristocratic faction were pulled into his camp by him. And it was too late when we found out. Most of the positions that look like they are not high-ranking, but are actually important positions have been taken away by your second brother. Grandpa, didn't you fight back? Of course there is a counterattack, but your second brother has already expected our actions, and even sent someone to show us our plan, so that all of us would not dare to act rashly. If it weren't for us big nobles to send old trees, there are many forces secretly cultivated, plus there is an annihilation army, which made your second brother a little worried, so he didn't dare to hit hard. Alexander knew very well that the Annihilation Army was the last trump card of the great noble faction. Without the Annihilation Army, let alone the great aristocratic faction, even he might be wiped out by his second brother. Now, your second brother is in charge of the Annihilation Army. The number 1 knight Julius is standing beside him, and the remaining 6 royal knights all support your second brother. Now our big noble faction is very passive. Now we have to step by step and not be defeated. Your second brother will catch some handles. In addition to guarding against his third brother Alexander and the noble faction, Yelisod also had to manage the economy of the Dion kingdom. At present, there is no problem with the food supply of the Dion Empire. The problem is economic reconstruction and population. In the Dion Empire, even children are throwing themselves into the battlefield. Although Yelisod controls the Annihilation Army, the proportion of juvenile soldiers and child soldiers has reached about 30%. On the contrary, the Annihilation Army basically has no child soldiers, at most young soldiers, and the proportion is only about 10%. This is why Yelisod dared not order the Annihilation Army to carry out a round of purges of these big aristocratic factions. If he did so, it would definitely cause his younger brother's Annihilation Army to counterattack. The population ratio of the Dion Empire is seriously out of balance. If a civil war really breaks out, it will not only cause heavy casualties in the country, but it will even trigger a counterattack from the coalition forces in the colonial circle. Yelisod can only temporarily stop the big noble faction, and the future will be long. To annihilate the army, Yelisod released the forced recruitment of child soldiers and let these child soldiers return to their relatives. As for the young soldiers who were forced to recruit, they were classified into the ranks of the regular army. Yelisod rubbed his forehead. Now he must get the Dion Empire's economy on the right track. This is his top priority. Gulisina held a lot of documents and put them in front of her second brother. Looking at the haggard face of her second brother who had been taking care of her, she understood that his second brother was under great pressure. The only thing she can do now is to help the second brother share his worries as much as possible, and not to cause trouble to the second brother. The number 1 knight, Julius, is also helping the second brother with some government affairs. Sister, you can handle this job for the second brother. Gulishina took a look at the document, frowned, and nodded. Okay, I'll deal with it now. Sister, don't do it too badly. Leave a way out for them first. If they don't know what to do, then kill them. Good. After watching his sister walk out of the office, Yelisod stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple. Now he doesn't want to do anything to the big nobles for the time being. The earlier attacks against these big aristocratic factions mainly dealt with those who were corrupt and dead. These guys are a group of bullies who seized the country's resources but did not pay for the country. These bullies who got rid of them also got a lot of resources, which can be used as an economic source for rebuilding the country. As long as the remaining big aristocratic factions do not go too far, Yelisod can make an exception. Now, for him, the entire Dion Empire must be stable and not chaotic, let alone civil strife. Yellowshad was now praying that his idiot brother would not come and make a fuss with him at the first moment of provocation. The country has exhausted a lot of its resources and strength after years of fighting, and it is very weak now. There are still many things that must be dealt with. The soldiers detained by the Tiani mercenary group must now negotiate with them to see if they can be redeemed. Come back. They are all important forces of the country. Yellowshad is now praying that the Tiani mercenary group will not impose those conditions too much. At this time, Mu Liao informed him that the Uya Cross country had sent a request for contact with the purpose of establishing diplomacy. Elishad frowned directly. Countries in the world do not know the current intelligence of the Kingdom of Dion at this moment. Because of the wars in the past few years, the Kingdom of Dion has expelled the diplomatic ambassadors of all countries. At present, none of the countries in the colonial circle has sent a diplomatic request to the Kingdom of Dion. In the Earth Circle, there is actually a contact from the Uya Cross Kingdom to the Dion Empire, requesting diplomatic contact. Yellowshad did not have any resistance to the Uya Crusaders, and the United Army also had the Uya Crusaders joining it. However, they did not participate in many battlefields, especially after the Saint's wedding. Most of the Uya Crusaders devoted themselves to logistics and humanitarian assistance. The Uya Cross country is basically a neutral country. If Infati said that he accepted the challenge of all countries in the Earth Circle. The Uya Cross country actually didn't want to join, but because they couldn't withstand the diplomatic pressure from other countries diplomatically, they reluctantly joined the battlefield. Now the Uya Cross country wants to contact the Dion Empire after the war has come to an end, hoping to live in peace with the Dion Empire. Elishad agrees to the Uya Cross country's request to contact. The Uya Cross country sent a diplomatic team to the Dion Empire. Originally, as a celebrity with such a high profile and excellent image in the world, Saint Aina must be an important part of the diplomatic team. But Saint Aina was pregnant and unable to go there. The Pope arranged for the diplomatic bishop to form a diplomatic team with several other bishops to go to the Martian Circle. As the head of the Knights Templar, John wanted to follow and protect the safety of several bishops. But the Pope asked John to stay with his wife. The Uya Cross country sent a contact to the Dion Empire, and this matter spread throughout the world. Countries are very interested in knowing the purpose of the Uya Cross country. However, the Uya Cross country did not announce their purpose this time. This has aroused the speculation of the leaders of various countries and many experts that the Uya Cross country, which has always maintained neutrality and loves peace, may propose an armistice agreement to the Dion Empire. It's just that everyone is just guessing now, and the authorities of the Uya Cross country have kept silent about their purpose this time. Long Fei has been in his exclusive ward for more than a month without going out, and has been dealing with documents all the time. Today, Tao Xiang stayed by Long Fei's side all the time. Many people think that the proprietress often takes care of the boss while handling work in the boss's exclusive ward recently. Some of these guys are greedy and take risks, so don't blame me for not thinking about old feelings. Tao Xiang touched her 5-month-old belly with one hand, looked at her husband, and then continued to help her husband organize the documents. Tao Xiang complained while tidying up. Now some people are intimidated and keep their own place, but they secretly call me a mother Rakshasa, saying that I am cruel and merciless, and don't care about old feelings at all. If these guys keep to themselves, why should I let them think that I'm still unconscious? These are just testing them. Besides, if it wasn't for the accident that made me unconscious, I would have to deal with these things after I come back. If you give them a chance and they don't grasp it, then don't blame us for being up and down. The problem is that you will be the good guy, and I will be the bad guy. Everyone will think that I want to monopolize the power and kill them. Tao Xiang complained. Long Fei hugged his wife and said, "Okay, don't be angry. If you let others think you are Guanyin Bodhisattva, these people will not take you seriously. They can do whatever they want with you, and directly treat the company as if it's their home. So it's better to let them be afraid of you than to bully you." Tao Xiang snorted and said, "I know this, and I understand it too. If you really haven't woken up, I might really start killing people now." After kissing his wife on the cheek, Long Fei found another topic and asked, "Has your sister not been looking for you recently?" "This month, she only met me once, and the mission was dispatched in less than 2 days. Now you can't finish all the bases and commissions. She has also grown up, maybe in 3 to 5 years, she will get married and have children. Yeli Shaod ordered his subordinates to contact the Tianyi mercenary group, saying that they would send a negotiating team to the Tianyi mercenary group's mother base to discuss some matters with the Tianyi mercenary group. On August 15, 125, the first year of the universe, the Yelisod negotiating team came to the mother base of the Tianyi mercenary corps. Besides Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming, Salamanda, and related negotiating teams greeted the negotiating team. The negotiating team representative of Yelisod is also an old colleague Christoph, who Salamanda knew. He belonged to the same country as him back then, and was the head of another royal knights. Christoph also did not expect to meet her old colleague Salamanda, although she had already heard that Salamanda had followed Long Fei. It was even heard that Salamanda had made countless contributions since the days of war between the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian army. After the country and king he was loyal to in the past ceased to exist, Christopher joined the rebel army, and after he rescued Princess Yo-Yo, a series of things happened. In particular, Princess Yo-Yo fell in love with Barbaros, her father-killing enemy, which made her unacceptable, and she couldn't accept that man as her companion, let alone swear allegiance to Princess Yo-Yo, the unfilial daughter of the former king. Later, she accused Princess Yo-Yo in front of everyone, and Princess Yo-Yo immediately dismissed her from all positions in a rage. Discouraged, she left the rebel army and lived as an ordinary person incognito. As a result, Yelisod found out her details by some means, not only did not embarrass her, but instead sent someone to invite her to join his camp, and even Yelisod met her several times in person to invite her. She really couldn't believe that a prince from an enemy country invited her regardless of past suspicions, which made her feel very flattered and moved. The former king is the wise master, and Yeli Shaod is also the wise master. The former king I am loyal to is dead, and his daughter is so incompetent. Why should I be foolish and loyal? Then I will vote for another wise master. Christopher frowned when he saw Jorge behind Salamanda. This money-hungry and lustful person will get more benefits and change his master directly. A trace of disdain flashed in Christoph's heart for Jorge. After the two parties shook hands and introduced themselves, Li Jiaming led everyone to the negotiating room. What does the Dian Empire want to negotiate with this mercenary group? Christopher said straight to the point. I just hope that your mercenary group can return our soldiers back. Return? You have been fighting with us for so many years. Now that the war has come to an end, you want us to return your soldiers. You think too well. Salamanda said. Of course, we are not asking your mercenary group to return our soldiers unconditionally. The expensive mercenary group can ask for the conditions you want. As long as it is reasonable, we will definitely meet the requirements of your mercenary group. Li Jiaming said sarcastically. That's redemption. It's not restitution at all. If you make it clear, you will almost get into a fight because of a misunderstanding. The corners of Christopher's eyes twitched a few times. He could see that the other party had no intention of negotiating with them at all, but he still suppressed his unhappiness and said patiently, This is something wrong with our wording. Please also invite your mercenaries. Forgive me. Your mercenary group can talk about the conditions you want. Li Jiaming sent someone to hand over their conditions to Christopher and his party. Christopher and his group looked at the conditions on the document. Their expressions changed from frowning to twitching at the corners of their eyes, and then the whole look became more and more ugly, and even many people had angry expressions on their faces. Among other things, these conditions are just 4 items. The first item is to redeem a private soldier, and it has to be redeemed by 10 million Earth Circle coins, and there are some metal materials, etc., and this is just an ordinary human being. If it is an adjustment person or a new human being, it has to be calculated separately. The higher the rank, the higher the ransom and conditions. Item 2. If you want to redeem these soldiers, you must first pay the redemption money to redeem all ordinary humans before you can redeem the adjustments, and only after the adjustments are redeemed can you redeem new humans. Item 3. The lowest ranked soldiers must be redeemed first, and then the higher ranked soldiers can be redeemed. You cannot jump to redeem captured soldiers. Item 4. Before redeeming these captured soldiers, a series of compensations must be made to the Tianyi mercenary group. Christopher and his group looked at the conditions on the document, and at the amount and conditions of a series of compensations to the Tianyi mercenary group. Christoph and his group were gnashing their teeth. Many of them threw documents directly, pointing at Li Jiaming and his group and cursing. You guys are blackmailing. You are a lion with a big mouth. Are you playing us like a kid? Is there such a random condition? Are you slaughtering us like fat sheep? Li Jiaming and his group sat on the chairs with an old, godlike expression, either closing their eyes and turning a deaf ear, or looking up at the ceiling, not paying attention to the other parties scolding and protesting at all. Saramanda twisted her neck and said, "Have you guys had enough arguing?" Only then did Christophe and his group quiet down, and everyone glared at Li Jiaming and his group. Li Jiaming said slowly at this time, "It's you who want to negotiate with me. We didn't think about negotiating with you, because we have nothing to say to you, and you haven't captured our mercenaries, so it's important for us said, we don't need to talk to you about this." The corners of Christopher's eyes twitched. She also understood that during the battle between her country and the Tianyi mercenary group, when cleaning the battlefield, the two sides exchanged prisoners in equal amounts. Basically, the Dian Empire has no captured Tianyi mercenaries at all. On the contrary, the Tianyi mercenary group has captured a large number of its own soldiers. The Tianyi mercenary group basically eats them to death. Li Jiaming looked at Christopher and his group with a smile, and said in his heart, "Since the other party wants to redeem their people, then we will make a lot of conditions, and it depends on whether they agree or not. If they agree, we will earn money. A lot of money. It doesn't matter if you don't agree, we have no loss. Anyway, those captives are also a group of cheap laborers, which can make us Tianyi mercenary group earn good profits. If you want to redeem someone, just agree to our terms. To use my hometown, it's enough to eat people. It's up to you whether you agree or not." I smiled secretly in my heart. Everyone on Li Jiaming's side laughed secretly. Christopher said patiently, "Your Excellency, can you lower the conditions a little bit? Your conditions are too high." Li Jiaming turned his head to look at Salamanda, and gave Salamanda a color, and Salamanda understood the meaning of the commander-in-chief. "If you think our conditions are too high to accept, then your business has nothing to do with us. Either you agree, or you leave. We will not entertain you." Christopher stood up and said angrily, "You are not negotiating in good faith at all. You are simply playing us. Yes, it's just to tease you. Anyway, we have nothing to talk to you about. Either agree or leave now. We won't entertain you." As soon as Salamanda finished speaking, the door of negotiation opened, and many Tianyi mercenaries poured out. Li Jiaming said, "If you can't agree to our conditions, or if you need to discuss with your superiors, please go back first." Christopher and his team saw that the Tianyi mercenary group had no intention of negotiating with them at all, and the condition they offered was simply that the lion opened its mouth. If they didn't agree to the Tianyi mercenary group's loss, if they agreed, they would bleed profusely. Christopher and his party had no choice but to leave. Christopher and his party returned to the country with aggrieved faces. After receiving Christopher's report, Yelisad almost couldn't help cursing his mother. Elisad stretched out his hand and rubbed his temples to refresh himself, and said in his heart, "If you don't talk about these conditions, let's just talk about the ransom, not to mention that the Dian Empire can't afford it now, even if there was no war 5 years ago. The Dian Empire also can't afford it, not to mention that the national treasury will be emptied, and the defense budget for several years will be wiped out. Forget it, the Tianyi mercenary group doesn't want to talk to us at all, probably because they are worried about being captured. Once the Dian army returns to the country, they will turn their guns on the battlefield again, and the biggest worry is that our country will fight them again." Yelisad decided to put this matter on hold for a while, and now he has to deal with the visit of the diplomatic team of the European and Cross Kingdom in a few weeks. On the other hand, Longfei really didn't want to return the captured Dian army to the Dian Empire, so he asked Li Jiaming's people to impose a bunch of excessive conditions. The main reason is that the Dian Empire cannot agree to their conditions at all. If these captive Dian troops were allowed to return to their country, the Dian Empire, which was seriously out of soldiers, could slightly solve their urgent problem of serious shortage of troops. With bad luck, if these captives returned to their country, Fardis would just wake up. According to Fadis's piss, maybe he will start another war, wanting to regain the lost share, in order to realize his boring new humanism. Longfei thought in his heart, evaluate and speculate against Fardis. It's better to put these captives in my detention center than this. Even if Fadis really wakes up, he won't be able to turn over any waves. Long Fei was sitting on the sofa, holding a tablet and watching the projected files, watching his two daughters sitting together, holding a tablet and watching cartoons, while his wife Taoxiang was lying on his bed and taking a nap. Today happened to be fun day, so Long Fei asked his wife to rest more, and when Taoxiang was pregnant with her second child, she was lethargic from time to time, so Long Fei tried to let his wife rest as much as possible. Moreover, Long Fei also sensed the child in his wife's womb. Recently, he often fell asleep, even if he used telepathy to try to contact the child. The child in the womb will also wake up immediately, expelling his psychopathy from the mother's body, as if protesting to his father not to disturb his sleep. Long Fei thought that he would be able to meet his child in December this year. Then, Long Fei looked at other reports. Currently, the new subbases of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are already under construction in full swing. Subbases 23, 24, and 25, if nothing unexpected happens, will open successively next month. At present, the exiles have joined the Tianyi Mercenary Group, and the number of the Tianyi Mercenary Group has exceeded saturation, which has allowed the Tianyi Mercenary Group to open a new subbase. The other subbases also began to expand, mainly to share the mountain of commissions as much as possible. Moreover, the saturated extra mercenaries can try their best to arrange them to go to the new subbase that is about to open or the subbase that is about to be expanded. Because there are so many extra mercenaries, it is impossible to arrange work normally, and, in terms of dormitories alone, they can no longer be divided evenly. Some mercenaries are camping in subbases. Another point is that the Tianyi Mercenary Group has been the most profitable subsidiary of the Tianyi Group in the past few months, and even the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company's monthly profit is only half of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is now also dubbed a nuclear-powered money printing machine by other subsidiaries. The money is so much that the layers are stacked higher than the layer, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain. The Tianyi Mercenary Corps now has so much money that they have no place to spend it. Commander-in-Chief Li Jiaming invests in the development and manufacture of the mobile fortress Downs every month and directly wants 10 ships. Long Fei even thought that Li Jiaming was crazy. Too much money to spend. Li Jiaming explained. The mobile fortress Downs can be moved, and it can also be used as a special subbase. In the future, these mobile fortresses can be used to receive business and even be repaired for other fleets. It doesn't hurt to build more mobile fortresses with multiple purposes. Long Fei thought about it and thought it was feasible. The Gondwana-class MIS motherships were originally required to be 6 for insurance purposes, but now 2 more are added, bringing the total to 8. FA's was, FA Basur, Dogo's Kia-class warships and Gawadan-class warships are also being vigorously manufactured at this moment. Originally, many generals of the Gawadan-class battleship thought that it was unnecessary, but seeing the money they had earned during this period, the generals thought it would be better to build some. Anyway, the carrying capacity of MS is indeed enough. Among the 4 types of warships, the Dogo's Kia-class warships were manufactured the most, with a manufacturing ratio higher than that of Archangel and Lokhailam, followed by FA's was, with a manufacturing ratio slightly lower than that of Archangel. The FA Basur and Govardhan-class battleships were produced in the least number. Among the 8 directly affiliated troops, they are also very interested in these new warships, and they also want to update them. For example, the Cross Vanguard, the Bloodthirsty Wolf Squad, the Shadow Mad Dogs, etc., which own the Irish-class MIS mothership, all request to replace the Irish-class MIS mothership with the Dogo's Kia-class battleship. FA's was and FA Basur were also warships they wanted, and even the Black Rabbit troops were clamoring for these 2 fighters. Rabian Rose is also being produced in large quantities, and a battalion-level fleet needs at least 1 Rabian Rose. Moreover, all the manufacturing factories of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps are now working 24 hours a day to manufacture all warships, MS, mobile fortresses, and other weapons. The Tianyi Mercenary Group desperately manufactured these weapons, mainly because those extra mercenaries were waiting for these weapons. Originally, Long Fei wanted to make unicorns and other Gundams, but seeing the current form, he was looking at his own child, and the child that would be born in his wife's womb. My own exclusive factory is now manufacturing the weapons I need now. The children are still young, and the second child has not yet been born. So let's take a break for the time being for Gundams with spiritual skeletons like unicorns. On the other side, the mobile fortress burger, Lee Jiaming originally wanted to build two in one go. If not all the expanded production lines are busy making other things now, Lee Jiaming really wants to directly build two mobile fortresses Bulger. Looking at the report document in front of him, Long Fei thought to himself, if Lee Jiaming dared to spend money like this in the past, I might yell at him and scold him for spending money recklessly. Thinking that my money is a big wind blowing, did you come? Long Fei then looked at the Tianyi mercenary group's summary of last week's income and thought, if it wasn't for the fact that the Tianyi mercenary group's income is faster and more than what it spends, they might have killed him with a single shot. However, at present, spies from various countries have infiltrated every subsidiary of the Tianyi group. Some of the exiles were spies from a certain country. Things cannot be known to you. If you want to know, you have to pay the price. Long Fei went on to look at another document. The contents of the file are some new types of individual weapons. Individual weapons are not lethal, but capture, such as sticky guns, wire guns, sleep smoke bombs, and so on. These weapons are mainly because Long Fei feels that if there is another conflict with the Dian Empire in the past few years, then the next battlefield will be Mars. According to the current serious shortage of soldiers in the Dian Empire, maybe they will forcefully conscript children and throw them into the battlefield. At that time, a bunch of young soldiers and child soldiers, even if all the alpha troops are thrown in, they will not be able to eliminate so many. Most of the other troops would not be able to do anything to harm these young soldiers and child soldiers. The only way to deal with these juvenile soldiers and child soldiers is to use these weapons so that my troops can use these weapons to deal with these juvenile soldiers and child soldiers. Long Fei continued to watch the actual combat test reports and videos of these weapons. Long Fei opened one of the recorded videos. The video content is an actual combat shooting in a jungle somewhere in the Earth's circle, and it is shot by a stealth drone and a mission team's camera. A 12-man ground force in Spartan suits, armed with pistols, etc. Their mission is to capture targets and rescue hostages. The time was 10 o'clock in the evening, and the location was in a simple thatched cottage community. 4 of them were sniping at different locations, and the other 8 sneaked into the thatched cottage community incognito. Although the 8 people are invisible, they still have to pay attention to their footprints on the ground. So once they leave footprints, they will be eliminated immediately. 2 of them found 2 thieves on patrol in an aisle. The 2 people took out a pistol equipped with a silencer and assembled sleep bullets from their waists, and the 2 people shot at the same time to solve one of them. The 2 thieves on patrol immediately fell to the ground and made a heavy sleeping sound. If the 2 thieves were not woken up, they would sleep for about 12 hours before waking up. The 2 dragged the 2 thieves to another place, then removed the traces. One of the thieves standing guard on the roof was attacked by a sniper. An anesthetic needle as big as a sniper bullet hit the target, and the target instantly fell into a deep sleep and fell from the roof. When he was about to hit the ground, he was caught by one of the Tianyi mercenaries, and he was put in a hidden place. In another place, a thief standing guard in front of a room was stunned by a Tianyi mercenary behind him with an electric shock rod. Then, the Tianyi mercenaries placed the stunned thief next to the escalator, as if he was asleep. Then, the Tianyi mercenaries used the perspective function to check the movement in the thatched cottage, and found that there were 2 people in the house, both lying on the bed and sleeping. In order to confirm whether it was the target to be caught or the hostage to be rescued, Tianyi mercenaries entered the room to check and found that it was just an ordinary thief. So they took out a needle from their waist and then dripped a few drops of liquid from the needle into the thief's mouth. The 2 thieves drank the liquid unknowingly in their deep sleep. The Tianyi mercenaries checked with the scanner, and the 2 thieves completely fell into a deep sleep state. If they were not stimulated, they would directly sleep for about 12 hours. Then, Tianyi mercenaries came to a house, a larger thatched cottage, and one of them used the perspective function to check the situation inside the house. Then, he gestured to the other 3. All 4 of them came to the left and right sides of the door. One of them took out a sleep smoke bomb, opened a corner of the door, and threw the sleep smoke bomb inside. When the people in the house suddenly saw the smoke, they thought it was on fire at first, but fell asleep the moment they inhaled the smoke. The 4 Tianyi mercenaries outside the house swaggered into the house to check, and found that there was a thief leader to be arrested and a hostage to be rescued. It's just that at the moment these 2 targets are sleeping soundly. Among the 2 Tianyi mercenaries, one carried the bandit leader on his shoulders, and the other carried the rescued hostages out of the house. The task can be said to be completed, and everyone in the thatched cottage community fell into a trap. In sleep, the target is also taken away in sleep. After watching this video, Long Fei was very satisfied with the effects of the sleep bullets and sleep smoke bombs that make people fall asleep. Then Long Fei was watching other videos. A Tianyi mercenary hit the target with a sticky gun, and the sticky, semi-solidified thing bound people up like plastic. The more struggling people were bound, the tighter they were. There were even others who were glued to the wall and could not move. Another video shows a Tianyi mercenary shooting at the target with a rope gun. The bundle of rope shot out seems to be alive and binds the target like a snake. And the wire gun pounced on the target like a spider web to wrap it up, and several people were bound together by the spider web-like wire. There are even some that fall from the sky, and the moment they land on the ground, they trap the target and shrink instantly, wrapping the target like spider silk. The harder the target struggles, the tighter the netting is, like being bound by a python. Is to electrify the target so that he lies on the ground and twitches. Long Fei went on to watch other videos. At this time, Tao Xiang just woke up and stretched her waist, looking at her 2 daughters watching cartoons on the tablet. Tao Xiang got up, then sat beside her husband, watching the battle scene in the video. You developed these weapons to make your troops more handy when capturing targets? This is the reason. The biggest reason is that if the Dian Empire starts a war with us again in the past few years, then the battlefield will be. Long Fei explained to Tao Xiang. You decided to develop these weapons, not only because you don't want to hurt the children, but also for the sake of your subordinates. To be honest, firing at a group of children, not to mention ordinary people, even those who are used to the battlefield probably have many people who can't get your hands on the kids. Even if some soldiers can kill children who take up arms, they may become mentally ill for a lifetime, need to see a psychiatrist for treatment, and take drugs to suppress mental illness for the rest of their lives. I don't want my subordinates they are all like this. What can be done is to develop this type of weapon, not only so that they will not feel guilty, but also to give those children a chance to survive. Tao Xiang looked at her husband. Long Fei was watched intently by his wife and asked, "Why do you keep looking at me? I think after your battle with Fardis, your personality and style of doing things have changed." Changed? Where? You didn't realize it, I did. If it was you before, you would hardly think about it at all. Instead, you would continue to expand the size of the Alpha Troop and directly make the place where the Alpha Troop passed by completely barren of grass. Now you are letting people develop these capture weapons. Long Fei lowered his head and thought for a while, then said, "Maybe it's like what you said. The main reason is that I don't want to get the blood of the children on my hands, especially those children who were forced to go to the battlefield. They are my last don't want to hurt." Countries around the world are still paying attention to the movements of the Tianyi mercenary group and the Dian Empire. The spies sent by some major countries in the world to the Tianyi mercenary group obtained information on some new weapons developed by the Tianyi mercenary group. For example, capturing weapons, a new type of airdrop cabin, the official mass production of Spartan Battlesuit 2, a mental controller dedicated to new humans in Spartan Battlesuit 2, the Dogo's Kia-class battleship and Guadin-class battleship, Rabian Rose, and Mobile Fortress Downs. The leaders of the major powers were amazed. The Dogo's Kia-class warship and the Guadin-class warship felt that the former seemed to be a reduced version of the Reborn, while the latter was another new design, and it could the carrying capacity exceeds 100 ms. According to information currently received, a small part of the current production line of the Rebel warship is for the Guadin-class warship, and some new production lines that have been expanded are fully engaged in the production of Dogo's Kia-class warships. The militaries of many countries regard the Dogo's Kia-class battleship as an upgraded version of the early Ms. Mothership Albion of the Tianyi Mercenary Corps. Then there is the Mobile Fortress Downs. According to the intelligence collected by the secret agents, there is a factory inside the Mobile Fortress Downs, which can manufacture MS, mobile fortresses, and all the necessary weapons. The militaries of the major countries also estimated that the Tianyi mercenary group might develop the Mobile Fortress Downs, which is a mobile fortress designed with reference to the warships of the Dian Empire. However, the military and leadership of various countries have some doubts. When was the mobile fortress downs designed? Did the two parties design it after the war, or did they already have this mobile fortress technology? If it was the former, Long Fei might have woken up a long time ago, but he deliberately let outsiders think that he was in a coma. If it was the latter, it could prove that the Tianyi mercenary group has a lot of technical reserves. In the case of the former, the leaders of various countries are going to give up the idea of stealing the technology of the Tianyi mercenary group. Then, the Tianyi mercenary group announced that they would sell second-hand Irish-class Ms. motherships, which directly attracted the attention of the entire world. All countries immediately contacted the Tianyi mercenary group to purchase second-hand Irish-class Ms. motherships. Although the sale of the Yagama Ms. mothership that year was small, it directly caused the entire international countries to rush to buy it at a high price. The countries that snapped up the Yagama Ms. mothership back then included the Hanxia Empire, the Garth Empire, the Russian Soviet Republic, the European and Asian Cross Kingdoms, and so on. The countries that snapped up the Yagama Ms. mothership all conducted research on the battleship, and after studying the battleship for many years, they were unable to understand all the technologies of the battleship. Even some technologies are too advanced to be mastered at all, making it impossible to even imitate. Although it is impossible to figure it out, it also gives these national research teams a great reference to develop some new types of warships, which also allows these countries to leave many countries behind in terms of warship technology. Although the overall Irish-class Ms. mothership is not as good as the Agama Ms. mothership, it is still an advanced warship in the entire world. The Tianyi mercenary group went straight to the point, saying that the second-hand Irish-class Ms. mothership for sale did not have a Mirage system. However, countries around the world are still buying it at a high price, including the countries that bought the Yagama Ms. mothership at a high price back then. The countries that own the Argama Ms. motherships found that the overall performance of the Irish-class Ms. motherships was one level lower than that of the Irish-class Ms. motherships when they studied the Irish-class Ms. motherships. However, the overall performance of the new warships developed in this country is not as good as that of the Irish-class Ms. mothership, and the performance data alone will take 10 years at the fastest to catch up with the Irish-class Ms. mothership. And for those countries without the Yagama Ms. mothership, it will take 20 years at the fastest to catch up with the performance data. On September 15, 125, the first year of the universe, the diplomatic team of the Ouya cross-country came to the Mars Circle. In addition to the Ouya cross-country diplomatic team, there were also domestic media and some international media reporters who also followed the diplomatic team to the Mars Circle. Representatives of the Ouya cross-country include the diplomatic Bishop Radoslav and the elder of the Parliament Adrian. Sigmund, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Dian, led a diplomatic team to greet him in person. Under the flickering lights of journalists from various countries, people from both sides shook hands and greeted each other in a friendly way. The foreign minister Sigmund led the bishop and the elders to introduce the second Prince Yelisad. Yelisad entertained the guests from afar with the highest etiquette. The diplomatic Bishop Radoslav and the elder of the council, Adrian, discovered that Yelisad's style of dealing with affairs was completely different from that of his father. He doesn't have the emperor's overbearing like his father's, but has the emperor's stability and arrogance. Radoslav and Adrian were really not sure whether Fadis was really unconscious and whether the power fell to Yelisad. If the power is really in the hands of Yelisad, then everything will be easy to handle. And the worst fear is that Fadis pretends to be sick in bed, but actually controls everything behind the scenes. Originally, Radoslav and Adri deliberately said to Yelisad, "I sincerely asked the second prince to take us to say hello to the emperor of your country." Okay, Royal Father originally wanted to welcome the two of you, but Royal Father is sick and bedridden, and it is really inconvenient to welcome the two distinguished guests from afar. So I let me, the dog, entertain the two distinguished guests instead of Royal Father. I also hope that the two distinguished guests will forgive me. There was a flash of surprise in the hearts of the two, and they thought, could it be that Fardis has woken up, or is this second prince deliberately setting off smoke bombs to confuse us? They continued to maintain a diplomatic smile on their faces. No, The health of His Majesty the Emperor of your country is the most important thing, and I hope that His Majesty the Emperor of your country will be in good health as soon as possible. The Pope of this country also looks forward to having a face-to-face communication with His Majesty the Emperor of your country. Okay, I will tell Father Emperor on my behalf. Yellowshad also figured out what the purpose of these guys was. Those international media reporters also attracted the attention of the leaders of various countries. In fact, Yellowshad does not agree with his father's new humanism from the bottom of his heart, let alone the war launched by his father for new humanism. On the contrary, he highly agrees with Long Fei's idea that everyone is equal, because Yellowshad, like Long Fei, no matter if it is ordinary human, adjusted human, or new human, he will use it as long as he has talent and never look at it. Talent is not a new human being. For Yellowshad, the Uya Cross country is a country that has always wanted to maintain neutrality and promote peace. Yellowshad does not hate this country. If the Uya Crusaders come to establish diplomatic relations with our country, as long as there is a war in the future, the coalition army does not have the Uya Crusaders to join. At least the Dion Empire will have one less enemy and less pressure. Yi Lishid thought wrote. A trace of regret flashed in Yellowshad's heart, and he thought, if the father would listen to me at that time and fully develop the economic and technological construction of the Dion Kingdom to promote population growth, the current vitality of the Dion Kingdom will not be greatly reduced, and it won't get weaker. On September 17, 125, the first year of the universe, the two countries conducted some diplomatic exchanges. Radoslav and Adrian had a round-table exchange with Foreign Minister Sigmund and Speaker Felix. Radoslav said, the Uya Cross country has always loved peace and did not want to fight, but we are not afraid of war, but we don't want to see the loss of life. Although the wars in the past few years were initiated by your country, the country still has sincerity. I still want to have diplomacy with your country. After Radoslav finished speaking, Sigmund said, this country actually doesn't want to start a war with your country, and this country finds that your country will join the United Army, but it cannot withstand the diplomatic pressure of other countries and is forced to join. On one point, our country has no complaints against your country, and if we are subjected to such diplomatic pressure after returning to our country will firmly stand with your country. Adrian, the elder of the parliament, stood up and said, thank you for caring about your country's diplomatic experience, but your country must respond honestly. Although your country was forced to join the United Army under diplomatic pressure, your country is not completely unwilling. I don't want to join the coalition. Speaker Felix narrowed his eyes and asked, dare to ask the great elder, your country's joining the United Army is actually voluntary by you. Is that what you mean? Strictly speaking, the main factor lies with you. Speaker Felix asked with a puzzled expression on purpose. Forgive me for being stupid. I don't understand what you mean. Please explain. Adrian, the elder of the parliament, explained. This country loves peace, but it never interferes in the wars of other countries. The war initiated by your country did not have any opposition and remained neutral, but your country launched a series of cruel massacre, killed many innocent people, which also aroused the dissatisfaction of the people in the country. At the beginning, countless people demonstrated on the internet or on the streets, demanding that their country join the United Army to crusade against your country. But the Pope did not want soldiers. The precious lives of soldiers, warriors, and knights died on the battlefield, while suppressing the public opinion of the people. Adrian glanced at the other party when he said this, and then said, then your country made one horrible thing after another, causing the public opinion in this country to join this war overwhelmingly. Even the benevolent the Pope couldn't stand it anymore, and finally joined the war. Foreign Minister Sigmund and Speaker Felix looked at each other. The two originally wanted to refute, but at the moment the country is weak, it is really hard to make some tough remarks. Bishop Radoslav went on to say, there is nothing wrong with killing soldiers on the battlefield, but innocent people should not be hurt, especially the unarmed, old, weak, women, and children. On this point, the whole country can't stand it. Your country, the wars launched by the so-called new humanism. As long as the people are not harmed, your country doesn't care how you want to fight your own country. Speaker Felix nodded and said, understood, what your country said is very true. Everything that this country has done has been deeply self-reviewed. This country has done some excessive things, and I also express regret on this point. Foreign Minister Sigmund said, I believe that your country came to this country not to accuse the country of bad things it did before, but to establish diplomatic relations with this country. Radoslav and Adrian both smiled apologetically, and Radoslav said, I came to your country to establish all diplomacy with your country, and I also hope to sign a contract with your country. Some agreement. I wonder what agreement your country wants to sign with this country. Foreign Minister Sigmund asked. Radoslav replied, in addition to restoring the original diplomatic agreement with your country, and if there is any diplomatic conflict or war conflict with your country, the two parties must sign some agreements. Yes, I don't know what agreement you need to sign with our country. Tell me about your conditions. Then, Radoslav's team began to say some of their terms of agreement. For example, there is one item that once a military conflict occurs between the two countries, innocent people cannot be hurt. If this was in the past, the Dion Empire would not have paid attention to the request of the Uya Cross country. However, at this time, the Dion Empire needs some trade exchanges so that the country's economy can recover earlier. The Kingdom of Dion agreed to the request of the Uya Cross country's diplomatic team. However, the Dion Empire did not agree to some of the agreements made by the Uya Cross country. Although the two sides could not reach a consensus on some new agreements, the two sides agreed to restore the original diplomacy and the original agreement. From this point of view, the diplomatic progress between the Uya Cross country and the Dion Empire has made good progress, and the diplomacy between the two parties has basically returned to normal levels. Although the new agreement with your country cannot reach a consensus, the resumption of diplomacy with your country is always a good start. In terms of the agreement, we can talk with your country slowly. Foreign Minister Sigmund said to the other party, being able to resume diplomacy with your country, both the people of your country and the people of this country are happy to see it. Radoslav said diplomatically. The resumption of normal diplomacy between the Dion Empire and the Uya Cross country was beyond the expectations of the entire international community. It was unexpected that the two countries resumed their diplomacy so quickly. However, in terms of some new agreements, the two sides did not reach a consensus. At least after the two countries resumed diplomacy, the economic and trade exchanges between the two countries returned to normal. Yelishad was very satisfied with such a result, and he planned to arrange a diplomatic ambassador to go to the Uya Cross country. At present, there is still a greater possibility that countries in the Earth Circle can resume diplomatic relations with the Dion Empire. It is possible to resume diplomacy with other countries in the Earth Circle by using the European and Asian Cross country as a springboard. As long as the goods can be sold and the country's income is increased, the country can recover earlier. Alexander was in his grandfather's Duke's mansion, watching the current live news with his grandfather and uncle. Second brother is really weak. In order to restore the country's vitality, he humbly agreed to the other party's request. This is to embarrass the Dion Empire. If the father wakes up and sees the second brother's diplomatic way when you wake up, you will faint. Duke Morisset glanced at his grandson and sighed inwardly. He knew in his heart that Yelisad would humble himself, and everything was for the sake of the country. For the sake of the country, Yelisad doesn't care about his personal honor or disgrace, as long as the country can recover and become stronger again. No matter how much humiliation Yelisad can bear. Duke Morisset, he finally understood why His Majesty the Emperor wanted to pass the throne to Yelisad. Yelisad could hold his breath and endure humiliation, but Alexander would never hold his breath and started a big fight with the other party. Manius glanced at his nephew and thought, Alexander, if you had half the size and heart of your second brother, your father would not regard your second brother as the first choice for the heir to the throne. Manius said, Alexander, sometimes people have to know how to compromise, but also know how to judge the situation. Your second brother understands these principles and how to bear these grievances. When your second brother should confess, when it's time to show your strength, you will definitely show your strength. On this point, you must learn from your second brother. If you can learn half of your second brother's skills, if your father wakes up and sees when you make progress, His Majesty may reconsider the successor. What, uncle, are you stupid? It's a great shame for me to ask me to study with this trash who is usually bullied by me so much that I can't raise my head. Manius glanced at this nephew angrily. If he wasn't the prince, he would have slapped him against the wall, thinking, "It's already this time. Don't you brat know how to judge the situation?" The Duke of Morisset said to his grandson earnestly, "Alexander, you have to know why your royal father has paid more and more attention to your second brother in recent years, not your royal father these few years. Nian has changed his temper, but your father has seen your second brother's ability, and he can even see that your second brother can endure grievances that ordinary people can't bear, and what your second brother has never done has never disappointed your father, and didn't make your father worry about anything." Marnius sneered and said, "Hey, if your father wakes up and sees your second brother's behavior now, your father will not be angry, but will feel guilty for letting your second brother suffer like this, because your second brother, for the sake of the country, he is willing to endure his personal humiliation, but his majesty will blame himself for his mistakes and make his son suffer." Alexander was very dissatisfied and said, "How is this possible? The father is the emperor who rules the world. He looks down on the world. It is absolutely impossible for him to allow his son to be wronged and seek perfection, and he will never let his country and the country he looks down on sit on an equal footing. You said, in the past, if his majesty is not in a coma now, he will also swallow his anger, and he is willing to let himself be humiliated for the sake of the Dion Empire. He will not let himself leave a mess for himself just to restore the Dion Empire." Marnius retorted. Alexander did not accept his uncle's rebuttal, and when he was about to reply, the Duke of Morisset said at this time, "Alexander, you only saw the domineering side of your father. You didn't see your father. When your father should have confessed when he was young, your father would also admit that, in this regard, your second brother is just like your father." Alexander couldn't accept what his grandfather said. In his heart, his father was an invincible emperor, but he couldn't say anything now. The two elders could only leave the scene with an angry snort. The Duke of Morisset and his son watched Alexander leave the scene. The father and son looked at each other and shook their heads. If Alexander doesn't change his character, he will be a fool who cannot be supported. On September 19th, 125, the first year of the universe, the international news received that the Dion Empire and the Uya Cross Kingdom officially resumed diplomacy, and both countries began to prepare to send diplomatic ambassadors. Although this news set off some turbulent waves throughout the world. At present, countries around the world have learned from the media that Dion Empire has released news that Fades is recuperating from illness and cannot be a member of the board for the time being, and the full authority is handed over to the second prince, Yelishad. The leaders of all countries are discussing this matter. Whether Fades has awakened is currently unknown. But what is certain is that the current ruler of the Dion Empire is his second son. Most of the colonial circles have great hatred with the Dion Empire. Most countries will not re-establish diplomatic relations with the Dion Empire at present. Even if they belong to the same imperial system, the Garth Empire cannot re-establish diplomatic relations with the Dion Empire. Even if the authorities are willing, the majority of ordinary people will never allow it, because it is the hatred of the country and the family. And the one who hates the Dion Empire the most is the Wanluo Federation. And the deposed former President Purvi started to be a demon again, desperately accusing the Uya Cross country and the Dion Empire kingdom of snakes and rats in his online book. The Uya Cross country is a country established by a group of hypocrites who preached peace. Now that they have established diplomatic relations with the extremely evil Dion Empire, it proves that they are all a group of evil demons and ghosts. They did not think about how the Dion Empire hurt them back then. Our entire world, especially the Wanluo Federation, has suffered the most, and now we have established diplomacy with the Dion Empire. They are a group of evil countries that have betrayed our human civilization. The remarks made by Purvi not only resonated with the people in the Wanluo Federation, but especially in many countries with democratic systems. In terms of the Earth Circle, although the eldest Prince Christopher once sent the colonial satellite to the Earth Circle, it smashed over, but fortunately was stopped by the Tiani mercenary group. And Christopher, who caused that crime, got what he most deserved. As the second prince of the Dion Empire, Yelishad did not find the second prince participating in the war launched by Fardis. It remains to be seen how the nations of the globe will react to Yelishad. On the other hand, apart from having doubts about Fadi's awakening, countries around the world also have great doubts about whether Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi mercenary group, will wake up. No one knows whether these two new human beings, known as the strongest, have awakened. Kuroda Castle is also currently preparing everything. He has received a notice from the old department, and there are undercurrents in the Dion Empire. Kuroda Chung was also sitting on a chair in his office, looking at the photo of Yeli Shaod. He said to himself, "Third brother, it seems that your second son is really powerful. He does things without haste, advances and retreats with a certain degree, and bears the burden of humiliation. If you really let him be your heir, I will have no hope of revenge against you for the rest of my life." Then, Kuroda Chung also looked at Long Fei's photo, resting his right hand on his chin, and said in his heart, "Long Fei, you are unexpected. I didn't expect your strength to be comparable to my third brother, let alone your unborn child. The child's new human ability is even higher than yours. The advanced technology of the Dion Empire is due to the technology left over from an unknown alien civilization to achieve today's achievements, and you, Long Fei, don't need any technology from alien civilizations. You alone can develop a lot of advanced technology, although I have no grievances with you. But if your relationship affects my revenge against my third brother, don't blame me for being rude to you." At this moment, the office door opened, and a masked man walked in. The masked man bowed to Kuroda and said, "Master Kuroda, our work has been completed." "Oh, can these fighters complete many tasks whether they are fighting or spying?" "Master Kuroda, as long as they devote themselves to the abilities they are good at, they will have a very high success rate to complete the task." "Okay, let's start our planned Izumo mission. My subordinates will do it immediately," Mast said, bowed and exited the office. The Izumo plan. This plan has been implemented for almost 20 years. In the past 20 years, many accidents have occurred. Many people have been kidnapped for transformation training. Some people died because of the plan, and some died because of the transformation. It succeeded, and the Izumo mission can be carried out. Third brother, the revenge against you has already begun. If you are unconscious, I am looking forward to the day you wake up. What will you look like when you lose everything? Kuroda City also showed a ferocious and cruel smile. On September 20th, 125, the first year of the universe, Long Fei continued to hide behind the scenes and manipulate and watch everything. Li Xiuqing, Ramir, and Salamanda were all in Long Fei's special ward, discussing some matters with Long Fei, and Tao Xiang sat beside her husband to process the documents. Li Xiuqing asked Long Fei, "By the way, boss, that Fadi's guy, do you think he has woken up?" "I don't know. I always feel that guy hasn't woken up yet." Ramir said to Long Fei, "Boss, my bloodthirsty wolf squad requires not only Dogo's Kia-class warships and Guadin-class warships, but also F.A. Zos and F.A. Poser." Salamanda said, "Not only the bloodthirsty wolf squadron needs these, but also the other 8 directly affiliated troops." "Okay, you guys go talk to the commander-in-chief." Ramir talked to Long Fei about a topic. "Boss, do you still remember the deposed president of the Wanluo Federation?" "Remember what's wrong? That pervy is going to run for president again, and his popularity and support rate are even higher than the current president. A deposed idiot, if he can still be president, can only prove that there are a lot of fools in that country," Li Xiuqing said. "The most worrying thing is that after he is elected again, he will create a lot of trouble for us. What will happen in the future? We don't know for sure. Whether he will be elected or not will be known at the end of the general election. If he wants to trouble us, then let him regret it. But right now we have to consider the future of the Dion Kingdom." Movement. Long Fei finished speaking and looked at Salamanda. "If Yelisad continues to manage it, if Fardis does not wake up, and if no accidents happen, the Dion Empire will have at least 10 years of peace. Maybe under his leadership, the Dion Empire will be able to make the Dion Empire peaceful in 10 years. Returning to the original national strength may even be better than before." At this time, Long Fei's earphones sounded, and his subordinates notified the other 5 regiment leaders and the commander-in-chief to ask for an interview, as well as Shrek and AICC to request communication. Let them come in and get through the communication. Everyone was discussing possible future moves of the Dion Empire and various corresponding plans. Long Fei said. No matter which corresponding plan we choose, our first task is to develop with all our strength and prepare for a war at any time. The current situation, time and space are all on our side, which is beneficial to us. Seizing this rare opportunity, Salamander said at this time. Boss, Yellowshot is calm, but there are still some people in the Dion Empire who are impatient, especially his impulsive and willful younger brother. Bad is his biggest stirring stick. Then what do you think his younger brother will do for him as a stick? Long Fei asked Salamander. At present, Alexander will borrow those aristocratic factions who support him to hinder his brother in some decision-making, and may even do something to frame his brother. Li Jiming asked. Then do you think it will cause a civil war in the Dion Empire? It depends on how much Alexander has gone too far. As long as Yellowsod can tolerate it, he will try his best to tolerate his brother's arrogance. But Yellowsod has a high possibility of cutting sausages. The way to cut off the power of the aristocratic faction that supports Alexander. Long Fei remembered one thing and said, that Fadina Samras whose alias is Kuroda Joya. I always feel that this guy should take the opportunity to make trouble. Salamander, what do you think of this Fadina Samras Lars? I think we should just call him Kuroda City from now on. Will this guy send someone to cooperate with Alexander? Everyone else looked at Salamander and was thinking with their heads down, and the others were also thinking. I think the possibility is very high. Kuroda City also has a sworn feud with Fadis. I am afraid that his hatred for Fadis is deeper than mine. The purpose of cooperating with Alexander is to let Fadis, the remaining two sons, kill each other. If it was him, it might cause a civil war in the Dion Empire, and it might cause a civil war in the Dion Empire within a year at the earliest. Salamander, said his reasoning judge. Thors asked, if a civil war breaks out within this year, the kingdom of Dion may perish. After all, the kingdom of Dion is always his country, and he is also the former prince of that country. Does he not want to regain the lost kingdom? Everything. Salamander expressed his own judgment. It may not be that he doesn't want to take it back, and he can't take it back anymore. Even if he now declares that he is Fadina Samras, who else in the Dion kingdom will admit him? Maybe his only remaining Umbu will be wiped out by the relevant authorities, even if he can't take it back. Then he doesn't want his sworn brother, who shares the same hatred, to continue to own this country, so he would rather smash the jade than do it. Wakwan. Isis asked Salamander. Colonel Salamander, you should still remember the geographical environment and strategic location of Mars. I do remember. Then can you please draw us these maps? If we really hit Mars in the future, then when we suppress Mars, at least we have everything prepared. There is no problem with this. I will call my old colleagues at that time and draw for you. I'm sorry to trouble you, Special Colonel Salamander. Shrek said, once there is a civil war in the Dion Empire, we can wait for the coalition army to take action first, and then we can take action when they are both injured. Anton asked, General, do you think the United Army will be so restless? Don't they wait for us to make a move first? The United Army has always been a motley army composed of national troops with different systems. Of course, it is undeniable that no matter what system the army has, they have professional generals and staff officers. They must also know how to think about when to take action. But the democratic system, no matter how professional their general staff are, don't forget that there are capitalists in the military-industrial complex at the top of their heads. Once the Dion Royal Civil War, these capitalists will never be calm and will definitely order the government they control to let the military take action. Shrek explained the relationship. Anton asked, if this is the case, wouldn't the United Army just fall apart? The United Army has a common enemy, so they can unite with discord. However, in the face of interests, they can split up at any time. At worst, they can form another Democratic Alliance army. Moreover, the military-industrial complex behind the democratic system, those capitalists are the most coveted is the advanced technology of our Tiani mercenary group and the Dion Empire. As long as there is a civil strife between the two of us, they will definitely lose their composure and take the first shot. Long Fei said, if this is the case, we don't need to rush to make a move. No matter how weak the Dion Empire is, it is stronger than the United Army, let alone the Democratic Alliance Army that was separated. They fight, the less our damage will be. On October 20th, 125, the first year of the universe, the embassies of the Dion Empire and the Uya Cross Kingdom officially opened on the same day. The Empire of Dion uses the embassy of the Uya Cross country as a springboard and also sends olive branches to other countries in the Earth Circle. Alexander was disguised in a high-end restaurant at this time and was meeting a man in expensive clothes in a box. "Your Highness, the third prince, there is no need to dress up like this. This restaurant belongs to me, and all of them belong to me. There is no need to be afraid of it being leaked." People's hearts are separated by belly, and the heart of guarding against others is indispensable. The luxuriously dressed man smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Severino Lozo. Tell me, you want to find Bengong. Do you want to make a deal with Bengong?" Severino said, "Of course it is to overthrow your second brother. Although your second brother has swept away the interests of many big aristocratic factions against the big aristocratic faction, it has also hurt the interests of us neutral factions. I am dissatisfied with your second brother. Just because your second brother is powerful, we can only swallow our anger for the time being, and the third prince, besides the support of the big aristocratic faction, you also have a powerful annihilation army in your hands now. Many of our neutral nobles have decided to follow you, and we also have a lot of strength for you to send." Severino also took out a tablet and handed it to Alexander. Alexander took it and checked the content on the tablet, frowning and looking at it, his expression changing from time to time. Severino was quiet and said nothing. "I didn't expect so many of you neutrals to be dissatisfied with my second brother." Alexander raised the tablet in his right hand. Although there are quite a few neutrals who support the second prince to do his best for the country, and some neutrals are willing to lose part of their interests to help the second prince solve the country's economy, most of our neutrals are unwilling to lose their own interests. Originally, if the second prince, it only cuts the interests of those big aristocratic factions, and we will continue to remain neutral and watch the fire from the other side. But he should not harm the interests of our neutral factions. That's why you have a lot of neutral factions, and you are no longer willing to stand with my second brother's new faction, but want to stand with our big noble faction. Yes, there is another part that is to continue to be neutral. Their interests have not been damaged yet, but we can find a way to draw them over and join your camp. It is only our request to restore our original interests. It seems that your so-called neutrals, as long as their interests are damaged, you will not be able to maintain neutrality." Alexander said sarcastically, "Third prince, if you don't do it for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy it. If the second prince doesn't affect the interests of our neutral faction, we neutral faction won't care about the struggle between the new generation faction and the great aristocratic faction. Okay, I will take your tablet away. I will discuss it with my grandfather and uncle and wait for our news. Okay, third prince, excuse me for the inconvenience of seeing off the guests." Severino watched the back of Alexander leaving, and when the other party left the box, Severino showed an intriguing smile. "His Royal Highness Fadina, our revenge has already begun. Let Fadis's two sons kill each other first. This is when we start charging interest. If Fadis wakes up and sees his two sons killing each other, I don't know what he will do. What kind of expression is there? I really look forward to it, huh?" Severino laughed wildly in his heart. Severino also saw that Alexander would not tell his grandfather and uncle about this matter, because he also guessed that his grandfather and uncle would definitely not support him in doing so, but the impatient Alexandra must be on his own. On October 24th, 125, the first year of the universe, an event that shocked the world happened in the Dion Empire. The diplomatic ambassador of the Uya Cross country was assassinated, which aroused great concern from the entire international community. The Uya Cross country immediately asked the Dion Empire to issue a serious protest and asked the authorities to give a reasonable explanation. Although the Dion Empire quickly caught the assassin was an extremist soldier of the Dion Empire who was dissatisfied with the diplomatic attitude of the second prince, Yilishad, and the equal diplomatic attitude towards the common people's country. The assassin was captured and appeared in the top 10 of the screens of the media reporters and made extreme remarks. How can the noble new human country be on an equal footing with the ordinary human country? You are even more unworthy of being in charge of our country. These ordinary humans should be like my emperor said, either relatives or our slaves. Although the assassin was immediately stuffed into a detention vehicle, His extreme words had spread across the world. Many new humans in the Dion Empire resonated with this statement. Those extremist new humans even demonstrated in front of the palace, demanding that the second prince release the assassin, and even demand that the assassin be given the title of hero. Elisad is having a very headache at the moment. If he accepts the demands of these extreme-minded new humans, the Dion Empire will lose its chance to take a breather temporarily. If it does not accept it, it will cause internal instability. In order to give the country a chance to breathe, Elisad immediately sent the assassin to court to be convicted, gave the Uya cross-country a treat, and apologized to the Uya cross-country. This directly aroused the dissatisfaction of the new humans with extreme ideas in the Dion Empire. The Uya cross-country was not dissatisfied with this, and accepted the confession of the Dion Empire. Alexander, the SHT stirrer of all this, gloated over his second brother's misfortune. Second brother, this is just the beginning. A few days later, some members of the Nouvelles faction in Elisad were attacked by terrorists and killed by bombs. This caused many people in the Dion Empire to speculate. Many people believe that it must be the extreme protest method adopted by those extreme new humans against the second prince. Some people even think that the new human beings with extreme ideas may be the great noble faction behind the scenes, and they probably use the new human beings with extreme ideas to deal with the second prince's new humanity faction. While the relevant authorities were investigating, some members of the great noble faction were attacked by extremist new humans. This has caused many people in the country to speculate, and many people wonder whether it will be a neutral faction. When many people speculated whether the neutral faction was playing tricks, members of the neutral faction were also attacked. In the Duke of Morisset's mansion, the Duke is discussing with his son the current tragedies that have occurred in the country. Manhwa said, "I don't think it's Elisad's tricks, but your grandson's tricks." Manhwa, do you have proof? Not currently, but when I tested him earlier, although he categorically denied it and kept calm, I already guessed that he must be playing tricks. Maybe he was cooperating with someone. The Duke of Morisset lowered his head and thought, at this time, nothing can happen to the country. If the matter is really caused by Alexander, the consequences will be disastrous. Manhwa, take care of your nephew. Don't let him do stupid things. Understood, father. Alexander was meeting Severino in his van. Severino, my grandfather is very satisfied with what you have done. If you don't disappoint my grandfather will discuss the next step with you. Okay, third prince, look forward to our news. Severino reached out to shake hands with Alexander. Severino got out of the car and left. Alexander said to the trusted driver in front of him, "Let that person disappear after it is done." Yes. On November 1st, 125, the first year of the universe, an event that shocked the entire Dion Empire occurred. At noon on November 1st, 125, the first year of the universe, Gulisazina was dining with her second elder brother and second sister-in-law in a beautiful high-end restaurant outdoors. The second concubine, Irina, a blonde, blue-eyed, handsome woman who was 4 months pregnant, was sitting next to her husband, and Gulisina was sitting in front of her second brother. The three of them ate and didn't talk about work. Second brother, after lunch, do you want to go to the hospital with the second sister-in-law? After lunch, I'm going to go with your second sister-in-law. Elisad had just finished speaking, and suddenly a close friend came to him and told him something important. Elisad frowned. Elena looked at her husband's expression and roughly guessed what was going on. She reached out and patted the back of her husband's hand and said, "It's okay, work is important, and we can't delay state affairs for me." "Well, sorry, I've been working and can't be by your side recently." Elena shook her head with a smile and patted the back of her husband's hand, which made Elisad a little guilty. Gulistina said, "How about this? I'll go with the second sister-in-law." Eliana shook her head with a smile and said, "Sister, you don't need to accompany the second sister-in-law. You can stay with the second brother and help him share his worries. Recently, he has been busy with national affairs and has not had a good rest. Today he can accompany us. It's a rare moment for him to have lunch together." "Okay, second sister-in-law." After lunch, Elena bid farewell to her husband and sister-in-law and took the vehicle prepared for her. While Elisad was giving some orders to his sister, suddenly there was a loud explosion outside. "Irina, Irina." Elisad yelled frantically, trying to rush towards the vehicle that was blown up by the bomb into fireworks. Gulasina and the others desperately pressed Yelisod, who had fallen into madness. The second princess, Elena, was killed in a terrorist bomb attack, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. The second prince's biological mother, Princess Yulia, heard that her daughter-in-law was killed in a bomb attack. She was so shocked that she almost passed out, staggered, and couldn't stand still, and needed help from others. After that, Princess Ilya hurried to the scene of the incident. As a result, he was attacked on the way there, and the continuous artillery bombardment caused the vehicle that Princess Ilya was riding in to be destroyed and killed. Yelishad and Gulastina were devastated when they heard that their mother had been attacked and killed. In particular, Yelisod lost his beloved woman and his most beloved mother in one day, and his two most important women left her, which made Yelisod almost collapse. It took less than half an hour for Princess Yulia's death to spread throughout the world. The whole country was shocked. The two noble women of the Dian Empire were killed in a terrorist attack. This shocking news was like a shock bomb, and everyone from the common people to the aristocratic circle was shocked beyond measure. Everyone wondered who it was that had the audacity to lay such a heavy hand on a member of the royal family. Alexander is in the suburbs at the moment, holding a mobile suit and yelling at Severino on the other end of the communication. Severino, you are crazy. You have already the woman who killed him. It's too much. You killed his old lady. No matter what. He is also my father's woman. Even though my father doesn't like that woman very much. But he is still my father's woman. You wouldn't be slapping my father in the face by doing this. If the father wakes up, let alone you can't eat and walk around. Even I will be miserable. I was dragged into the water by you. Alexander, who was well educated since he was a child, is swearing one after another at this moment. It can be seen that Alexander is extremely angry and scared. Third prince, don't be so angry. You did this to make your second brother collapse. If you keep fighting for a while, it won't hurt your second brother much. Only by doing this can your second brother suffer a great blow. But it's going too far. The third prince wants to achieve great things, so he can't hesitate and be afraid. He must go forward bravely, and his strikes must be ruthless, non-toxic, and non-husband. Alexander was not only afraid at the moment, but he also regretted why he cooperated with Severino. At this moment, he always felt that Severino had other plans for cooperating with him. It's just that Alexander didn't know what trick he wanted to play. Listening to Severino, Alexander gestured with his other hand to the cronies behind him, who immediately left the scene. Alexander must get rid of Severino now, preferably with a deadly battle that will not point the evidence at him. A few hours later, a close aide came to report that Severino had been killed about an hour ago. All the information he had was gone. Alexander suddenly felt a bad premonition. He always felt that things were more complicated and darker than he imagined, as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything. Severino may just be a pawn. Alexander must return to his grandfather's duke's mansion at this moment, and must tell his grandfather and uncle what he has done recently, hoping that the two of them can help him remedy the honeycomb he stabbed. As a result, on the way back, I heard bad news. The person who attacked the second concubine and concubine Yulia has been found out. The evidence pointed to the Duke of Morisset, because the attackers came from the retainers of the Duke's mansion and the team led by the private soldiers of the Duke's mansion. The Duke of Morisset couldn't explain at all, and he couldn't be contacted at all, or even that person could not be found. His whole person seemed to have evaporated from the world. Elisad immediately sent people to surround the residence of the Duke of Morisset, demanding that the Duke of Morisset surrender himself and hand him over. Manius immediately dispatched his troops to protect the Duke of Morisset's mansion, and said that his father did not send anyone to attack the princess and the princess. He even said that the person who attacked the imperial concubine and the prince's concubine had only joined the Duke's mansion for a few years, and was not an important figure in the Duke's mansion at all. Marnius's defense is very weak. Now they are dumb and eat coptis, and they know what they are suffering. This matter is like mud on their pants. Although Yelisod almost collapsed, after a few hours, he returned to his usual calmness and rethought the whole incident. I found something strange. Even if the Duke of Morisset wanted to harm his mother and women, he couldn't do it so rough. I always feel that there is an invisible black hand playing tricks. This person took advantage of the father's unconsciousness and the country's national power to do it. This Black Hand seems to have everything right. What is his purpose? Could it be that he wants to destroy the entire Dion Empire? Yelisod asked the intelligence department in charge of the number 1 knight Julius to conduct a series of investigations. At the time of the investigation, the residence of the Duke of Morisset was in a state of tense confrontation. At this moment, Alexander couldn't enter Duke Morisset's mansion at all, so he could only wait for news at the headquarters of the Annihilation Army. Marnius was keeping his father safe at the Duke's palace. Although the Duke of Morisset remained calm, he was very anxious inside. The other members of the aristocratic faction did not dare to sever ties with him on the surface at this moment, and declared to the outside that they believed that the Duke of Morisset would not send people to attack and kill the princess and the princess. Someone must have framed it, and the attacker must have been bribed to frame the Duke of Morisset. Manius, how is the matter? It is still under investigation, and besides our side, the second prince's new faction is also under investigation. Yelisod probably found something strange. On November 3rd, 125, the first year of the universe, the whole country of the Dion Empire paid close attention to the news of the Duke of Morisset's mansion. Yelisod has received information that Julius has found that the person who killed his mother and wife has been found, but he is already dead. This person's name is Leon Feuchtwanger, who was originally just an ordinary new human being, but he has been working for the Duke's mansion with excellent efficiency in the past few years. Later, he was recommended by the Duke's mansion and became a member of the Duke's mansion. Leon Feuchtwanger has been working for the Duke in the past few years as a retainer, but he has not had much communication with other retainers, nor has he joined the circle of other retainers, and he is almost a loner. A thought flashed in Yelisod's mind that the Black Hand behind the scenes had already prepared all the conspiracies and tricks. Second Prince, the intelligence department also found out that Leon Feuchtwanger had a close relationship with a middle-ranking neutral nobleman named Severino. This nobleman was killed shortly after the incident. In the intelligence department, it was also found out that this nobleman was very close to the third prince some time ago, and some of the earlier sneak attacks, assassinations, etc. were all done by this nobleman. Yelisod seemed to have guessed something, clenched his fists, and said, "It seems that my idiot third brother has been used by others, and I ordered the relevant departments not to let the media continue to release the next news." Yes. Julius immediately sent his subordinates to do it immediately. Julius did not expect that the second prince could suppress his personal hatred for the third prince who indirectly killed his wife and mother, and the overall situation was the most important thing. Duke Morisset was very annoyed at the moment, and wished he could strangle the grandson of Alexander to death. This kid cooperated with others without consulting his grandfather and uncle, and was eventually sold out. Manius, what is the second prince's current attitude? Currently, the second prince has sent someone to keep the media silent. Duke Morisset had guessed the attitude of the second prince. Oh, I didn't expect the second prince to let go of the hatred of killing his mother and wife for the sake of the country. Tomorrow, I will go to the palace to meet the second prince in person. Manius, you go down. I have to rest. By the way, let the servants fall give me a drink. Yes, father. Early the next morning, when the butler went to wake up Duke Morisset bled to death on the bed. After examination by a private doctor, the Duke of Morisset died of poisoning, and it was the wine that the Duke of Morisset drank before going to bed. Marnius immediately sent someone to arrest the servant who delivered the wine yesterday, but the servant had already committed suicide by taking poison. Soon, the news of Duke Morisset's death spread quickly through the media and spread internationally within a short time. Marnius immediately conducted an internal investigation because the news of his father's death had already been ordered to be covered up by him, but the news still leaked. Soon, rumors were flying about the whole thing. Many people have discussed that the Duke of Morisset committed suicide in fear of crime. It was also suggested that the Duke of Morisset might have been poisoned. There are even rumors that the second prince's biological mother and wife died. In fact, the second prince planned to bribe Duke Morisset's retainers to frame him. Duke Tay jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash himself away. Yelisod and Marnius couldn't suppress this matter even if they thought about it. Even if they could silence the media in their own country, they couldn't suppress the international media abroad. A few days after Duke Morisset died of poisoning, on November 7th, 125, the first year of the universe, rumors were flying all over the country, and the common people didn't know which was true and which was false, and even the nobles didn't know the truth. At this moment, Alexander knew that he had caused trouble and found that in the internal investigation, more and more evidence pointed to him having a great relationship with this incident and the previous incident. At this moment, many members of the great aristocratic faction are attacking the second prince, asking the second prince to explain. He believed that the death of Duke Morisset had something to do with the second prince. Some nobles even clamored for the second prince to pay the price. At this time, Marnius asked the nobles to calm down and find out the matter first before making a decision. Marnius and Elisad understood at this moment that the country could not be plunged into civil war. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Although the two wanted to slow things down, Kuroda City also wanted to add fuel to the fire. Soon, the international media reported the diplomatic events of the Uya cross-country and a series of attacks. In the beginning, when the diplomatic ambassador was assassinated, it was the great noble faction of the Duke of Morisset, whose purpose was to cause trouble for Elisad. Then, the many terrorist attacks that followed had the nouvelles, aristocrats and neutrals fighting back against each other. These things broadcast by the media are both true and false, making it impossible to figure out which is true and which is false. Then, Gulistina was attacked, but luckily there were guards to protect her, but she was fine. Not long after, news spread that in order to avenge Duke Morisset, the great noble faction decided to take revenge against Her Royal Highness, who was biased towards the second prince. Later, there was another news that the Duke of Morisset wanted to kill the second prince and his wife, so that his grandson, the third prince, could inherit the throne, but he didn't expect the second prince to be busy with work, so his wife sat on the bomb alone. The luxury car was killed. As a result, Duke Morisset committed suicide in fear of crime. The faction of the great aristocracy blurts out that there is such a thing. At this time, Alexander stood up and accused his second brother of framing the country, and even announced to the public that his second brother falsely preached the holy will of the emperor to authorize the supervision of the country. Soon, the third prince was also attacked, and the third prince was seriously injured and his life was in danger. The members of the aristocratic faction who had always disliked the second prince took this opportunity to frame the second prince for fear of being exposed by his younger brother and falsely spreading the emperor's will to send someone to assassinate his younger brother. Then, these nobles also took the opportunity to launch an armed conflict against the second prince. Things intensified and became out of control. The Annihilation Army controlled by the great aristocratic faction and the decisive battle force controlled by the second prince, the National Defense Forces, and the local militia clashed. A civil war broke out in the Kingdom of Dion, and the international media claimed that this civil war was a civil war between two princes in order to seize power. The civil war in the Dion Empire, the leaders of the major countries in the world cheered. Not to mention the countries in the colonial circle began to actively prepare. Most of the countries in the Earth's circle, except the European and Asian countries, are also ready to fight, and the two sides began to combine. The United Army is going to launch a large-scale expedition to the Martian sphere. The major powers feel very regretful that they were unable to capture the advanced technology of the Tiani Mercenary Corps in the past. At this moment, the opportunity came. A Dion Empire, which possessed technology no less than that of the Tiani Mercenary Group, took advantage of the weakness of the Dion Empire at the end of their civil war to take it down in one go. Long Fei watched the news that the Dion Empire fell into a civil war, and at the same time received the movement from various countries in the world. It seems that the Lianhe army wants to be a fisherman, so we will be the Oriole. Regarding the entrustment of the United Army, Li Jiaming directly stated that the reason for his refusal was the lack of manpower and the fact that there were too many orders to accept. Li Jiaming guessed the purpose of the United Army. No matter what condition the United Army offered, even if the offer was more lucrative than before, the Tiani Mercenary Group would either refuse it or would not be able to read it back. On November 16, 125, the first year of the universe, Li Jiaming was sitting in his office chair. Just after the report from his subordinates, the United Army sent a new commission, asking the Tianyi mercenary group to accept the order. The United Army even stated that the Tianyi mercenaries, the group, can directly offer the conditions they want, as long as they can be met. Li Jiaming sneered. Humph. Entrust us, let us play forward, let us wear out, and then take us and Dion Empire in one go, and seize the super technology on both sides of us. The abacus is really loud. On November 18th, 125, the first year of the universe, the presidential election of the Wanluo Federation ended, and Pervy was elected with a high number of votes. Thank you to the people of the Wanluo Federation for casting a sacred vote. Let me be re-elected, and let me be the president of the Wanluo Federation again. I will definitely make the Wanluo Federation stronger, and I will not be as weak and incompetent as the previous government. And I declare here that the Dion Empire is an evil empire. I will make the Dion Empire pay the price for the crimes they have done to our Wanluo Federation, and I will make them pay double for what they have done to our Wanluo Federation guild. In addition to the evil empire of the Dion Kingdom, the Tianyi Mercenary Group is also a demonic private armed organization composed of a group of demons. The Tianyi Mercenary Group is also a demon organization that has committed many crimes. Many countries in the world have already joined forces again. The United Army is already preparing to teach the evil Dion Empire a lesson. We offer high prices and even offer many conditions to the Tianyi Mercenary Group. But the Tianyi Mercenary Group is unwilling to accept our commission. Why is that? That's because both the Tianyi Mercenary Group and the Dion Empire are evil. They are originally a nest of snakes and rats. They don't accept the entrustment of our joint army, which proves that they are originally a group. The Tianyi Mercenary Group, if they don't accept our entrustment and clear their crimes, we will sanction the Tianyi Mercenary Group and even the Tianyi Group. Pervy's crazy words cannot resonate with others in the entire world, except in the Wanluo Federation. Sanctions against the Tianyi Mercenary Group. What should be used to sanction it? This is a private armed organization that even the Dion Empire can defeat. If it really angers the Tianyi Mercenary Group and provokes the Tianyi Mercenary Group to start a war, which country can stand it? Pervy found that his remarks did not resonate with the entire international, and then he declared crazily, "It seems that other countries in the world are cowards, and they dare not resist the demonic organization of the Tianyi Mercenary Group. It doesn't matter. Pervy, it is Destiny's Child who is here to teach these evil countries and organizations a lesson." On the other hand, Longfei didn't care about Pervy's coming to power again. The people of the Wanluo Federation elected such a person as the president, which can only prove that the Wanluo Federation has no talents, or that most of the people in the Wanluo Federation are an idiot. He chose a guy who can only mess around, and in the end this idiot took the Wanluo Federation somewhere. These people don't regret it. Anyway, this president was elected by you. On November 25th, 125, the first year of the universe, the civil war of the Dion Empire has intensified, and the two sides have fought in many places. The Uya cross-country embassy is one of the few safe places in the Dion Empire. On December 5th, 125, the first year of the universe, the United Army, including all countries in the world, asked the Uya cross-country about the current situation of the Dion Empire. Because, in the entire world, only the Uya cross-country has established an embassy in the Kingdom of Dion. Only the Uya cross-country can roughly know the current situation of the Dion Empire, because the news of the Dion Empire has been blocked in the country, and domestic media news has also been filtered, and foreign media cannot enter the interview at all. The Uya cross-country also learned about the state of the Dion Empire's civil war from the embassy, and this information was obtained by the Dion Empire with the acquiescence or intentional consent of the embassy. At present, both sides of the civil war have a tacit understanding, not to fight those important cities in the capital, and try to avoid places where people live. The great aristocratic faction on Marnia's side was escorted out of the capital by the Annihilation Army during the civil war. Yellowshad is guarding the capital area. At present, the two parties each occupy half of the planet. The leaders of all countries in the world were amazed by the news they received from the Uya cross-country. They did not expect that the civil war in a country would not spread to cities and places where people live. What surprised them even more was that the two parties were fighting for the city, and it turned out to be a place far away from the city. The winner could directly take over the city, while the loser would evacuate. Some national leaders think that the two parties will fight in this way, mainly because they don't want to win the final victory, and the country will become a state full of holes and ruins. Yelisod and Marnius will fight like this, mainly because they also understand that no matter who wins the final victory, they will have to face the coalition army who came to take advantage of it. Now, the civil war between the two parties has gradually formed a battle of interests between the big aristocratic faction and the new faction, and the two parties can't stop. For this reason, Yelisod and Manius also signed some agreements to restrain each other and try not to hurt the foundation of the country and the people. However, no matter how the Dion Royal Civil War went, the United Army was already gearing up to move. Because at this moment they can be sure that Fades is in a coma state. Otherwise, Fades will never sit back and watch the country enter a state of civil war. When the United Army, including all countries, were preparing, they still had a stick. That is, the president of the Wanluo Federation, Pervy, who had been talking nonsense about accusing the Tianyi mercenary group and slapping hats on it. Apart from continuing to speak out and asking all countries in the world to join him in sanctioning the Tianyi group, he could not get the support of other countries, even countries that belonged to the same democratic system as the Wanluo Federation did not support him. Pervy then issued an order ordering all businessmen in the country not to do business with the Tianyi group, and even ordered those merchant fleets not to entrust the Tianyi mercenary group, otherwise they would be sanctioned. However, this directly caused all the merchants in the Wanluo Federation to complain, but there were decisions at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. The goods of merchants and enterprises in the Wanluo Federation are handed over to outsourcing companies for handling and transportation. Foreign transportation companies are not subject to the administrative constraints of the president of the Wanluo Federation and can entrust the Tianyi mercenary corps to them. However, this also caused the cost price of many products of Wanluo Federation to increase a lot. In order to be able to deal with Tianyi Group, Pureway has been trying to change the law and enact some weird administrative orders. However, no matter what tricks Pervy wanted to play, the Tianyi mercenary group didn't care at all. Moreover, the Crusader Vanguard led by Marissa began to do their old job again, especially the merchant fleet of the Wanluo Federation. As long as they were not escorted by the Tianyi mercenary regiment, they would definitely become the target of their robbery. It directly made Pulvy very angry, and even directly scolded other international countries for their disunity. The countries did not take Pulvy's anger seriously, and some national leaders even said that if Pulvy continued to act recklessly, they would order the military to withdraw from the joint army. This made Pulvy calm down. On December 15th, 125, the first year of the universe, Tao Xiang gave birth in the delivery room. From 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock noon, Tao Xiang gave birth to a baby boy named Longquan. When Longquan was born, he cried and exuded powerful mental fluctuations. All new humans in the entire mother base could sense that strong mental fluctuations. Although the scope of the mental fluctuations this time is not as wide as that in the mother's body, the new humans on the scene can feel that the power is not inferior to the spiritual fluctuations at that time. Long Fei and the others were outside the delivery room, and the team in charge of delivering the babies were all members of Long Fei's dark side force. Many people still think that Long Fei is still in a coma. Long Fei took the twin daughters into the delivery room, and Long Xian followed into the delivery room, wanting to see the newborn nephew. Long Qian's nursery bed closed his eyes, and the nurse told Longquan that he was just born and fell asleep after crying for a while. Both sisters looked at their newborn brother, and Long Fei also looked at his newborn son. Long Fei walked to his wife's bed and stroked his wife's cheek. Tao Xiang looked haggard and pale, but she still looked at her husband with a gentle smile. "Thanks for your hard work." Long Xian looked at his newborn nephew who was sleeping soundly, and then looked at his younger brother. "What's wrong, second sister?" "It's okay. It's just that your son was born with almost the same appearance as you when you were a child." "That's for sure. The son is not like his father." Tao Xiang looked at the little baby sleeping soundly in the nursery bed, showing a loving smile. Long Xian took out his mobile suit and took a few photos of Long Quan and sent them to his sisters. Selenum Nigrum and Long Wen felt very happy when they saw the photo of their little nephew. This is the eldest son of the Long family and the future heir of his younger brother Tianyi Group. Long Fei looked at his son Long Quan a son whose mental strength surpassed his own since the mother's womb. When this child started to understand, Long Fei decided to cultivate this son as an heir. Tao Xiang looked at her husband, guessed what he was thinking, and stretched out her hand to pinch her husband's waist. Long Fei felt a pain in his waist and looked at his wife. Tao Xiang narrowed her eyes and said, "Don't put too much pressure on my Koizumi. Don't worry, I won't put too much pressure on him, but I still have to train him. Otherwise, how can I entrust my Tianyi group to him? Don't you want your son to be a cheater?" Second-generation ancestor. Tao Xiang slapped the back of her husband's hand and said, "Guogua and Fufu will start planting when they grow up. In the future, they will also help you, and even help their younger brother." After the couple had some words, Long Fei left the delivery room first. Salamander and several other regiment leaders congratulated Long Fei. "Come to my exclusive ward later if you are free. Let's have hot pot together to celebrate." Soon after Long Fei left, Tao Xiang moved to another room with the child. Li Xiang came to her sister's abortion room to visit her sister and her newborn nephew. Tianyi Group's official website announced that Long Fei's wife, Ms. Tao Xiang, who is temporarily acting as the chairman, gave birth to a baby boy named Longquan at 2:00 noon on December 15, 125, the first year of the universe. This news spread throughout the world. In the battle between Long Fei and Fardis, the Liberty Gundam driven by the lady exudes white spiritual energy. Many media in the world have interviewed some so-called new humans and said that it is not the spirit that emits energy. Long Fei's wife, Tao Xiang, is the fetus in Tao Xiang's womb. This has also attracted great attention from the leaders of various countries in the world. A new human being who is still in the mother's womb is so powerful. After he is born and grows up, how will his strength grow? Every international leader feels very scared. The new human has been labeled as a terrifying existence within many international leaders, and all countries are studying the powerful so-called spiritual power and brain waves of the new human, as well as their keen perception of space. Countries are also doing their best to study new humans, and some new humans have been subjected to extreme inhuman research by some countries. In Long Fei's exclusive ward, Long Fei, Li Xiuqing, Salamander, and Dong, Pan Jinhua, and La Meyer celebrated Long Quan's birth by eating hot pot and barbecue together. Li Xiuqing asked, "Boss, when are you going to appear in front of everyone?" After Long Fei ate a piece of mutton chop, he replied, "I'll wait until the coalition army formally attacks the Martian Circle for a period of time before I consider whether to show up." "Boss, why don't you want to appear in front of the world at this time?" Now the leaders of many major countries are ready to move against the Tianyi Group. They just think that you and Fadis are also in a coma, so they want to be unfavorable to the Tianyi Group. Anton said, "It's very simple. Now they are ready to move against my Tianyi Group. It is because they think that Fadis is unconscious and that I am in the same state. If I appear in front of everyone now, then their previous attack on the Martian Circle will be completely unreasonable. I have to suppress it, because they will think that if I wake up, Fardis will also wake up, and then the leaders of various countries will definitely think that the civil war in the Dian Kingdom is a trap to lure them in." Long Fei explained. Salamander continued, "The coalition army seems to be powerful, and many countries in the Earth's circle have joined, but don't forget, they are all legions composed of different national systems, and each has its own ghosts. They are so difficult there is a unified operation. Among other things, the Earth's circle and the colony circle are guarding against each other. The information we have now, and who will be the supreme commander of the joint army, are still under discussion." Pan Jinhua said, "It is estimated that when they really discuss who will be the coach, the civil war of Dion's army has already been fought." Long Fei said, "If this is the case, that's even better. At least the United Army will take the opportunity to attack the weakened Dion Empire. I'm most afraid that the Dion Empire has been fighting a civil war for a few years, and they haven't discussed yet. Who will be the coach?" Li Xiuqing said, "I am most afraid that some countries in the joint army are planning to withdraw." Long Fei said, "The one most likely not to join is the Uya Cross country, followed by our mother country." Li Xiuqing and the others looked at Long Fei in confusion. Long Fei explained, "It's a lie for my mother country to say that it doesn't want to salivate over the advanced technology of the Dion Kingdom, but don't forget that we have 2 sub-bases in my hometown. If they really send troops there, they will not be able to send those elite troops there. Anyway, they want to guard against us. Then which country in the Earth Circle will be very active? Anton asked. Russian Soviet Union. His country does not have my sub-base, and it has not fought for many years, and has vigorously developed the land that was laid down in those years. Their national strength has greatly increased. The Earth Circle is the most active with them, followed by the Nanyang Alliance and the Great African United Front, but the military strength of the two alliances is not very good. In terms of colonial circles, they are at most above the middle level and below the first class. Salamanda said his analysis. Long Fei nodded in agreement with what Salamanda said, which happened to be his inference as well. Suddenly, Long Fei, Salamanda, and Pan Jinhua sensed a mental wave. This brat. Long Fei smiled wryly, and Dong and Li Xiuqing looked at Long Fei puzzled, and Salamander explained, the young master is hungry and clamoring for milk. Pan Jinhua followed with a smile and said, the young master directly told everyone that he wants to drink milk with mental fluctuations. Long Fei smiled wryly and said, from many investigation reports, we know that all new human babies are actually hungry and need to drink milk. Just like other ordinary human babies, they all cry. All new humans will drink milk. On the other hand, Tao Xiang knew that the child wanted to drink milk, so she wanted to get up to make milk for the child, but she was weak after giving birth, so she had to let the child care nurse make milk for her son temporarily. After Long Quan drank the milk, the child care nurse patted Long Quan on the back so that Long Quan could hiccup. Long Quan fell asleep immediately after beating. Tao Xiang told the child care nurse to put his baby by her bedside, and she wanted to keep watching him. Tao Xiang looked at the sleeping baby and remembered the conversation she had with her husband back then. Not long after Long Gua and Long Fu were born, Long Fei even joked that she gave birth to a pair of little love rivals for herself. See, Long Fei, I gave birth to a pair of lovers from your previous life back then, and today I gave birth to a rival in love from your previous life. I will see if you will be jealous, hee hee. After Tao Xiang finished speaking, she couldn't help but laugh. I smiled, and then my son kissed a few times on the face. Long Quan frowned, and made a sound with his mouth, as if he was protesting to his mother, don't disturb his sleep. You little darling still dares to lose your temper with mom. If you are older, I will definitely ask dad to teach you a lesson. Even though Tao Xiang said so, she couldn't help kissing her son on the cheek a few times. Long Quan protested louder again, and his mental fluctuations became more intense. Okay, mom, don't disturb your sleep, you little naughty. Tao Xiang ordered the childcare nurse to take Long Quan to the nursery crib. The new humans at the mother base did not expect that the boss's newborn son has such strong mental fluctuations, and he feels that his temper is really bad. If he is slightly upset, he will trigger mental fluctuations. Long Fei felt that no matter how big this brat Long Quan was, he had to be taught how to respect his parents. If he dared to be presumptuous, he would really have to give him a spanking. Parents come up. On the other hand, the civil war in the Dian Empire started to intensify, and the United Army was discussing which country's general should be the commander. Long Fei was waiting for the two parties to really fight, and he would take advantage of it. On January 15th, 126, the first year of the universe, 1 month after Long Quan was born, the Dian Empire's civil war had already reached a fever pitch. The new faction of Yelisod gradually suppressed the great aristocratic faction of Marneus. Yelisod can succeed, except for the full support of the number 1 knight Julius and the remaining 6 royal knights. It also received the support of most of the people across the country, because the new faction led by Yelisod can be said to represent the common people. Regardless of whether they were new humans, adjustment humans, or ordinary humans, most of those who came from ordinary people supported Yelisod's new faction. Because princes and generals Xiangning have a kindness, this sentence can represent the Xinqing faction. Most of the Xinqing faction are ordinary people. Battle. On the contrary, the great aristocratic faction represents the interests of the aristocratic faction. People born as ordinary people, even if they are new humans, will mostly be plundered by the young members of the noble faction. The rewards are not proportional. This caused the great aristocrats to send many talents of civilian origin, and many of them jumped to the new school. At the beginning, The Zhongzhou faction secretly supported the big aristocratic faction. However, with the progress of the war, Yelisad gradually grasped the evidence of who attacked the various departments at that time, and the evidence of who poisoned the Duke of Morisset, and handed over all these evidences to the neutral faction. The neutral faction did not expect that the third prince, Alexander, would join forces with the remnants of the previous dynasty to harm the courtiers of the current dynasty, and even killed his own grandfather in order to fight for the throne. As a result, all the neutral factions were either transferred to support the new faction, turned against the aristocratic faction, or remained neutral. Moreover, Yelisad also gave those evidences to some members of the Great Noble faction, which caused some of the Great Noble faction to no longer support the third prince. Marnius also did not expect that his nephew would do such a stupid thing, which killed his grandfather, and made him have to wipe his for the bad things he did. Now more than 3/4 of the entire Mars has been ruled by the new faction. At this moment, Marnius is looking at the domain currently controlled by the Great Noble faction. At this moment, Marnius knows that the truth about his father's poisoning has not yet reached the media. Marnius knew that it was the second prince who gave them some face. If the news reached the media, once it was broadcast, the remaining aristocratic factions that supported them would immediately fall apart. At this time, some staff conveyed the news to Marnius, and it was the second prince Yelisad who sent a sealed information document. The information document sent by Yelisad told Marnius that they can now negotiate a truce with them. The truce negotiation is not to make them surrender to the aristocrats. As long as the aristocrats declare a truce and peaceful coexistence, apart from in addition to grasping the rights they should have, they can also let the past go. Marnius knew that Yelisad didn't want to fight with them to the death, and was willing to give them a place in the imperial court and retain some of their due rights. The current Great Noble faction still has the strength to fight, and can still inflict some damage on the newbie faction, but if the fight continues, the Great Noble faction will lose some of its remaining advantages, and will not even be qualified to negotiate. At the same time, Marnius was a little bit resentful that his nephew had killed their great nobles. Moreover, there are also many members of the great aristocratic faction who have already surrendered or sued for peace. Marnius first notified all the great aristocrats to contact them and asked them to start an emergency meeting. In the meeting, most of the aristocratic members expressed that they could negotiate for peace, but Alexander and a few members of the big aristocratic faction who fought in the main battle did not agree to negotiate for peace. Alexander didn't have much courage to continue fighting, but he was afraid that once he negotiated for peace, he would be settled by his second brother, which was his worst fear. But when the minority obeyed the majority, Alexander could only watch in fear and disappointment as these great aristocratic factions decided to seek peace negotiations. Marnius then called his nephew to his office. "Alexander, I already knew a bunch of things you did back then, and I wanted to shoot you dead." Marnius threw the documents, photos, etc. at Alexander. In front of Ray, Alexander took a look at the document photo. His whole face was pale with fright and his forehead was sweating, and he wanted to explain to his uncle, but his uncle stopped him by raising his hand. "Things have already happened, and I don't want to say anything. Now negotiating peace with your second brother is also for your survival. If we negotiate peace now, we still have a place. Besides, if you continue to fight with the information your second brother possesses, it will give the enemy's combined army a greater chance of defeating our Dion Empire. The combined army has already arranged for a coach, a special-level soldier from the Russian Republic of Russia in the Earth Circle. General, his name is Victor. The joint army has already started to move. Now we should put aside our prejudices and open our guns." "Then what does he want to do to me? If the negotiation is successful, you will arrange to fight on the front line outside the Martian Circle." Alexander immediately guessed his second brother's purpose and said angrily, "He wants me to die. He wants to kill someone with a knife. You can understand it this way. In the final analysis, you were the one who flirted first. In the final analysis, you were the one who indirectly killed his wife and mother. If it were someone else this time, even 10 lives would not be enough for you. Uncle, do you want to give up on me? I didn't give up on you, and after all, your second brother gave you a way to survive. At present, there are still other big aristocratic factions supporting you. They will support you because they don't know the truth of the whole thing. This is your second brother, leave a little affection and a way out for you." Alexander had nothing to say for a while, and Marnius continued. "If you hadn't committed your own death and reached a dead end, you would not have fallen into the field today. Now you're dead end. There is still a chance to survive. Your chance to survive is to win the battle on the front line. If you can win, you will not only become a victorious battle, but also a person who has made great contributions to resolving the national crisis. The enemy who killed his wife and mother, if you die in battle, you can still become the prince who made people admire in the history of this country and died for the country. If you don't want to go to the front line, then your only fate is that your second brother will announce you for those things. Even if you have not been sentenced at that time, you, His Royal Highness, will no longer need to be a prince, because you will be dismissed." Alexander fell to the ground weakly. He knew that his uncle had actually given up on him. If Manhwa could, he didn't want to give up this nephew. If this nephew didn't do these bad things, he would do his best to support him and push him to the throne. It's a pity that the mud can't support the wall. Not only does Alexander not have the talents of employing people and strategies of his second brother, but he also doesn't have the stomach of an emperor like his second brother. The personal hatred of killing his wife and mother is so great. For the sake of the safety of the country, Yelisad can let go of this kind of hatred. Manhwa really has to admire. Looking at his nephew sitting paralyzed on the ground, if Alexander had half the talent of his second brother, the great noble faction would not be where it is today. Gulisazina did not expect that it was her third brother who indirectly killed her adoptive mother and the second emperor's wife. What made her even more unexpected was that her second brother, in order to get revenge, asked the third brother to go to the front line to fight in the next possible war. The second brother's killing with a borrowed knife was really ruthless. Gulisazina didn't blame the second brother for such behavior, because he knew that if it was her, if the third brother indirectly killed her fiancé, she wasn't as calm as her second brother, and she might have killed her directly. The United Army has received information from the Uya Cross country that the Dion Royal Civil War is almost over, and the two sides have entered into armistice negotiations. On January 25, 126, the first year of the universe, the supreme leader of the United Army, the coach Victor, discussed with the top generals of various countries. The main reason why Victor will become the commander-in-chief of the United Army is that no matter whether it is a democratic system or an imperial system, if one of their generals becomes the commander-in-chief of the United Army, neither system will obey the system of the other. Victor's home country belongs to a republic because it does not belong to a democratic system or an imperial system. Because of this relationship, both the democratic system and the imperial system can take a step back, and the Republican system appoints a senior general as the commander-in-chief of the combined army. The book Chasing app recommended to me by an old book friend who has known me for 10 years, Yegwa Reading. It's so easy to use. I use it to pass the time while driving and before going to bed. You can download it here, www.yegwadu.com. Currently, the combined army has gathered in the 10th District Colony in the Garth Empire, because the Revolution of Mars is about to correspond to the Garth Empire. Victor and all the generals are discussing the next countermeasures, and what they are most worried about is the satellite cannon in the Martian Circle. To this end, countries prepare countless nuclear missiles. Moreover, the troops are divided into 4 groups, each with one large group army. Each large group army is composed of 7 army-level fleets, and 4 large group armies march from 4 directions at the same time. At present, their biggest headache is that the Tianyi mercenary group does not accept their commission. They even wanted to buy a large number of min-of-particle missiles at a high price, but they were rejected by the Tianyi mercenary group. Even the Tianyi munitions manufacturing company even stated that they did not sell min-of-particles missile. The min-of-particle is a mysterious particle that none of their scientists can decompose. It can have a great impact and view on those electronic components, communications, and so on. Although all countries have bought a large number of MS sold by the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company, they have also studied the Minov super-energy thermonuclear reactor, and they don't even understand how the Minov particles are produced. If Minov particles could be produced, it would be difficult to deal with the Dion army, which is almost out of soldiers, at least unmanned war cones and MS, and it would be difficult to put them on the battlefield in large numbers. Even if Dion's army has anti-Minov particle devices, they can't put a lot of these machines on the battlefield. At present, the main MS of the United Army include Takar, Whirlwind, Vita, Gaojiagu, Marasai, and Jiegong. Jiegong accounts for 50%, and most countries purchase Jiegong. Although the price of Jiegong in the world is ridiculously high, many countries are rushing to buy it desperately. What they are greedy for is that Jiegong has strong battery life, simple operation, simple and fast maintenance, cheap maintenance, and the use of a small number of current maintenance personnel. Another point is that Jiegong can be matched with many types of handheld weapons and mounted weapons. The overall performance of MS, such as Takar, Whirlwind, and Vita, is actually not inferior to Jiegong, and even better than Jiegong in some aspects. After Gaojiagu and Marasai have changed a round of upgrade parts, the former is slightly inferior to Jiegong in terms of comprehensiveness, or slightly better than Jiegong in terms of comprehensiveness. However, these MS are not the first choice of many countries. Except for Vita, Gaozaku, and Marasai, many drivers are discouraged in terms of handling. In terms of maintenance, more logistics and increased logistics maintenance are required. People are under pressure. Gaojiagu and Marasai originally had an agreement between the Uya Crusaders and the Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company that they could not be sold to foreign countries, and the Uya Crusaders did not join the United Army. But the United Army asked the Uya Crusaders to donate supplies, but the Uya Crusaders still refused. In the end, the United Army was willing to buy Gaozaku and Marasai. For this reason, Uya Cross Country and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company negotiated a new agreement. For all airframes sold by Gaojiagu and Marasai, 30% of the sale price of the airframes must be distributed to Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company. The Gaozaku and Marasai just received by the Uya Cross Country are not for sale. The Gaozaku and Marasai that are more than 3 years old are sold for 150 million Earth Circle coins, and the latter are sold for 200 million Earth coins. Coins for sale. Mobile fortress. Each major country has its own mobile fortress. Although the coalition army at this time was the same as the coalition army that was just formed at that time, the airframe was very complicated, but it was not as complicated as it was then, and its comprehensiveness was much stronger than that of then. Everyone, if we want to defeat the Dian Empire this time, we must fight with all our strength. We don't have men of missiles, and we can't block the drones controlled by their automatic system. We can even use people and numbers to fill them up. If possible, I believe that everyone here would not want to do this, because the life of every soldier is precious. But we have to fight this battle. We must take advantage of the weakness of the Dian Empire and wipe them out in one go. Victor, some speeches were given before the war today. Then, a series of combat deployments were carried out with senior generals of all countries. In other words, Gaozaku, Marasai, and Jiegong all use Minov super-energy thermonuclear reactors, and once they are destroyed, they will emit Minov particles. It's just that the Minov particles emitted are not very dense, and have little effect on the drones controlled by the Dian Army's automatic control system. I really don't know how the brain of Long Fei, the leader of the Tianyi group, is structured so that he can invent so many terrifying things. The Minov particles simply seal the technology, communication, and electronic components of modern warfare, but he can seal others. Others cannot seal him, and he can also develop a communication technology that is not affected by Minov particles. That's why neither we nor Dian's army can beat them. However, there is one thing that cannot be denied. The technology of the Dian Empire is no less than that of the Tianyi group. Although communication and long-range weapons have been sealed by the Tianyi mercenary group's Minov particles, the Tianyi mercenary group can suppress them on many battlefields. But the Tianyi mercenary group does not win every game. Long Fei is unconscious now. According to the information in our country, the technologies his wife has brought out are all technologies that Long Fei left in the technology reserve, and it is rumored that there are more advanced and powerful Gundams in the technology reserve. According to the information obtained by some spies inside our country, many high-level members of the Tianyi mercenary group are proud to say that even if the boss has been in a coma for 20 years, the technical reserves left by the boss alone are enough for the Tianyi group to continue to develop for 30 years, and even the Tianyi group in the next 50 years, it can still surpass the technology of the entire world. The faces of many generals at the scene were ugly, and they all guessed that if Long Fei hadn't passed out, there would be a lot of things that he would continue to develop. Victor knocked on the table and said, "Everyone, our goal now is not the Tiani mercenary group, but the Dion Empire. Our goal is to defeat this country. Everyone's goal is the same. To get this country with the advanced technology of this country, we will at least close the technological gap with Tiani Group. We must take down this country as soon as possible. If Long Fei wakes up, if our Dion kingdom is still in a wartime state, Long Fei will come with the Oriole behind, or the fishermen will benefit." Victor paused, looked at the faces of all the generals, and then continued, "I believe that there are spies in every country, and the spies have sneaked into the Tiani Group, especially the important information of the Tiani mercenary group. The same is not true for our country, but I believe everyone is aware that the Tiani Group is currently being managed by Long Fei's wife. The shorter the time it takes to defeat the Dion Empire and obtain the technology of the Dion Empire, the technology gap between our entire world and the Tiani Group will be shortened within 10 years. Every general at the scene nodded, and Victor discussed with many generals where to attack and how to attack the Dion Empire. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.